Mari goes inside. They try to come into the blue, but it'll use it to great effect.
Tricky position right here. I think it's about all the intel they're giving to not right now. Banda has a huge...
Oh, but no, Banda against... going to be able to move in. The Molotov is there.
And still repositioning on that with the side pocket when you don't have options.
Especially when you get a knock like that, though, Tarzan. Him has gone down. Now it's something to the blue zone. Gonna be meandering his way further forward. Is baiting him into the shot spar AT. They maybe just find a second, yes.
Is happening on this side. It's just
defending against those like DRS.
I can't believe that YALLA got it almost without casualties, but on this side.
Got the vehicles, yes, but they're going to need, I think, another one of these rotations where they're going to have to be efficient. They're going to have to be speedy, but they got caught out. That's the issue with it being on the open side. There's going to be a grenade to finish them off. 2 for 1. SK Ton. What an eagle-eyed strike. It's the ability here as well to be able to
accurately brought it out. Like last time round where Rico Infinity get this northern spot and these northern circle. Die is so far out to say, I'm okay to commit my life, I will play spoiler just so we can ruin you. Soon enough, someone's gonna sneak in and end your life with an A.
But YALLA, they can't get further forward. There's an exit block there now. Demand is back up. They take down Powerful. A confirm as a second lands through in.
My name is Abhishek Singh and my nickname is T2K Legend and my team name is 20 Kill. Well, we are teammates of 5 members named Sandesh, Jain, Suyog, and Killer and me myself. And unfortunately Sandesh could not come here. That's why we brought our former teammate player Killer. He's also extraordinary, very well. We ended up like playing the last PMPL where we ended #2 in runner-ups, but we could not perform well in finals. And our team was recently formed. Like our member Jain was the oldest player and we 3 were the new addition to the team. And yes, we are doing pretty well till now. This tournament means a lot to me and my teammates as well, our management too, because we and our Nepalese former team DRS Gaming are representing Nepal from South Asia region, so it is definitely a very proud moment for us. Our play style depends on the situation of the team. I mean, like we can go truly aggressive or truly passive. It depends on how our rank is in the current tournament. Our lucky map is Miramar because our team performs extraordinarily very well in Miramar, and we ended up gaining maximum points in this map also. We are prepared for this tournament decently, but we still have 2 more days and we are grinding our best, and we will definitely make our team and our country proud.
السلام عليكم، معكم هنكي اليوم جايب لكم مسابقة جديدة للاعبين سرفايفل تيست. خلونا مع بعض نشوف اللاعبين كيف راح يتنافسون، مين راح يبقى معانا عايش للنهاية. يلا خلينا نروح مع بعض للسرفايفل تيست.
What to do if you see a nuclear explosion? A. Delete your browser history. B. Run in the opposite direction. C. Hide in the basement and wait for 48 hours.
ممكن اركض باتجاه المعاكس، يمكن في فرصة نجاة. اتوقع بالقبو احسن، ولانه ما اتوقع اني راح اعيش الا بالقبو.
What to do if you run out of gas in the middle of a desert? A. Stay with the car. B. Leave your car and walk towards sun. C. Panic.
ممكن اترك السيارة وامشي، ممكن القى احد يساعد ولا شيء. لا امشي مع الشمس لاني بعيش.
How to survive a shark attack? A. Take a bigger boat. B. Hit it in the eyes or gills. C. Hit it in the nose.
اركب قارب كبير يعني ما يقدر كل شيء يطلع. لا اتوقع اني اركب قارب، لاني ما اتوقع اني راح اقدر اوقف القرش.
First thing to do if you are lost in the woods? A. Find water source and shelter. B. Find food. C. Find a perfect spot for a selfie.
البحث عن طعام، لان المياه موجودة بكثرة. اتوقع البحث عن مكان مثالي لنلتقط صور، لان اللحظة ما تنفوت بغابة اكيد. ان
How to get water in the desert? A. Squeeze any cactus. B. Squeeze only a specific type of cactus. C. Think of your ex and drink your own tears.
ممكن اعصر الصبار. لا اتوقع اني راح اعصر الصبار.
Is it safe to use moss to find direction? A. Only if it speaks. B. Yes, it always grows on the northern side. C. No, it actually grows on any side.
ممكن اتجاه الشمالي. اتوقع لا، لانه ما ينوي على اي جانب.
How to communicate with your mates over a long distance? A. Start a fire and use smoke signals. B. Shout. C. Send them your thoughts on the waves of friendship.
ممكن اشعل النار، لانه معروفة الحركة هذه اذا ضعت. لا اصرف. اتوقع انه اسهل طريقة يعني.
اسمي عبد الرحمن صالح الفهاد، اللقب برستيج، اسم الفريق ريكو كومبينيتي تيم. أنا وهيرو تقريبا من بداية التيم مع بعض. بالنسبة لسكتون من بعد بطولة البي ام بي السيزون الأول انضم معنا. بالنسبة لريزولت إعارة يكملنا بالبطولتين هذه. صراحة تهانينا الكثير، خاصة تقام عندنا بالسعودية. أجواء اللعب بتكون حماسية، كيف إن كلنا مكان واحد، وش بنسوي، شيء جديد تقريبا علينا نلعب لان، بس بإذن الله نقدم اللي نقدر عليه وأكثر. مو الهجومي ولا الدفاعي، قاعد أحاول أوازن بينها يعني. متى ما احتاجنا نهاجم ومتى ما احتاجنا ندافع على حسب ظروف كل جيم تقريبا. بعد ما شفنا التيمات أول شيء بدينا نلعب مع بعض أكثر، لكن تشكيلتنا هذه البطولة الجديدة بدينا نشوف نزول التيمات ونتدرب أكثر ونلعب أكثر مع بعض.
انطباعي عن اليوم الاول تصوير حلو والستيج حلو، وإلنا الشرف كيلا اي سبورت نشارك في البطوله. شعوري صراحه حسيت اني غلطان وخفت انه يضيع الجيم او شيء، بس الشباب ما قصروا.
والله الصراحه كان الستيج اسطوري والتنظيم اسطوري، واللعب ضد هذا التيمات هو شرف لي، ما شاء الله عليهم كلهم.
انطباعي عن اليوم الاول في منافسه مره كبيره يعني بين التيمات، يعني فرق النقاط اتوقع من 10 الى 5 نقاط بس، يعني منافسه قويه في البطوله. لما شفنا الزون كان الزون عندنا، عشان كذا قلت للشباب يعني هولد، لا احد يبيك ولا احد، فهم اضطروا يجون اوبن. لما جو اوبن حسمنا الفايت على طول.
والله الصراحة شفت التيم كامل محشور بكمباوند وداخل فايت، وشفت النيدات لقيت 9 نيدات، فخلاص رحت عليهم على طول صرت انيد. والله الصراحة كل التيمات منافسة، وهسه بلشنا المباريات، بس 3 مباريات، باقي 15 مباراة، فإن شاء الله نقدر نحقق الفوز بأعلى عدد من المباريات.
التيم المنافس لي للان اريت يلا بي بس باقي يعني باقي 15 جيم، يمكن تغير كل شيء، ان شاء الله احنا نجيب الاول يعني.
الاسم الحميد العنزي، اللقب بوش، اسم الفريق تريبل دي اي سبورت. بالنسبة للتيم كان تقريبا قبل سنة ونص مجتمعين مع بعض، والحمد لله لسه نلعب باسم التريبل دي. كان في السابق يعني كنا نلعب نمثل اسم ثاني، فالحمد لله انتهى بنا المطاف المنظمة الحمد لله، وقدمنا مستويات حيل طيبة. للأمانة أنا أشوف إنه الحمد لله إنه نجي تيم سعودي بنفس البطولة ذي، هذا شرف كبير للتريبل دي إنه يمثل السعودية بهذه البطولة، والحمد لله إنه جاتنا انفيتيشن بنمثل السعودية بهذه البطولة. طبيعة لعبنا الباسف الهجومي شوي، ففي بعض مراحل نلعب على الأجريسيف، لكن منتصف الأقيام بعد الزون الرابع الخامس نميل للباسف شوي حبتين، فمتناسق اللعب يعني مو هو الهجومي المرة ولا هو الدفاعي بحت. الحمد لله سوينا معسكر تدريبي للفريق المكون من 4 أشخاص مع المانجر، وتواصلنا مع المدرب وبنينا خطة كويسة وبإذن الله ننجح فيها.
السلام عليكم، حياكم الله جماعة الخير. This is not the questions. معاكم هنكي، معاي اخوي مات كاب من فيت اي سبورت. حياك الله مات. حياك الله فيت. طبعا مات كاب ضغطنا بي، وعندك دقيقة واحدة على إجابة الأسئلة. جاهز؟ اوكي نبدأ في أول منت. والآن ما الفيلم الياباني الذي كان مصدر إلهام لإنشاء لعبة ببجي موبايل؟ سكيب. alright هذا أول غلط يا صاحبي. ما هي طاقة استيعاب حقيبة ظهر مستوى 3؟
سكيب.
ماذا يحدث للسلاح عند تفعيل الوضع التلقائي؟
الوضع التلقائي، انا العب اللعبه بالانجليزي اوكي اوتو يطلق لحاله.
تمام صحيح. كم عدد من السكوبات موجوده في لعبه ببجي موبايل مع الهول والردوت؟
الردوت 2 4 3 4 6 8 7.
غلط. 8. اوكي. ما هو النطاق الشبكاني يختلف من بندقيه لبندقيه اخرى، اللي هو سكوب معين يختلف من كل سلاح لسلاح.
سكوب معين اللي هو ال4.
صحيح كوركت. ما هو السلاح الاي ار الحصري اللي ما بسان هوك؟
كيو زد.
صحيح. كم عدد الجزر الموجوده في ايرانجل؟
ايرانجل سكيب.
غلط كثير يا صاحبي. طبعا لاعب محترف فيت حاردك يا مات كاب.
اسئله صعبه.
اسئله صعبه صراحه. اسئله سهله شوي.
كم جزر واسئله غريبه عرفت.
اوكي جي يعطيكم العافيه يا جماعه الخير. هذه نهايه الفقره، ان شاء الله استمتعتوا معنا. يعطيكم العافيه.
اسمي عبد الله، لقبي باللعبة عبد، اسم فريقي سودور إيسبورت. احنا اخوان اكثر من اننا لاعبين نلعب مع بعض. طبعا بخصوص تكوين الفريق احنا تكوننا على عدة مراحل بناء على مستويات كل لاعب ما قدمه في فرقته السابقة او في البطولات السابقة، وتكوننا ولله الحمد الان. هذه البطولة تعني لي الكثير، خصوصا وانها في مدينتي مدينة الرياض. نشكر شركة PUBG موبايل على حضورها في موسم الرياض لتقديم هذه البطولة. أنا لاعب سبورتر، أعتمد على السرفايفل أكثر من إني ألعب أجريسيف. طبعا قمت بالاستعداد بالبطولة على أكمل وجه. تدربنا، وضعنا تكتيك اللي راح نمشي فيه بالبطولة. بإذن الله يحالفنا الحظ يوفقنا ربي.
اسمي وليد الحربي، لقبي باللعبة عبية ولي. اسم الفريق ABIAH Esports. زملائي بالفريق بدينا يعني كبداية أي تيم، بداية من الصفر بدون أي تعرفات مسبقة. كان يعني فترة حتى بسيطة جدا. الحمد لله كان دائما جامعنا الطموح الواحد اللي دائما كنا نبغى نحقق شيء، كل الفريق كأربع لعيبة، والحمد لله وصلنا اللي وصلنا له اليوم بفضل طموحنا المتشابه والمتشارك. البطولة صراحة تعني شيء كبير بالنسبة لي كشخص، وبالنسبة للتيم بشكل عام، أو بالنسبة لجميع المشاركين في البطولة. أكيد بطولة كبيرة بحجم بطولة GET رياض. ممكن أي لاعب سواء بهذه البطولة أو برا البطولة يكون طموحه إنه بس يشارك في البطولة، فما بالك بأنك تكون المركز الأول في هذه البطولة. طبعاً الطموح دائماً وأبداً المركز الأول بإذن الله. أسلوب لعب الفريق يعتمد دائماً وأبداً على الجيم ومعطيات الجيم. يعني كان على حسب إذا الجيم يتطلب منا الأجريسيف واي نلعب بالأجريسيف، إذا الباسف نلعب بالباسف. يعني هي دائما وأبدا على حسب الجيم ومعطياته. فدائما احنا اللي نشوف الجيم وش يحدد، واحنا اللي نلعب نقدر إن شاء الله. استعدينا للبطولة بشكل جميل جدا للأمانة، نفسيا وتكتيكيا الحمد لله. يعني كنا قادرين على دراسة التيمات هذه بشكل كبير، يعني بحيث ان اغلب التيمات كنا يعني لاعبين ضدهم اكثر من مناسبة، اكثر من بطولة، واستعدينا لهم يعني جيد جدا ان شاء الله.
the macro decisions right there. Maybe could have just left one guy to play spoiler. That could have changed things massively. But YALLA took that timing and they took the eastern side.
Yusuf takes their team to a duo. Powerful and Bandar, they're on the back front. They need to continue to surf their way up this hill. But how do they climb, Tarzan, when you now lose Powerful? Powerful deleted, and this is RAT's game. It looks like once again this could be their next chicken dinner. Firing all cylinders down on problems. There's nothing left for him. Dodges out the car. They won't dodge out the bullets. As there goes Triple D. Bandar tries his best. T2K coming in, but that's the nade they wanted. And now Yoaz is the only one remaining. It's 4v1 situation, and they know it. And there's nothing he can do about it. A full four-man rush. They tried to find one down. They tried to find a second. NSD is still alive. How is he still alive? Free! Tarzan, what happened? NSD punishes them. This is even legal. 3 dead, and now 1 so low. Yoaz is stepping up major form and comes downstairs.
They want to punish DRS first.
The ultimate, they're even further forward position and a lot looking to slow down Tarzan. 10 kills, and this looks like a bountiful amount as DRS pressured by the blue zone.
They found their way in, and now they can actually add more pressure. Seems like that's not really the case, but water treatment may just heat up here. Fate wants to crash this gas station.
They're going in onto Cryptics. They want some lunch in the gas station. They want a pit stop. It's 4 kills. The Cryptics potentially could be nommed straight ahead. But Fate, they dive on in. But it's an instant potential deletion from late, but he's still not gone down. That last ditch push, phase 8, trying to avoid the pain of Papa Blue as Imperium calls it. Tarzan and YALLA, they don't stop, they move forward, and so do SUDOR. Though they strike even further through the smoke. They find the kills, they find one onto Powerful. Can drops so next, Jusan finds a trade. Can they find a confirm? They try to get a kill, but Sight goes so low. Uses drops to the secondary weapon. They are alive. They've still got Madcap. There's no revive going to come. It's way too late. You've got to pick yourself up as a solo and White as a trio to a duo. Potentially the zone barely doesn't clinch out T2K, but it's straight on back. Yes, it's going to be a reef on his load. He's got the window. Can he find at least 1 kill? The zone comes in behind him.
نحن نسير على الأرض المقدسة.
كلنا فخر وشرف.
نسير ورؤوسنا مرفوعة.
جرأتنا وشجاعتنا.
إصرارنا.
مهاراتنا وعملنا الجاد.
وإرادتنا القوية.
قادونا إلى ما نحن عليه اليوم.
العاصفة قادمة.
हामी यो टुर्नामेन्टलाई एकदम रेडी छौँ यसपालि।
الدم يضخ في عروقنا.
رؤيتنا واضحة.
وقلوبنا ممتلئة.
لا شيء يقف بيننا وبين النصر.
And we are ready to take it. Are you?
I'm ready, Mr. Bandito. Don't hurt me. That's right. We're back. It's day number 3 of the Global Esports Tour here for Riyadh 2021. And we have ourselves the final day upon us. So far, so good for those teams up towards the top as they look to grab that trophy as well as the lion's share of $150,000. There's Turk, my friend over in Riyadh at the moment, and my name is Kylaris, not that person that you can see right there. This time I got to introduce him, which is much better than me saying that I am him. With me though, we have ourselves Imperium as well as Maxman to start talking about what's going down here today. Hello, gentlemen. Maxman, I'll start with you first. Yesterday we had a banger of a day, especially for YALLA, up towards the top. 100 points in 6 games. Oh my god.
I mean, you said it right, 100 points in a singular day. That is such a strong average. Over the course of the entire 2 days, YALLA Esports got almost 15-point average every single game. That is insane to think about it over the course of these 12 games. And if they can retain even just a slim portion of that success, they could be able to hold on to that first place without any issue. But Rico Infinity and the Ultimate, especially the Ultimate, had a very big resurgence in that second day and are trying to fight with the gods at the top.
Yeah, the Ultimate was very impressive, Imperium. It was great to see them have the resurgence they required from day one.
Yeah, it was a big improvement. They weren't looking too bad at the end of day one, right? An average of 7 points per game after the first 6 games. It's a good base. It's a good foundation, but they turned the heat up. They turned it up to, 11 and got 74 points in 6 games, moving their average points per game up to 9.7. And of course, into that 3rd place. Followed quite quickly as well, Kylaris, with Train to Kill. They got 80 points, over 80 points in 6 games yesterday. And considering they're, one of the 2 teams from outside of the direct Saudi Arabia or MENA region representing South Asia and Nepal specifically, it's a big turnaround for that team.
Yeah, absolutely. Great step up from them, considering they were kind of part of that middle pack from day number 1. And there were a lot of teams in that middle pack trying to rise up. But you're right, Train to Kill looking really good, especially towards the tail end of yesterday, I want to say, with the 80 points that they were able to accrue. As you can see, as we take a little bit of a look over towards Riyadh, we're just getting things set up here for the start of the day. But here in the internet world, the 3 gentlemen, 2 with ginger beards, 1 with something at the end, doing all right.
Bum fluff.
Doing all right. That's something like that. I mean, again, we did mention he's like 15 years old, and somehow he has a little bit of a beard going on.
Yeah, it was my birthday. I was 14 yesterday, and I'm 15. Thank you. Happy birthday to me, I guess. We'll have to see. But yeah, no, we're back. Final day is good to see. Yes. There are some teams, though, I want to see hopefully come back a little bit more strong today. Like we talked about T2K finishing off strong. Was that weird last game? I think we can potentially forget about that game happening as a weird northern shift in George Pole.
Never forget, man.
DRS, that game actually, we saw a lot of really strong fights and a lot of kills coming their way from, I believe it was mainly Mafia Ninja and AJ. I've been impressed in that game. It shows that DRS can indeed fight on the stage, but like I think not only us, right? I think a lot of people at home are expecting a lot more of DRS. So DRS and even teams a little bit lower down, Osh-tekkWarriors, TDD, even Fate to show some good promises in that last game. This has to be a good finish for them in the event.
I mean, actually, Max, you bring up something that I completely forgot about until just now, and how can I forget about it? That last game circle, that was a true test, apart from, for a Train to Kill, that was a true test of kind of any adaptation that is required here in this lobby, Imperium, and it was cool to see how the teams approached it, despite us kind of thinking, oh, but what if,
There's very little you can do to prepare for that kind of circle shift in that area of the map, of course. Virtus Pro, I think, dealt with it pretty well. Questioned their movement from kind of the South George area, the bridge, and then moving down, because they land in North George, and then they kind of opted to go for the water. So it was very interesting, and I don't think they had a bad game, but I think they could have pulled out something a little bit better. As you look at the rules and the points acquired, we all know that elusive 15 point for a chicken dinner is so much more important in these final 6 games, guys.
YALLA very much knows about that 15 point for the chicken dinner. Yeah, you're right. They've done well for themselves, but even when they've not got the chicken dinner, they've been able to get huge placement points as well as the kills on the board here. And of course, every kill will be 1 point. Here's the overall prize pool as well. Right now, I think the big question on everyone's mind here, Maxman, is will anyone wrestle that $45,000 away from YALLA up at the top?
I mean, Imperial brought up some interesting points. We'll have to see if that's going to happen today, because it is a LAN setting. It's a little bit different from having online events. Are there going to be some teams at the bottom potentially thinking, you know what? Let's go focus YALLA Esport. I personally, we talked about it, right, Kalaris? I think we agree on that point. We don't expect that to really happen, but in a lot of esports, especially PUBG Mobile, in a game that is a battle royale, you never know what really is going to happen. So if YALLA Esport want to be very safe entering into today, despite having such a big lead compared to Rico Infinity between that first and second place, I would maybe decide to look at the maps, look at the VODs, and maybe change your drop if you have a good possibility to do so, just to be safe. Just to be safe in mind, and make sure that coming into these games, no one is going to try and mess with your 45,000.
Imperium, thoughts?
I don't think YALLA need to do it in the first couple of games, because Rico's difference of 41 points is definitely manageable, right? YALLA are no stranger to 0 point games. It had been one of their kind of kryptonite reasons of why they weren't first after day 1. So 41 points is definitely manageable, but as you get to that kind of game 3, game 4, and that difference is still the same, Rico will need to think very heavily about pulling out that hot drop move, and YALLA should be thinking very heavily about changing up their drops. So I'm glad Maxman brought up that point.
Yeah, and also I think probably they will have looked back at the VODs and thought to themselves, hang on a minute, things like Sandhawk, for example, where Virtus.pro pushed aggressively into boot camp. This is like, they almost, in theory, kind of dodged a bullet a little bit by the, having left, having gone east, dealt with Rico Infinity. So these kinds of little dynamics that happen from battleground to battleground, very important. And as we've just seen as well, we will have 6 games today. We'll be starting on Erangel, then going Miramar, then Sandhawk, then Miramar, then Sandhawk, then Erangel to round out the day as well. I can't believe I just remembered that off the top of my head, considering it's already disappeared, but it's fine.
Well done, Kalaris.
Thank you. I need it. I'm getting forgetful in my old age, so I appreciate all the applause. Max, looking towards today though, I mean, of course the question is, can anyone knock YALLA off their perch? My question to you is, do you think anybody can knock YALLA off the perch with what we've seen from them so far relative to the rest of the lobby here today?
I mean, for that to happen, you're going to have to need the stars to align properly. So for that to happen, you need YALLA Esport to, hopefully for them, have a bad day, which, from what we've seen so far, 2 chicken dinners every single day. Out of chicken dinners alone, they secured 60 points out of purely placement points in wins. So that, in its own regard, is insane. But you need, YALLA Esport to have a bad day, and teams like Rico Infinity, the Ultimate, Falcons, that we haven't seen too much in that second day, have a stellar performance in this third and final 6 games. And if they can do so, I think that there are some teams that can contest with YALLA Esport, but I think we're going to see right out of the gate how that's going to be potentially panning out. If YALLA starts strong in the first 2-3 games, I'm going to say it's GG right off the gate. So YALLA Esport team needs to stop them ASAP, otherwise just going to run away with the money.
How about yourself, Imperium? What do you think?
It's a great question. One element that we really need to think about that is very obvious is this is a LAN setting. When the pressure, the weight, the stress of having to close out the final 6 games and stay on top of the standings, that is big. So it has kind of one of 2 ways of going for YALLA. We've seen and witnessed the moment of the after game, even though it was a win, of how it can get emotionally to the players.
Yeah.
So it can either go to one way of where they support each other and they're like, yeah, let's go every single game, or it can go horribly wrong. And that's where it comes down to the eye-gelling. That's where it comes down to the back-end support as an org, as a team of coming together and being able to calm each other down, slow things down in between every single game.
Yeah, definitely so. That's a very good point. All right. Well, we do. Before we even get things started and good to go, we can take a look at one of our teams. It's Vertus Pro here, currently doing pretty decently, I would say. So let's take a closer look at them.
My nickname is Bandita77 and I'm playing for team Virtus Pro. I have a friend from Virtus Pro, that's Black White, and he's invited me to play this tournament and we got to team together. I'm happy to play offline tournament because I'm a player for 3 years and that's more experience for me. My play style, it's I'm a so bad aggressive player. My lucky map is Ranger because I have so many times and matches in this map. Playing every day together and only trainings for that, and we are ready for first place.
96 points thus far, going the way of Virtus Pro, but if they want to catch up to number one, they're going to have to put up an absolutely massive day, and as Maxman has already alluded to, the others are going to have to stumble up at the top. At the moment, guys, over in the community, you can vote as to who you think is going to be successful here in our first game coming up. Look at Rico Infinity. They've got little flags. Wow! They are loving it here for today. And we will see if you're going to predict those guys. Although I do suspect there might be a lot of DRS votes in the community here, considering that's what we've seen a lot of, Maxman, throughout the last 2 days.
Yeah, I was, as I said, the first day I was a viewer just like you guys at home, and a lot of DRS, a lot of T2K, and I'm not too surprised. And Nepali fans are one of the biggest fan bases in PUBG Mobile Esports, so it doesn't come as a big surprise. But if I had to go for a team that I think needs a little bit of a resurgence, and I'm hoping to see a lot of support for this team, is Falcon. Fantastic first day when you look at Falcon getting himself 79 points out of 6 games. That is a very, very strong average. And a complete drop off after that. I think we talked about it quite a few times, right, Kalaris on the desk, saying that these circles are not kind to them. And that is not something you can always use as an excuse. So I hope that they went back to their hotel at the end of yesterday and just looked back on the games and said how they're going to be able to adapt to these kind of circles and hard circle shifts that don't go their way all the time. So Falcons here, if they have another bad day because of circles, it is just not an excuse anymore. But man, 43, that's a little bit less than what we had yesterday. T2K coming back. That's good to see.
A little bit less. Hearts coming out from Rico Infinity. Noticeably, a few things here, Imperium. Firstly, YALLA, Youssef was given the death stare to someone before, which is fantastic. I'm loving that. Yes, more of that, please. But just in general, you can see that the teams are excited kind of to get into these games and start things off. And Falcon is a team that Maxman brings up that I think is kind of important here, Imperium, in that they had a great first day, but yesterday they were a little bit more invisible. I think that they have the chops to be able to rise up to that podium at least, don't you think?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt, yes. But it was that typical tournament thing of whether it's short form or long form, where the team that's, you know, showing up at the first day, every other team starts to kind of look at them in the VODs and they start to evolve their playstyle, find their confidence. And Falcon, what they didn't do, which they needed to do, was adapt to in day 2, right? You might be surprised and caught off guard in that map 7, in that maybe map 8, but as you get map 9, 10, 11 in the final map, they did get a good result, but it was just too little too late, right? They'd already dropped down too far gone, and really they didn't help themselves. So they really need to recognize that they slow down too much. They need to pick things back up. And another team as well in a similar vein, if not, I would argue a bigger vein based on how they're coming into this, is Cryptics. They won PMPL Arabia Season 2. They won the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge 2 times in a row, right? This team is no stranger to winning, and they dropped 9 places. They got 36 points in 6 games. They're currently in 9th place. It's not where they should be.
Oh, definitely. I also have to agree. I mean, when you see Cryptics and DRS kind of where they are in 9th and 10th position, I think not a lot of people would expect Max, with the position that we see them in. Likewise, I mean, even teams like DDD, but I think Cryptics and DRS stand out a lot more, right?
Yeah, by far. I think the DRS especially, we already talked about them a little bit at the start of the show. We need to see a way better performance from DRS, because even if they don't get himself a lot of points here coming into this event, you know, that happens from time to time. You're not going to perform well in every single event DRS plays in. That's fine. But before entering in the PMGC, this is still really good experience before going into that event. So we need to see them give us a little bit of hope before going into that event. So DRS, hoping to see a little bit better, and potentially even Fate, that showed us some really good sparks, some really strong moments yesterday. I would like to see them get a little bit close to the top 8, maybe not quite in the top 8, but I would like to see a little comeback from Fate, because this team truly has potential in the big stage.
Yep, would be nice. Would be nice. Currently in 15th, Fate, we would love to see them have that rise up, but there's the trophy that all of these teams are currently fighting for, and you can see now it's about to get serious, because everyone's kind of warming up and getting ready to go into our first game. We're going to be on Erangel. And actually, you know, we were talking about FalconsEsport before, and the interesting thing about it is, Imperium, is that that contest, even if it does end up just being for 3rd place right now, you've got the Ultimate, Train to Kill, FalconsEsport, all within 1 point of each other at 3rd through 5th, which is, it's too close to call right now. Way too close to call.
It is so close. 2 points, 1 bad game, 1 good game, and you're creating that cushion. That's why I normally highlight that word cushion, because you can't predict how good of a performance you're going to get in the next game or the next 2 games. So if you're able to, within a singular game, carve out a 5-10 point gap between you and the teams below you, it means you can afford to have a bit of a weaker game. And especially as we get through this day and we're whittled down to the final game or the final 2 games, that cushion, we all know the players have adapted to the pillows. Well, they need to turn those pillows into cushions leading into the final 2 games.
Wow.
Isn't a pillow a type of cushion, or a cushion a type of pillow? I don't know. I think this is a very interesting topic that it feels like a rabbit hole. I could talk about it for days, but I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one came first. Probably they're exactly the same thing, gentlemen. Yes, beyond that, as you can see here, it looks like the players just need a little bit more time before we actually get into our first game. I do like Rico's flags, I must say. That's nice. That's a nice touch. We didn't have those before in the previous days, right?
They didn't want to have flags. They brought their own flags.
I like that.
I like that.
I want a flag.
Imperium, you collect every piece of merch I've known to humankind. you'll get flagged if you have a chance.
No, but I want my own flag. I want a flag with the Imperium logo on it. Yeah.
What would he have on it? I don't know.
Just my logo.
Just his face. Just a surprise.
Or just my face.
You know?
Just, yeah.
I mean, you're right about his merch collection. Apparently, the revolution was in PMPL that he has BTR underwear, which is, you know, just. That's
I don't have BTR underwear, but I would totally, love BTR underwear. You know,
that is the double revelation. The fact that he definitely doesn't, but if he did, he'd be very happy with it, which is concerning. I think it's very concerning. Something that's not concerning right now is definitely the Ultimates rise up. Of course, here currently in 3rd place, as we mentioned, with the 116 points. They have the opportunity here, Max, to actually strike out at the top 2. I mean, especially since Rico Infinity slowed down a little bit towards the end of yesterday. It gives them an opportunity to maybe strike out at those top 2.
Yeah, and when you look, especially, I'm thinking back on the game that ended just towards boot camp, and it was a potential win coming away off the Ultimate, but of course, as you saw, the circle shifted up north, so they were forced to go downhill, and they were just waited upon by the rest of YALLA Esport in their 11 arms that just picked up the kills one by one. But the Ultimate is a team that has steadily improved from day 1 into day 2, and that's something we talked about, I believe, yesterday, Imperium, talking about how you got 2 players specifically for the Ultimate that have stood out a lot more in terms of fragging power. I think it's Ragnar and I don't know if you have the
Ragnar and Hope.
It's Hope. There you go. I thought it was Hope. Ragnar and Hope get himself a lot of the kills for the team. But you touched upon it too yesterday, right, Kalaris? Where it's okay to have those support players to set up potentially 2 top fraggers for the team. It's just if they still have the potential to frag out, even if it's not the big numbers, like not hitting double digits every single game, that's fine. But just 2-3 kills every game, and Ragnar and Hope get most of the limelight every time. Those kills after these 18 games starts to be a pretty hefty amount that have a really big impact in your rankings. So if we can see a little bit more from Leader and Track 2, I think we could expect Ultimate to actually contest with the teams even higher above them, such as potentially closing the gap with YALLA Esport. It's going to be hard, but it could be an eventuality here.
Yeah, something to add, Imperium?
Yeah, because you mentioned about stats, I've got an interesting stat for you. The pillow dates back to over 9,000 years ago, so I think we can safely say that the pillow came first.
But did you look up the cushion?
No, I didn't.
Well, yeah, that could date, but what if that date was like 10,000 years ago?
I did Google which came first, the pillow or cushion, and the first thing that came up was that a pillow dates back to around 7,000 BC.
I don't believe everything I read on the internet, but you know what? You might be right. Who knows? Who knows? It's a mystery we'll never solve until, you know, someone goes and solves it. But beyond all of that, I think something that is important to talk about as well is that yesterday especially, and this is rare that I say this, Imperium, but actually the Sanhok games interested me more than the Erangel and Miramar games due to the circle and how people were moving around in it. It was a little bit of a different spice compared to what we normally see on Sanhok.
Yeah, not involving the rivers and this island, that island, where's it gonna go, and focusing mainly on the mainland was refreshing as an analyst, as a caster, as someone who likes watching the game. Although I'm not a fan of Sanhok, you bring up that great point. Those games yesterday in Sanhok were quite interesting, and I think to an extent it caught a few teams off guard on how in the mainland it was, but it's something that they've got to adapt to, and they should be expecting that today.
Well, as you can see on the face of the players, they were keen, and then all of a sudden, dejected.
Phones go down.
Cameraman's given up as well. He's out.
I'm leaving.
Oh dear. Well, yeah. We almost got there, guys. We almost got into the game, but apparently not.
Yeah.
But in high spirits of some of these players here, Max Manners, Cryptics, you know, they're having a good time.
It seemed like there's a good morale. You know, it seemed like the players having some banter. What was it yesterday? I think we had a YALLA win at some point, and even there was another team that was happy for them. Like, it's good. Even though they're going up against each other in these lobbies, you're still playing a video game at the end of the day. You're just trying to have fun with the boys, and it seemed like there's definitely a good atmosphere over there. So definitely, I would hope to be there. Our homie Sandstorm Imperium is definitely having a good time for sure.
Oh man,
we'll see how things are going out. But there's a team I actually want to talk about as we're crossing over their spot right now in the venue. NASRAT Shock Esport had themselves that big win over there on Miramar. It got intense towards the end. They had a very interesting 2-2 split, which at one point got shut down by, well, none other than the Ultimate, the team that actually had a big resurgence in that second day. NASRAT Shock Esport, I think they have good ideas and good intentions in how they approach circles. They know when a hard circle is going to be potentially harsh. They know which positions are the best, and they're trying to put the eggs in different baskets. But if we can see NASRAT try and regroup a little bit quicker, be a little bit more snappy in this kind of reformations, I think we could see a potentially even better improvement from NASRAT Shock Esport in this third day. I think this is a team that has shown that they deserve to be at an event like this, and given time, they could be making it to the PMPLs, making it also to the PMGCs potentially next year.
I mean, there's a cool thing about that 2-2 split that they had, though. It's like, if in theory they knew that having that 2-2 split and knowing that teams were going to have a hard time approaching it, if either of those were in the circle, and then even if they do lose 2 people, then whatever. Like, if they knew that it was going to be so hard for everybody else to approach, then that's like 9,000 IQ that they could even still win with 2 from there, regardless of what happens, Imperium. But, I mean, that's a little bit of a stretch. Sometimes, as Max is saying, you got to get together in some of these situations to guarantee yourself the win.
Yeah, and it's also hurting their ability to rack up some extra kills, because that's the thing that's bringing them down the most in terms of the standings. They currently have 34 kills, which is an average of only 2.83 kills per game, compared to SUDOR, who's in 7th ahead of them. They're on 5 kills per game, right? So NASRAT Shock Esports, I love what Max brought to the table in talking about that big game in Miramar, and the benefit of them joining together and cleaning the timing of their formations up a little bit will allow them to pick up some extra kills across the board. On the other side, in the opposite direction, as I mentioned them, SUDOR, they only have 35 placement points in 12 games. That's an average of under 3 points per game. They need to recognize that, hey, We love kills, but if it's hurting our late game, if it's hurting our ability to get through the mid game part and into the later stages as pretty much either full squad or majority full squad, then we need to turn that around. We need to clean that element up. And I think it's a little bit easier than NASRAT's job and what they need to do, but I'd like to see that from SUDOR.
Yeah, SUDOR is a name that obviously we came in very familiar with, Maxman, from kind of past tournaments, and we know that they're capable of being able to put up decent numbers. But currently, you know, sat where they are in 7th place, a lot of it is coming from kills. A lot of it is coming from the power that they have behind their individual gun skill, and less so those placement points. If they could iron that out, they could be top 3.
Yeah, I mean, one of the favorite players I have in this entire tournament and the region as a whole is Safe. I love playing Safe. We covered Safe for, I don't know how long in Imperium. We've seen that guy for, what, maybe about 2 years now?
Year and a half, 2 years, yeah.
Yeah, a year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah.
He's a true OG when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports in the current scene and the landscape of the game. And I agree. I think there's still a few things to be ironed out, but what I like about SUDOR Esport is when they have a strong position, maybe they can't close it off, and maybe they can't find closure to a game and actually get the chicken dinner, but regardless, they will frag out. We saw, going back many to the game that ended towards boot camp, where you had YALLA Esport, the ultimate fighting towards the end, and they actually got a really strong position, good high ground overview on all the teams, and they were getting kill after kill after kill, squad wipe after squad wipe after squad wipe. I think SUDOR Esport, if they can play a little bit more towards closing off games, they could get so many extra points and actually aim for the top. So yeah, very impressive team SUDOR Esport set.
All right, without further ado, the countdown rocks, and we head over to Erangel. So without further ado as well, we send you over to Hylon Wolf and Professor Tarzan to bring you the grassy pastures of Erangel.
We are here once again, Tarzan, day number 3, and a final chance for all of these teams to be able to get on board onto Erangel for match 13 and get those points, because YALLA, they've got a lead and a half.
Oh, that's a huge lead for them. I mean, when you look at the spirit of those players as well, and you can see even on social media that they're having fun, they're having a chill night. Seems like they're having a great time, right? So if they come in with some good mentals and perform almost mathematically half as good as before, they should be completely fine.
As this playing path is going to go again from the south side, we're going to see some love coming through to Subnautica. I revert back, quite frankly, to what we kind of said. I liked a little bit of Stalber action. It got to Ozaki. We still not seen a single zone inside the South Island for Erangel, and that's really something I want to hone into, and I really hope that we're going to see coming into at least one of these 2 games today.
Oh yes, for sure. I mean, we've got 4 endings for all games so far because we played 4 games on each map, of course. So if we go back to touch on a little bit of those as well. Yes, now I finished just for that first one. Then we had Farm, Severny. Then we had that crazy one yesterday where we finished off with that North Georgia one. But this time round, not quite there. But I can say it could be a little bit of a change. It can still go to Farm, but this is a very hard shift already in phase 1 to that southeastern side, placing Milta in that middle, or should I say lumber area, but you know what, there's still a chance that it can go to Southern Island. I wouldn't cut that out, would really pray for that one because that's going to be pretty nasty.
Right, it's still available. I mean, we kind of hoped for it, but still a chance. It's slim, but albeit there's a chance, Tarzan, for it to go to the south side this first circle. But I think also, as you said, it's very difficult for some of these teams, like, of course, the Ultimate and Virtus.pro, who have already went way over towards the edge of that Georgia pole side and towards the western Erangel, coming back into that zone. I think it's going to be difficult, but there are some options, of course. You can rotate, given how wide that circle was and based on the plane path. That northern side coming down from Stalber, very clean and easy for these teams if they wish to go for an early rotation in.
I mean, this is, if we talk about early rotations, of this type of circle, the way that it complements the plane path, you know, the degree of it complementing playing path is a little bit weird, right? It's touched on the first half, but the later half is like not quite there. You can see a very congested, populated, much loved western side by some of these teams. The entry lines will be very tricky. This 3 total rotations here, I think you can really rotate through the northern parts, have that clockwise rotation, come back in around Yasnaya Polyana, or you can cruise through all the central segment, which is actually a lot harder, I would say. There's so many choke spots around Farm, you know, Potato Hill and all that good stuff, but you've got the third option as well. You can go through that western bridge, go west, should I say, go east from there, then come back in from that eastern bridge. It's tricky, but there is, you know, certain logics behind that plan.
Yeah, true. I think when it comes to deciding how these teams want to rotate as well, another options, of course, we talked about rotating along the more eastern coastline, but actually the rotating in through the South Island, something that's really possible for these teams if they want to manage that strategy. I think it will be more risky considering you are going to be rotating not only against the likes of SUDOR, who are already down on that South Island, and potentially getting gate kept coming back into the zone, but it is going to hold some more safety if the zone does hard shift towards the south side. Albeit you have to be efficient when it comes to those rotations if you're going to go some way down that way.
Yeah, for sure. And yes, of course, beautiful cars right here. And I actually like to talk about the ultimate, who's on our screen right now. Phenomenal day from these lads, right? But let's talk about the drop spot right now because they're close to Zaki. I know they dropped here before in PMCO, but they were that Milta team so far in this tournament. So this time they went for a little bit of a different type of comfort pick, I would say, and they are one of the furthest teams from the zone. But if they keep up with the way that they played yesterday, they should have no problem finding entry lines. They should have no fear clearing out circles, and this could be good for them. Well, look at these teams outside the circle still. I mean, it's still just phase one. But Rico Infinity, we'll talk about that sweeping style, which they really, really excel at. That is something that the Ultimate can also do today.
I think the Ultimate, of course, big rise, right? They've already come into this third position. Yes, it's going to be a monumental task still to catch up to the 60 points that YALLA are exceeding past even that second to third place now for the Ultimate to catch up to. But I think you can see that YALLA aren't this perfect team, right? They do have these games where they do fall down. In 15, 16 position has not been 100% consistent from them. And I think if you're going to potentially go in, now is the time where you need to start being aggressive as well. One of these teams who we need to look at that aggression versus T2K, here's the shots, goes back on his path from scouting.
Well, interesting one. I think T2K's tried different things now when it comes to drop spots on this map. They dropped against Rico Infinity, did not go well at all. Drop around like Ruins as, an adaptation didn't really come through. Then they come to this part, right, like on the southwestern side, which can be pretty good. There's still quite a lot around Quarry, and to be fair, if the circle ever goes there, Quarry has some of the strongest spots right there. But it's good to see them slowly finding their ground. To be fair, yesterday's game, they start all the way from Stalwa, which was a change as well, and that is really encouraging, for teams to make some change and then still play that base. Shouldn't say basic, I would say the fundamentals of PUBG to make it work. And there's nothing fundamental and normal about yesterday's last game as well. Like the desk said, that was just a true test to a lot of these teams. And I think we are setting ourselves up for potentially a similar type of game just based on how this first circle looks like. 35%. 36 maybe, water, but no one should challenge
what's the exact percentage, Chancellor? We got a math calculation on that. Is it 36.7248%? Are we talking right now for his first place?
You bring me back to kind of like the primary school time, right? Like when you don't know how to calculate area in geography, you look at these grids, right, and you kind of cut them out for whatever the squares that are not full. You try to pick them out or try to fit it with some the other one to see how many you get, good old times. And right here, sometimes useful, it's hard to say. It's just an impression. It's experiential learning. I can't say more about it. And right here, I am looking at this northern segment because we talk about this first path being probably one of the easiest one, but if you know the amount of teams that like to go through this north to river position, there could be some neutral fights happening on rotation in this phase one.
Albeit, though, you have to look at this earlier rotation coming through from SUDOR. I like this extra aggression coming through when it comes to that quicker rotation out the South Island. SUDOR aware of the fact that they need to then maneuver their way across into the central zone. Being on the south side, not so good. And also, you can see similar problems being affected onto the Ultimate because they went all the way over to Zaki. Quite frankly, the furthest you could have ever gone into a zone like this, when you even saw the zone was coming in, you're still dropping in towards Zaki. No surprise that they get unwillingly punished by RAT.
You know what? It pains me a little bit because they know the definition of white rotation. They go far north. You can't go any more north. But that is the problem right now. If you look at Rico Infinity, when they get these circles that they have to move, they actually have no problem taking some time. And when you just go the most wide that you can, the widest that you can go, then you can only move one way, basically going back. because there's no left and right for you, and you can't move towards that threat. And that was a little bit of a yikes moment for them. But of course, we can still see Twisted Minds against SUDOR right there. I wanted Twisted Minds to settle a little bit quicker there, to be fair. SUDOR dropped in Nova almost every time, so that was some opportunistic moment, I would say, that they missed as we welcome this phase 2 very soon. I don't know where it's going to go. I think it's just going to go... You know what, I'm just going to make a blind guess, because I like making educated guess. There's no way to do that sometimes with circles. I'm just going to say it centers up over Lumberyard, because there's a classical area that tests a lot of skills.
I hope so, Tarzan. Maybe Milton Power. No, it's going to be even trickier than that, because it goes in between both the South Island still and that mainland Erangel. Now, when you're thinking, Tarzan, maybe you should have gone towards that south side. There is potential that it could be there, but you're also mainly looking towards those coastal lines right on the northern side of Erangel. When you're coming down off the flats of that cliffs, coming into the ocean, being able to swim down onto the beachfront of that South Island, that's where teams are going to realistically want to be positioned. You can see already that firefight happening from the only one in Osh-tekkWarriors who are making that exact rotation in.
Yeah, it's interesting to see no teams taking that South Island route, but I think I get it, right? Like, when you look at the probability, the amount of land, the land mass, I would say, is definitely smaller on that South Island. There's still a decent chance, to be fair, that it can shift towards that side. I think the interesting thing here as well is how the majority, or almost all of Yasnaya fields gone pushed out of this phase 2 circle, meaning some of these power positions really gatekeeping would be around shelter on that hard north edge. And that can cause one thing, right? Teams to say, hey, you know what, that's a little bit scary, I'll go around that. But to go around means you're closer to that coastline potentially, and sometimes you want to go for something spicy, like a drop, right? And Welly says, don't come close, man. Don't come close. And Twisted Minds, it's very hard to understand this. They're having, in the middle of a bit of stalemate, they want to go pick up something else for that drop. Can't disagree with that, but you can see, you just can't take it so lightly. You need to be prepared.
And you can see Kato as well moving their way in. You're trying to find that cover fire, but you don't find Welly because the airdrop protects him. The smoke is there. Yes, your player is still alive. Vigor is there in to have that revive back, and you have now 4 members back on board, but the fight still isn't over. ABIAH are still positioning for that 2-man on the front side. It's just a question of time now. Do ABIAH then move further forward for that fight? Because you also have to enter this zone, right? Being such a hard shift, you want to have more of a position down towards this coastal line, which currently these 2 teams do not have.
I'd say so. You know, the thing with overcommitment, or should I say early commitment, to coastal lines, of course, we know the issues around there. And sometimes you don't want to go too... Even if you want to do so, make sure you have some bridge priority. Like, there's still a chance that we can go to South Island. We've been asking for it. I really want it. Please give me a Southern Island circle. We still have another game to go, to be fair. Like, but this is probably as close as we can get so far. So, you know what? Farm control, very important. Around of these split compounds, to be fair, as we can see, still very important to know how to split around it, because we had those farm finishes before. Some of these teams just are slightly more clump, to be fair, compared to what we expected.
Still, though, we are in what is the usual stalemate, Tarzan, of Phase 2, Phase 3, the lull before the storm of Phase 4, Phase 5, when teams tend to start to fight each other for these spots. YALLA have also moved in further forward, obviously trying to position further into the zone. I was honestly surprised, but based off of the position that YALLA were in at the start, right, it's the exact same drop that they had for every previous 4 game. They are not changing up, yet you were clearly one of the, well, you are the leading team, and you need to really look at some of these squads like R8C, like the Ultimate, to be taking those fights. Yes, it's risky, and you could fall down, but you're not getting bigger in that zone. Oh my days, that is all the way over towards Milton Power. Triple D Cryptics, a really good position for them, but when you look at all of those teams coming in for the western side, it's going to be absolute hell to get inside of that next phase.
Yeah, I mean, everyone would know it's a little bit tricky to get into Milton. So those boulders to the west of Lumberyard and Lumberyard itself, huge spots right there. I mean, teams may just go to challenge that, but it's about that chess game we talked about. Yeah, like, okay, probably there will be someone there. It's probably saturated already in the past 2 circles, so you may not want to go in there. as you can see, teams are actually coming in from that western side, maybe trying to find openings and then find close spots. Now see the side of DDD failing to adapt to this one when they are just holding actually seemingly a comfortable spot, but you have to be wary for it. That setup for this next shift was not good enough.
Unfortunately, of course, so the rest of Triple D, you're trying to move in, you get punished for it, you lose your members, you lose that ability now to really defend. And that's surprising considering that actually it was Triple D who were the ones inside of that Milton side. They did not have to move. Yeah, they got gate crash on by or should I say the rest of SUDOR, excuse me. And SUDOR, yes, they rightly should now be punished for that. They are the ones with a disadvantage, and another knock goes down. SUDOR would have been the first team out, and it just feels so bad for them. And I think SUDOR, a stark contrast towards, of course, their kills and their placement points, right? Being such an aggressive team. It's third right now in the kills so far, yet we are 7th in the leaderboard because of those placement points.
Yeah, this line between being very decisive and almost dumb and unprepared, and we've seen something like that, you know, in the Arabian region. Just because you get into your car as soon as possible doesn't mean you beat a team to it. You need to make sure that you have some of these contingency plans. And, you know, SUDOR, not the first time we've seen them struggle that way. And same for Twisted Minds. And we talk about the struggle not just right now. It's, you know, this tournament so far. I do believe that it's been a huge disappointment from them. But yeah, I do want a good bounce back, because after Okator's that I showed that 1-3 PMCOs, I jinxed them right there. I didn't like that term, but that is really, really brutal to watch.
That was disgusting to watch. Triple D, I just love going back to always the Arabian region, because when you look at the nades, it just feels so clean to watch compared to some of the other regions. I think realistically, when you look at a region that are best for nades, next to maybe the Chinese region, or even better, the Arabian region itself is so brutal.
Well, from people who worked in multiple regions, I think that's a little bit of a consensus, but it's not so crazy so far. I think like we've seen better. Okay,
the
but right now,
accuracy though, the accuracy.
I think so.
That's what's scary about it, right?
I would say so. Like the accuracy is high, but it needs to be, you know, in the right time. You know, timing according to the closing of the zone. You know, allow the blue to do some work for you. You know, stuff like that. But right now, no one's really working for these players. We've got a mill to finish 50% water. Okay, so submarine strat probably a very real thing right here, and yeah, like we'll have a lot of saturation going on already as we see YALLA trying their luck, but Powerful goes out.
A big mistake coming through from YALLA. They're going in straight through the roadside. I think that you're clearly asking to be caught out, Tarzan. No surprise you lose a player, but Falcon as well are going to drop down. Another the only one die will drop. So will potentially Adis here as he moves further upstairs back towards now the teammate for the blue zone, consuming itself further forward and consuming everyone alongside it. As now Falcon step back outside, but they are the ones with a better draw, the only ones eliminated, and Falcon grabbing those kills. So crucial for Falcon in today. We talked about needing that rise from day 2 mistakes. At least they're starting to find their footing.
It's good. Like, I mean, they can play a sweep style as well. And it's these neutral fights during rotations that show communications of teams and their efficiency in finishing fights. So that is a good momentum for this team to start off today with, but this is also what we've seen before, right? They start the first game with good 3 kills, but then kind of just got a little bit lost for a little while before they come back stronger. So I hope this is a repeat of day 1, to say the least. I mean, there's a lot of points to catch. T2K want to continue with the legacy from yesterday.
T2K, though, they're up close and personal to Virtus.pro, who are also that so wide rotation team. They've had to go so far, they don't have the vision, they're destroyed, they're deleted 2 straight away, and it's going to be the only one remaining for Virtus.pro. Eten holding himself against the water side, and it feels again that Virtus.pro are going to have to play fishy because there are still so many players alive, and Virtus.pro, they need these points when you look at their position. I think a surprising drop considering they're halfway through actually yesterday, Tarzan. Virtus.pro, they were in 3rd position, and now they've dropped all the way to 7th. They did not have a good second today.
I don't know. I don't feel like they've been enjoying themselves that much based on their facial expressions, but Rico Infinity definitely enjoyed takeout one of their closest competitors as they just takes out this. Okay, like there is definitely a way to not just crash in here like this and die, right? So I don't know what happened there, but that is a huge moment.
Not the first
I think
time.
It's just not the first time, not in this tournament, not by this team anyway.
Yeah, right. The Falcons, the second time it goes straight into a compound, they get punished for it, and I think rightfully so. Falcons, this is why you see one of these reasons, should I say, why Falcons just can't get into these later games. It's the rotations that are holding them back, but when you're coming into such a hard round and such a hard zone in phase 4, continuing around Milter, you want to potentially not go on the vehicle. I think actually big teams going so aggressive on these roads, again, making the mistakes. How can you go on the road so late and not expect to be punished as Prostigo now drops alongside SK Ton? Hero's still in the vehicle, but he can't even get across the road, and rightfully so, R8T eliminated.
Right, these are those things, right? Like when you got crashed on by Falcons, you have to fight. But if you fight them, people know you're there, then your rotations gets hard. It's very, very hard sometimes, like with the macro of this game. But this circle is not going to make it any easier as well. And you can see this is the gods on the side of the ultimate. Think about playing that position before, and now you've only got like 15 meters that you have to make in there. But the problem is, that small bit of cliff is actually not enough cover without a vehicle. It can run out, you know, of that protection, like closer towards that eastern side, I should say. So, you know, time to go DRS, want to sweep, but this is going to be a little bit of a tough one.
Again, team is crossing the road. I think it's just this mega mistake of now AJ trying to do the same thing, but you saw R8T get dropped here before, and you're trying to go along the most obvious point of rotation in vehicles. This is what is so confusing to me, why so many teams in a zone like this are so desperate to try take these vehicles into the zone. You cannot go inside a vehicle at this point when teams are so clustered together. You know how many players are alive, and you should be anticipating this.
I mean, that's a typical mistake by DRS, to be fair. In what I call a ping-pong zone, right? Around phases 3 and 4, it shifts towards the east, then hard shift back to the west. That means you can't make that right rotation. Sometimes there's no need of those 2 threads. It's been saturated already from people trying to cram in the previous zone. So that is a mistake as they went out. With this coastal line, we don't expect anything less other than this chaos and high-pack situation.
And the problem with the coastline as well is that when you're rotating around that beachfront, you would expect it would give you cover, but actually it doesn't, because when you see all of these teams, the way in which they're rotating into this new zone, they cover beachfront, and you can see why it's so difficult for them to find this cover itself. And the rest of Triple Devo finally will be dropped. I thought it was going to be a simple one. They tried to go something fancy, but one knock was not enough. Triple D out, and Cryptics grabbing themselves another kill, but now the problem again is how do these later rotation teams, YALLA again, trying the vehicle rotations, I don't think it's gonna work. I'm gonna repeat myself like a broken record, Tarzan, until teams get it in their head that you cannot be that loud coming into this 5th, 6th phase.
I mean, sometimes you just need to know how much ground you can control, right? You need to know which house you're claiming for, find that one thing that allows you to do that, down to that one player. But this is going to be quite important. Those first things that he has, maybe he can still crawl in, but Twisted Minds are getting pushed from that other side. And this side of T2K actually thread the needle, overtook quite a few teams from their edge position on that east side.
They found a god spot inside of the beach, and that's what I think is really so key for T2K right now. If they can hold this spot, they're inside the central zone. It's not going to be that hard shift realistically for them compared to other squads. And I actually think that T2K, they've got one of the best chances to really come out well in this game.
Oh, for God's sake. Like, what? This is... Okay, no more Milter in this. We've got sea and sand. Pick one, please. And right now we have this shift.
Virtus Pro is still alive, right? Like, Edson's still here in the ocean.
Yeah, and I don't think it's like deep enough either to play a good submarine strat. And like the sightlines from whoever wants to play spoiler from the city can spray you down. Whoever sends in with a car as well. The explosion, yes, can happen inside of water. Yeah, have you watched Titanic? I thought when I was younger, it's like.
I mean, it went down. It was spectacular in the way in which it went down. Let's say that much. In terms of the film, it was very dramatic.
Oh, but you know what? This is going to be very, very dramatic. And here goes the clock. It's on 0. It's go time. Let's see whether Jane can hold this one on this edge, on this north.
I'm desperate for Jade, the rest of T2K to show me something of what they've learned with this position, but we can't hold it. Legend's already down at ABIAH. Ben wants to strike first as NSC. NASRAT also need to come further in. They have been edging their way inside of the zone. They have been quiet so far. The smoke has also been deployed, but they cannot find a clean trade. It's 1-for-1 against Twisted Mind. And Twisted Mind, they will strike down on Yawaz. Back to front shots, and Yawaz is gone. Danny, a little bit of an outplay there as now NSC down to 2 players, down to 1 actually, as the rest of the zone pools down. Danny, it's not a 1v3 though, as Solomon will find some success for his team, but as a solo they will play in Osh-tekkWarriors, take down the ultimate, take down potentially the entire squad. As you said, this water not deep enough, but Hope barely gets alive.
The ultimate missed an opportunity here. They just need to dedicate to those western entry lines and don't have to rush into a circle. Play a dip if it's OP, trade for a player to do damage. Like, all these things are important. As we see T2K actually slowly burning those utilities, need to ration them out. As you see, some players just need to send into the water. It's not bad. I mean, those are important placement points. We know how much difference it can make from those 1 or 2 points. So therefore, these small things, very, very key.
I'm just gonna say again, Taz, and Virtus Pro, they could have gone out in 14th position. They are inside the top 6 right now. Essence making so much work happen for him in terms of points, and there's more even drop. ABIAH could be next. T2K 4-2 in the fight versus NSC, but Solomon, the cross flank from Osh-tekkWarriors wipes him down, but ABIAH, they are the ones with the highest kills, 8 already, but there's 1 player alive. You can see this phase 7 zone is eating at the heels of him, as she barely crawling himself into the front line.
Wow, Osh-tekkWarriors, we did not expect this team from Military Base making that happen, but right now it's against these teams as third party, however you want to see it. The Aces will try to get into position, and that is a pinch position. But look at here right now, the last player of ABIAH won't have any cover to use either.
There's only flat sand. ABIAH will fall, but 10 kills now. Look at Osh-tekkWarriors. This is a game to rise, and this is a statement coming through from Osh-tekkWarriors, albeit Edson watches from the distance. 3rd place now, at least 10 points guaranteed on top of the kills they have garnered. And Edson is making so much happen for Virtus Pro fans. And still Cryptics, 1 player remaining. El Chapo is behind the smoke, but it is going to dissipate shortly. And Osh-tekkWarriors, I think this should be, regardless of the situation, their game to lose.
One here, and I mean, it's about how to make use of those 2 players outside of circle. They need to get angles, they need to know they may not be able to get in, and it's about putting down that pressure, right? And this side, though, like, Cryptics are waiting for these huge games, as they can find that one. Lazy Boy, beautiful shot with the DP.
As he's down, there goes the front line. Is still Lazy Boy, of course, rightly so revived, but look at the health bars. They are not clean when it comes to their HP. You can see, of course, the adrenaline is taking effect, but it's not going to be enough. There goes the wipe. Cryptics a clean 2 shots, 12 kills for them. And of course, they are very confused right now, Tarzan, because they are not sure inside a very open zone where exactly this final Essen player will be.
Wow. I mean, Osh-tekkWarriors, we've been waiting for this team, right? And seems like this will be the chicken dinner that we want to see. I mean, this organization's been around for so long. They picked up a good roster that won 2nd place in the most recent PMCO, as they are finally putting some work into this. I mean, I love seeing this as well. And the side of 3CN, beautiful work. Like, pure 12 placement points right there.
Yeah, even doesn't give away the kill. That's what I love to see, Tarzan, making sure that no more points can be gathered by Osh-tekkWarriors. Beautiful strategy, though, coming through from Essen from, 14 to 2nd place. So big win for Virtus Pro, despite what could have been so poor.
Well, sometimes that's the thing, right? When you don't have the body advantage, it allows you to more easily assess that part of your brain to say, okay, I'm going to play survival. I will find these opportunistic moments, and I'm going to use it. And like, time and time again, we see this sort of circle actually benefiting sometimes the solos, because they know what they can handle, and they definitely stay away from certain segments. So that worked out well for them.
It was a brilliant game. Still, Osh-tekkWarriors, they take the win, throwing a massive 12 kills at least for themselves. 27 points. I can't be disappointed with that, Tarzan. Still all the way, though. We've got more to come when it comes to keeping that consistency, because there's still 5 more games to play. Yes, it is a great first match, but you've got to keep that momentum up, and now you've got to bet that the staff, the managers, talking about those strategies in which they can do.
Key, yes. I just can't wait to see it and want to do those mats. Like, I think we need to do it between every game, just because the chance that they can change, like, their own fate would go. You just don't have many chances to change that anymore. And the decisions that you make and the difference that it makes when it comes to the prize money is actually pretty huge.
Pretty huge indeed, but also what is absolutely epic fantastic is our analyst Des Kalaris, Imperium Max Man. Once again, take it away.
Thank you, boys. Yes, these circles. Jeez Louise. Ooh, Osh-tekkWarriors get themselves the victory, but not by the easiest margin, is fair to say, with everyone killing each other off over in Milta. Then the beach, which is almost featureless, then becomes the main feature of these circles. Imperium and Maxman joining me here. Max, to start with yourself, Osh-tekkWarriors, brilliant for them to get a win on the board here, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, one of the teams that were middling packed and needed to potentially kickstart the day in really strong fashion, and taking it off with a win to kickstart the day is definitely the best way of doing so. It's interesting because them and the Ultimate were playing west for the longest time, and they saw the circle centering up and starting to go their way towards the west, and they played it well. I think there was a lot more opportunities for the teams that we touched upon in the background, and especially Rico Infinity being one of the teams that we thought could have the best game this time around, but unfortunately they went down the road and just made it easy for them to get picked away. I think that we could have seen a way better performance from this team.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we were talking about it, right? Maybe it was difficult for them to gain exactly the information that they need regarding where they were going to go and how they were going to move, and maybe they could have waited for the next circle. But anyway, it's by the by here, Imperium. Overall, Osh-tekkWarriors getting the victory. I think it's an impressive one, considering, you know, that coming in on that west side, biding their time, and then being able to kind of weave their way into the position that they got was impressive.
They didn't fall into the trap that so many of these teams kind of fell for, of full sending into Milta. I don't hate the teams for full sending into Milta, because it kind of made sense. Nobody expected that disgusting circle shift then back down south onto the beach. So yeah, because that's the best way of describing it. It was a disgusting circle shift down towards a South Beach side, but it paid off for them for sure. Their biggest threat at that early point was the Ultimate, but I think the Ultimate maybe committed a little bit too early to the water and didn't think there was going to be another team on that western side with them, and they got a little bit bamboozled because of it.
Let's take a look at the highlights then from this game, and as everything kind of starts to narrow down, Rico Infinity got 1 or 2 kills there. But beyond that, not much came their way, because when these circles started shifting towards Milta, as Imperium says here, Maxman, a lot of people gambled for the city, and then as that gamble goes, if you're trying to get out of Milta onto the beach at that point, you're all getting gunned down.
Yeah, when you really think about it, yesterday's last game was 50% on the finish of water, 50% city. This first game, 50% city, 50. I mean, you had the beach was in the middle. You said it's like featureless, but you had 50% city and also 50% water. So teams had a little bit maybe of a better idea of how to play around this one. But the beach having been such a hard position to play around, you had one position that was actually really strong, and that was the crate that fell right in the middle of the beach. The team to get control of that position were the team to potentially get the win, because they were going to get information without putting himself at risk. And that was especially Aziz here from Osh-tekkWarriors. Got himself there first and made sure Cryptic had no chance to actually contest that position in the first place. So sending Aziz towards that crate was the game-winning move. And the fact that they did it so early allowed them to just get as many kills as they could at the end.
Definitely so. Some good high fives there towards the end too. 27 points go the way of Osh-tekkWarriors up towards the top. ABIAH Esports gets themselves a nice double digits on the board here with 8 kills, 8 points from the placement. So nice to see them obviously trying to push themselves up the board, as they were a little bit towards the bottom here, Imperium.
Yeah, and I was very impressed with ABIAH throughout that game. I questioned their kind of 2-2 split is laid into kind of the 40-minute mark around the Milta region, but clearly they got themselves back together. They rotated and shifted to within the circle shift itself, and they were able to gatekeep and eventually take out the likes of DRS, YALLA, etc. And even moving then further down south onto the beach side, they weren't afraid to take those fights against T2K, even against Osh-tekk as they breached in. They just took a little bit too much damage and ended up going out. So it was a really, really improved game from ABIAH.
As we take a look at the kills coming in from some of the leaders, and I think I was quite impressed actually that Cryptics was able to get double digits on the board as well here at Maxman, considering that They went for a bit of a dip and then managed to make landfall, which I was kind of surprised about.
Yeah, I was talking about that spot the Cryptics held on to very early on in that game when you knew it was going to finish towards Milta. I found that very impressive because when you look at Milta as a city, you got a few buildings that are somewhat separated from the rest of the compound towards the eastern side, and they went for that position very early. I think they had a good idea of where the circle might potentially end up on, so they went for that position. And why it's so good, it gives you really good information on where you're going to rotate further on, and also if you want to rotate away, who's going to stop you? Really, not many people. So they instantly went into the water, waited for a lot of the teams that were towards the west inside the circle to die out, and when they did, boom, get out of the water, use the smokes, and try and fight versus Osh-tekkWarriors. It didn't quite work out at the end, but I think that the execution for a hard circle like this was really, really well executed by Cryptics.
Yeah, definitely. And look at that. Community 1-1. Games on, boys.
Why doesn't Maxman get a point for his Virtus Pro pick? Because they did finish second ahead of... Maybe it's just because it's Maxman that he just doesn't deserve a point for that. I don't know, but... Yeah, to me, that should be 2-1 in favor of the desk. Just putting that out there.
You know, they got some points, but I guess they're going on overall points. Yeah,
maybe. I mean, fair enough.
To be fair to Virtus Pro, I mean, it's good that they did get themselves actually, you know, that second place overall, but they were scrambling over on the east side of the circle Imperium. Like, they got rocked up on it. Who was it by? T2K?
T2K.
Oh, T2K.
Yeah.
T2K. And I loved how T2K played throughout that game. When you're channeling on towards that eastern side like they were, the fact that they were sticking together in the early circles, they had that kind of phase 3, phase 4 push, it meant that, yeah, they were able to absolutely screw Virtus Pro out of their area and force them into the water. And then even on that kind of phase 5 shift down the coastline, they didn't commit the full squad to that beachline position. They sent it 2, so they had a 2-2 split, covering each other. It was really well played by them.
All right, well, for now, we're going to go and take a dip ourselves as we go to a break, and then when we return, we're going to be heading over to Miramar. We'll see you in a few here at the Global Esports Tour.
صراحة انطباعي جدا جميل وكان فوق التوقعات. كل المنظمين صراحة تنظيم جدا خرافي وجدا مناسب.
والله الحمد لله انحلت كل المشاكل وتنظيم ممتاز بشكل عام.
صراحة ستيج خرافي بشكل مو طبيعي، من ناحية شكل دخلنا أجواء اللعب، ومن ناحية مشاكل شكرا للتنظيم والله. يعني أي مشكلة ممكن تصير يتفاهموا معك ويحلونها.
صراحة كان شعور جميل. من يوم سكر الزون تقريبا الرابع على بوت كام، يعني حسيت إنه خلاص فزنا من الحين فزنا. فيوم أنا تفنشت قل الشعور شيء. جاب النوك يوسف الأول، فخلاص أنا ارتحت من جديد مرة ثانية. فما قصر الشباب وجابوا الوين.
والله كان شوي صعب علينا لان احنا كنا اوت كفر وهم كانوا كفر و4 على 4 فكان شوي صعب، لكن الحمد لله قدرنا نستغل الوقت المناسب. لما خلص السموك قدرنا نبش عليهم.
صراحة أفضل قرار بالجيم، القرار اللي جاب لنا الجيم قرار بوش تريبل دي. قدموا بيضمنون زون وأعطيناهم فل بوش، شلناهم بعدها شلنا يلا وجبنا الجيم. يعني هو القرار اللي جاب الجيم باختصار.
التيم اللي منافس لنا لحد الآن فالكون إيسبورت.
والله بهذه البطولة ما في تيم واحد، يعني 15 تيم ممكن بأي وقت أنه يكون المتصدر.
والله تونا نخلص نص البطولة، بقى نص الثاني. بالنص الأول فالكون تيو ويلا إيسبورت هم تقريبا احنا متربعين التوب 4. النصف الثاني نشوف شو بيصير.
All of these players having a good time over in Riyadh here for the Global Esports Tour. And I did see some people taking selfies with the trophy. That's not enough. You've got to win the damn thing if you want to be walking away with that one. Welcome back. As Imperium and Maxman going to be joining me here. We'll be moving on to Miramar in a few. And I think it's fair to say that our Miramar circles thus far have been varied. We've seen a few different locations, a lot centering towards the middle of the map for sure. But some of these spots a bit more difficult to deal with. And we've seen a bit of an evening up in the points as well here in Imperium, as we've seen suddenly T2K is challenging for maybe a little bit further up that podium than was envisaged.
They are looking like they want that second place from Rico. We will of course go to the overall standings, but that gap is definitely decreased by a big amount, and now you can see they're only 11 points behind Rico with 5 games to go. That is more than possible, but what is a little bit more important is that they have been able to create, for the time being, a 10-point cushion ahead of 4th and 5th.
Yep, FalconsEsport as well as the Ultimate just going to be chilling here for a moment. They want a bit more, but Virtus.pro on the catch-up too. 10 points behind them, looking for podium as they can try and push as far as possible. Right now, YALLA's still a little bit out of reach for a lot of these teams, Max, but, you know, anything can happen.
Yeah, especially talking about Vertus Pro, the only team in the top 8 without a singular chicken dinner. And they've been doing good on Miramar, but I want to see them getting himself a chicken dinner. And I'm hoping this is the game, so that's why I'm going to say it. I'm going to spoil it. They are going to be my prediction. They have shown extreme consistency and really strong map knowledge, especially for those southern circles to end towards Monte Nuevo, Chumacera. When it gets to the high ground positions, they tend to be very prepared as to what is going to be coming their way. If they have a good circle in which they know how to play it properly, Vertus Pro get himself a win, they could easily climb up towards that top 3 in one win. That is how close it is in this top 8 currently, except for, I mean, YALLA, of course, they just got too much of a lead. But the 17s that are below YALLA, one game, and man, you could jump 3-4 positions in one game. That is insane.
Yeah, you could. Very, very close. And right now, Osh-tekkWarriors is on the hunt to try and get on that side on the 1 through 8th. Currently, they're in 9th position after this victory on Erangel. But now we move on to Miramar, as previously mentioned. And I think something to, extrapolate from Miramar yesterday is the fact that we had, obviously, NASRAT getting themselves the win over by Crossroads. But I think a lot of teams do not want another Crossroads location finish again here in Imperium. It's so difficult to not only push on the compounds, but traverse through the fields, try and figure yourself out. It can be tough.
It's painful. It has to be prepared for to an extent in Miramar with how the map works and how the terrain works, but it's incredibly difficult. What the teams do want, as it seems like they're so used to, is an island finish. Why not? We've had water in the last 2 games.
You keep trying.
Bring on the islands. But hey, I'll never stop trying. Never stop trying, man.
It's difficult for it to happen, but it's not out of the realms of complete impossibility. But anyway, that's by the by. Let's not kind of mess around with our minds anymore on this topic. But let's check in with one of the teams on the field, Twisted Minds, and see what's going on for them for the Global Esports Tour.
اسمي أحمد سلمى، نكي بالجيم كايتو. ومن فريق قائد فريق تويستد مايند. نحن طبعا كلنا لاعبين ذو خبرة من قبل، وقررنا نعمل هالفريق. جمعنا اللعيبة اللي هم دامي وفيجورز وديستني ووديع. كلنا كان عندنا خبرة سابقا وجمعنا الفريق على هالأساس. هذه البطولة يعني هي من البطولات الكبيرة اللي حصلت بالسين تبع الببجي موبايل، وهي تعد يعني مثل ستار تشالنج اللي مضت، واكيد مهمتنا ان شاء الله ان نكون الاول فيها ونحقق المركز الاول. طبعا نحن اسلوبنا بيعتمد على حسب شفت الزون، يعني بيتغير من دفاعي لهجومي ومن هجومي لدفاعي، كله بيعتمد على حسب الانفورميشن اللي بنعمل لها كولكت وعلى اللي بنشوفه قدامنا والمعطيات اللي بتعطينا اياها الجيم. واكيد يعني بنصح كل اللي حابين يطمحوا ليوصلوا لهالمرحله انهم يتدربوا كل يوم ويجربوا دائما افكار جديده.
Twisted Minds there looking to cerebrally take down their opponents, be it in a passive or an aggressive manner. It seems that adaptation's been the name of the game for a lot of these teams in Imperium, and that's where Twisted Minds is trying to strike at.
Yeah, but it does start to frustrate me a little bit when that's everybody's answer. I get it, and I'll always say, hey, you need to be adaptive. But I'm kind of waiting for that team to just be like, nah, we're aggressive all the time, and to kind of show that in game, because when you're able to be that extra level of aggressive, especially in the early parts of the game, it allows you to control. When you constantly have the mindset of, well, you know, we adapt depending on the situation, a lot of the time you leave it too late because you end up being reactive rather than proactive.
All right, and you guys at home, once again, get those voting fingers ready because you can vote as to who you think is going to be doing well in this game. You got yourself 1 point in the previous one with Cryptics being on the line, but that percent keeps going down for DRS, guys, and I don't know if it's time to continue that voting. I don't know if it's working out for you guys over in the community just yet. Max,
bring on T2K.
What do you say? Sorry.
Bring on T2K. They should be voting more for T2K. They've clearly proven themselves.
Yeah. I mean, Max, it's not working out for DRS, and the community's vote on them just yet.
Imperium stole my point. I was going to say start going for T2K. It's the same region, same country. Go for it. There you go. You're not going to go against your region there. But yeah, T2K are definitely impressed quite a few people coming into this event. I think that not only myself, but hopefully a lot of people on the stream that are right now looking good when it comes to supporting T2K. Team that can go aggressive given the opportunity. We saw them do that versus Virtus.pro on the eastern side here of this last game that finished towards Milton. It's been an interesting approach from T2K. But at the end, DRS, we're going to keep saying it, right? We know that they're going to be potentially the most voted team coming into this, but we need to see some big changes. And from what we saw in that first game, it doesn't seem like it's happening. We had a move from them. We saw Imperium actually last game, right? Where they went north up against YALLA Esport, a very similar move to Rico Infinity, when they would have just waited a little bit longer to see where the circle was going, and they could have pulled an even better rotation. So it seemed like it was a desperate move that was not really necessary at the time.
Yeah, desperation is something we often see from a few teams in those kind of harsh circle shift. That's why it's so easy to compliment and applaud the cool, calm, and collected composure from the likes of Osh-Tek, the Ultimate, even T2K on the eastern side as well, right? When you are able to calm yourselves down and go, okay, we don't need to make this move just yet. Let's wait a couple of seconds. Let's gather our thoughts and then move. That's where you see it pay off more.
Yeah, it's all about decent scouting. It's all about understanding the lay of the land and really keeping good tabs on where teams have moved. Even before you, even if it doesn't have like a knock-on effect for you, right, Max? When, like, if you see people are crashing into Milta, for example, which buildings are they crashing into and which buildings are they staking out? Because you never know, there could be a building even just close to that team that you could then claim. I mean, despite, of course, these circles shifting away into the beach and who knows. But yeah, these are the things that are going to keep you alive for just a little bit longer if you have that info available to you.
Yeah, it's all about scouting. Once again, it's the best option for you to commit to is trying to get as much information as possible to, off the back of that information you gathered in the first place, make the best decision possible to hopefully keep your team alive and keep as many players alive as for your team and have the better chance to hopefully close off that game and get yourself a chicken dinner. A lot of hearts coming out, but oh, they did it! They did the thing. Community went for T2K. I think that is a very good vote, so congratulations, community. They are going for the win here.
Yeah, not too bad. A bit of a shift. I like it a lot, Imperium.
Yeah, it makes sense. T2K deserve it, right? When you look at how important this championship, this tournament is for them, not only in the moment, but again, to reiterate the fact that this team has qualified for the upcoming PMPL MENA and South Asia tournament, where they're going to be going up against some of these MENA-based teams. Getting this kind of result, being in the top 3, being close to taking out Rico is going to be massive for them coming into that event.
Absolutely. And even, Virtus Pro sneaking on in here in terms of the community prediction. They've actually been a bit of a feature of the community predictions for a little bit. I think a lot of people understand that as much as Virtus Pro still technically fielding subs, still got a bit of power behind them. I mean, if you think about where Virtus Pro is right now, 6th place, all things considered, they've done pretty decently in terms of placement points. Just maybe a little bit more power behind that fragging would see them maybe in that top 3 here, Max.
Yeah, I don't know what to say because I just got a death stare while we were looking at some of the players, and I don't know how to react after this. I'm cowering away in fear right now.
Used to death stares?
They're staring at the camera. It's like they're staring at my soul. But yes, Virtus Pro, despite filling in some subs, still have been able to build some strong synergy when they are taking those fights 4-on-4. They're a very, very decisive team. They have an idea in mind, and they're trying their best to commit to that idea, and hopefully it works out in the end, and they can try and potentially get themselves a win. That's the main idea. But yeah, there's a lot of fans. The CIS community is very strong. We saw it last PMGC when we've seen teams like Power, when you saw teams like also Na'Vi doing so well, and the community definitely rooting for them. Hoping, of course, to see Virtus Pro, one of the biggest orgs, I would say, in PUBG Mobile, at least when it comes to the Western world, and they have been steadily growing when it comes to the CIS PMPL. Not quite able to make it into PMGC this time, but given a little bit more opportunity, I think that we could see a lot more Virtus Pro in the international stage. But wait, their voting went down from 4% to 2%. They got some vote taken away. That's not cool.
Everyone's gone over, mate. It's all T2K now. 65% fielding for them as well. And I mean, yeah, for Virtus Pro, it's not just one of the biggest orgs when it comes to PUBG Mobile. It's one of the biggest orgs in esports, I think is fair to say. I remember a time where they had something ridiculous, like 800 million invested in them or some crazy, like insane number. It was a while ago. It was a few years ago, but yeah, like
Jesus,
just true massive investment in them and
stonks.
Yeah, I mean, you're literally at this point talking to an esports dinosaur in me. So
that's true. That's true.
I remember back 10 years ago. Blah, blah. No, I'm not even gonna do it. But Imperium, coming into this Miramar, who's your pick? I gotta, tickle your fancy and see what you want here for this one.
I'm for T2K. Man, I'm on that T2K hype train. Based on how they performed yesterday, they come into today, they picked up a solid amount of points. They really kind of deserve to be where they are in a big way. They've been, even though it's a short form tournament, I think they've probably been the most improved team across the game so far. So bring on them winning a Miramar.
Yeah, would be nice to see. Would be nice. So far, only one chicken dinner under their belt, but they have shown the chops to be able to push themselves up in terms of placement. I think in terms of overall placement points coming in for them so far, Max, is like 3rd on placements. I think YALLA 91, we got the Ultimate 74, and then T2K 72 points coming in from them so far from placement. So it's been strong in terms of positional awareness and strong in terms of like taking up residency in positions and holding those down.
When you look at the first day, especially for T2K, they're a team that like to play edge a lot, and off the back of that, we're not able to convert a lot of kills. They would basically just get into decent position, try and get as far into the game as possible. If they could get a few kills, oh, great, fantastic, they'll get a few kills. there was a big change. There's two different teams. It's T2K Day 1 and T2K Day 2. And Day 2, we saw especially on that weird finish towards Northern George Bowl, they sent Legend Center. They are trying to get themselves in positions that could eventually result in a win coming their way. And I think that's a big change. And slowly and steadily, you can see that that was a weird one. T2K are closing that gap between their placement points and kill points. I think that is a team that is trying to perfect their playstyle and get better over time. So not only T2K Golov teams doing that, but T2K especially here have been surprising to how much they've been able to improve only over 2 days. And even today we saw them going very aggressive versus Virtus.pro, trying to hold on to the eastern side. I think this is a team, if you give them a few months, this could be one of the top teams from the PAL that could very easily contest with DRS.
Could be. DED at the moment looking to just get ready. Likewise, Twisted Minds kind of just calm and contemplative as to how they're going to be able to approach this. We did just have a remake, guys, so we're just going to have to wait a little bit more before we actually get into this Miramar. Any other teams that you want to talk about, Imperium? The field's really open for you. We've talked so much and at length about every map and every team so far.
The only one, 16th place, 45 points. They're only 6 points behind Fate. They've a balance of 24 placement points, 21 kill points. They need to start to really live up to their name, right? And be the only one to really survive and get that chicken dinner. Doesn't need to be a chicken dinner, but clearly the way that they've been performing, getting drowned out by teams around them, not making the right decisions. They have some very kind of edge of the map drop spots, and that can work. But that comes with its consequences. When you drop more to the edge of the map, you really need to be aware that if the circle shifts far away, the timing of your rotations need to change. It seems like the only one are playing the exact same play style. It doesn't matter how the circle is and how far away. So they really need to, even though I want the team to be ultra aggressive, the only one do need to be that adaptive team in these next 5 games.
Yeah, some of those rotations that we've seen trying to get themselves even from places like North George, for example, or like rotating from Primorsk. Eventually when you come in, sometimes you're left with hard decisions, right, Max? We've seen like people have to make massive wide rotations to try and come in on the opposite side of the circle depending on where the playing path has been, and that has its own troubles itself.
Yeah, we saw the only one do an exact rotation like that. Primorsk right until the Southern, I think it was Southern Stolber at one point, going into that almost finished it was in Yasnaya Polyana. So wide rotates are good, and I think is a good strength for a team that knows how to read circles really well and how to enter them properly. We're doing PNPL Western Europe right now, and I think this is a point I've brought up quite a few times, which is it's important to know how the masses will respond to specific circles, of course combined with the playing path and how they're going to try and enter that one. If you know as a fact there's a lot of teams that drop onto the western side and the circle is pretty center, going around the eastern side or the northeastern side could be a very valid option. So I'd like some teams to take maybe a little bit longer before rotating and doing a call of desperation. Wait a little bit longer, wait for the circle to shift, try and think about how teams will react to this, and you'll normally, if you know how to read the circle and understand how the teams are going to react to it, find yourself a decent entry point. So there's a lot of things to be talked about there.
Definitely so. All right, well, we may be gearing up here to get into Miramar, and looks like we have a pretty decent playing path for all of these teams to get to where they need to go. So without further ado, we are ready. It's time for Miramar, and we're heading over to Wolf and Tarzan to bring us the desert.
2 more times, Tarzan, we get to see the beat bus on these desert dunes, and I'm a sad wolf, I'm not gonna lie. I wish we had more opportunities to see it.
Come on, man. Like, it's been a blast. Smile that because it happened. Okay, smile because it happened.
Want more. I always want more Miramar.
Okay, I'm grateful kids nowadays. I can't deal with it. Okay, jokes aside, you know, like, I think this playing path is nice because it gives a lot of these teams the access to the main roads that they can grab some of these cars to go wherever. You know, like the Coberia have been a little bit hot, especially for Falcons. We see some of these teams like DRS opting into playing Cruz del Valle and so Ahuada. No problem. They lost the owners easy peasy. So this playing path is actually nicer than a lot of people think.
I actually think its playing path is really good and really generous. Of course, it's going to suck for teams like Falcons, like going over to La Coberia, also El Pozo squads. that's going to hurt them, but it's a short drive away, albeit it is actually going to be nicer, however, to a majority of these teams, because we tend to actually see the majority starting to really tend to go towards that more south half of Miramar Desert, whereas yes, you start to see teams now moving towards the north, given that plane path. I think that you're probably going to see, again, just for comfort, teams maybe rotate down towards the south rather than make that more riskier northern side rotation, which I think could be a mistake, also considering the way in which this plane path has gone, the way in which this zone has gone, right? That, again, the Korea side, very open, and it's something we never saw coming in, particularly to that also first game, where you didn't see teams make that around style by easier rotation into zone. It could have been possible.
A little bit tricky, this one, but you know what? We've seen it before. We've got two endings close to around here, right? And that is going to test some of these teams again. I mean, similar drop spots coming through with a very similar phase 1 or 2 circle, probably. So that means they may clash again. I hope they can use what happened before, you know, as the lesson and come in and take, you know, the better fight this time around.
Already, the Osh-tekkWarriors game coming off of that big fat juicy win where they got, of course, those 12 kills, that big first game for themselves. But now is the question, can they keep that momentum up, Tarzan? Because we have seen many times in this tournament already kind of the caster curse, or albeit the tournament curse, you could argue, where teams win out a game and then the next game they play, boom, drop 15, 16 place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is it because of us? I feel like it's just one of those things.
Is it because it's just us two? That's the reason why. It's just you and me.
It's just one in certain, you know, dimension in this world. Like things like that can happen. I feel like, but I can't wait to actually properly curse someone because I'm really in the space with them. Right, one of these days we're going to be in these stadiums for these LAN tournaments to feel the full run, the full, how should I say, the full hype, I would say, and then I can fully curse them. So that sounds extremely bad, to be fair, but right here we've got the ultimate, starting from Picardo once again, a very strong position if you know how to use it. And sometimes, you know, for some of these teams, I want to mention maybe Falcons. They played Picardo before. They're not the best in doing that, right? Like finding the best time to rotate out, using the strength in the landscape around that city isn't their best suit, but you know, coming through from that northern side might be easier for them.
Still, albeit, I think, a brilliant game. A game when you look towards momentum, you look towards what could have been so much worse. Virtus Pro, Etin, a reminder, of course, getting their second place in that first game too. And when you look towards Virtus Pro, I think it has been a very almost scathing victory. I think they've been very lucky in a way to be able to continue this rise, but you need to then utilize it. Again, the consistency comes through to me when you have Virtus Pro, because they have been so close so many times. And I always think back towards, of course, that second game yesterday, where they felt like they were so close to winning that game, a second place for them.
Yeah, the thing was Mets, right? But they did play the pocket control pretty well, as Max mentioned as well. Like they are showing quite a lot of knowledge on this southern parts, like around those landscapes is so key. Like sometimes what I think that is where we set the line when it comes to map knowledge, right? Like you need to be able to describe like what's strong about a spot, you know how to scout for it, know how to claim it, how to properly hold it, also consider escape strategy before you even decide to go there. And I think that is very different to someone knowing, you know, when they see it and know, okay, that seems to be a good spot. Yeah, like sometimes that can be an illusion. You know, sometimes only when you get there do you realize it's not quite good. There's another very good dip on the other side, and then they can nade me. And you know what that means, you know, that this game has always so much of a skill cap. There's always more to learn, and it's actually the beauty of this esport.
You know, zone like this is where you think of illusions. You could say, well, that side around the mountains just below Falcons, the right side of Osh-tekkWarriors, it seems so open every single game, but actually it's again one of those tricks of the mind where you think, well, yes, it is open right now, you could get across there, but because these teams aren't tending to rely on these earlier rotations for the most part, they're not getting that advantage of making a sneaky rotation into that center of the zone from it. I think actually what you're going to expect, as we said, is either these wide northern rotations potentially coming out of DRS into La Coparia, even around Falcons, or those southern hard rotations that Cryptics going to make coming up towards that western side of La Terrera, moving in onto El Pozzo western side too.
Yeah, I think that's a great segment to play around. But like what we mentioned earlier, we had that almost mill to finish, right? And Imperial mentioned it. It's about the full commitment into a city. And I love talking about that same topic. I think if you want to play around the city, you need to know why you play that particular side. Always know your escape strategies, park your cars well, and you know exactly how you can adjust. You know, if it happened to stay there. And El Pozo is same, like for that type of city. Monte Nuevo is also that. But this, after all, is phase one, is a huge circle, so many potential. But this is actually almost painfully similar to what we had for that first game in day one. Like that first Mirror game, we've seen some of these teams struggle through the landscape of Power Grid. And one of those teams were actually T2K. I remember being a little bit harsh on them, saying, you are that Minas Generalis team. You play that same spot through your own PMPL, and you come in and you're struggling a little bit to find the best tempo to make use of, you know, the relationship or the landscape between a drop spot on some of these key spots, right? So I want to see some change coming through, and I want to see the best PUBG that we can see.
I actually think that when you look towards El Pozo, slightly scary for me when you see teams making that rotation in towards the compound itself and towards the city. I actually think, right as you said, it's only phase one. It's a bit too early to be making those assumptions. Having that control over an El Pozo is a great idea, because the problem is, how do you get out of El Pozo, right? You are surrounded by these flats, you're surrounded by these hills that teams are going to be looking down upon you from. So if you were a squad like Osh-tekkWarriors, yes, it's going to be comfortable inside these first few minutes, inside this first phase. Coming into phase 2, phase 3, if it is going to be that hard shifts, you're suddenly finding yourself in a situation where you're having to make those hard rotations, and you've not got the best information to do so.
You can't half commit sometimes when you play some of these cities. Yes, on the El Pozo side, you can play a little bit of city plus hill split if you're on that south side or southwestern side. But if you're on the east, there's just no way. We've got some of these huge elevation, right? After some very open ground, so you can't really find the support lines, and it's actually a little bit of a bait sometimes when you play these really, really strong spots. People assume that you're there, you just get a little bit too active, you jump a little bit, peek a little bit, then they say, okay, we won't come close at all. But right now we talk about Power Grid with this very interesting type of landscape. Twisted Minds all the way from San Martin, shouldn't say all the way, they're quite close to here, so I do expect them to know how to play this, as Kato need to buy some time for his teammates.
For sure, but he's on the opposite end. Of course, you can see the rotation now coming through. He has bought bad time as required. The nades go wide, and Kato will live for the rest of his team, surely, to come inside. But now the question is, can they find those knocks? Yes, they do. That was a brilliant nade. I didn't even see it manage to land onto AZ. Now that will be the one starting knock. But yes, will not buy an entrance into the fight, but it will definitely allow the rest of Twisted Minds to enter in.
Well, once again, this is quite similar to what we had for that game one, and we had an ending to the foothill, to the southwest of Power Grid. And yeah, that's the issue right now. So this spot can be very huge for the circle, but they need to first fight for it. Dummy finally ends out, and here comes the pre-firing coming through as well, dissecting this land from east to west, really, and the overlook from Mahmoud couldn't keep it over too far.
And always Kaizovo stepping in forward first for the team, but only gets shot down. Unfortunately, this time ABIAH, they were ready, they were prepared. The nade and the flames will not be enough this time to shut down ABIAH. Another nade right down onto Biggles will be dodged out. A return nade straight through the door. Will it be able to land true? No, it won't either. So it's going to be a nade for nothing from both sides, and ABIAH having it now to step further back, though, however, because they are losing ground. Twisted Minds, albeit, yes, it's not these kills confirmed, but they are pushing ABIAH further back.
I think the problem with this fight, I shouldn't say problem, the considerations that these teams have is the potential third party. They can just kind of swing around, especially from those west side, but we continue with that fight for sure. Twisted Mind, to the FPP that will Vigor, finding a good one, finding moments in town. Will that be too late? We need to find out.
Already, though, 2 are dead. 1 on Twisted Minds, potentially going down 2, but it's a 3-piece through for Twisted Minds. But on the back end, you can see those vehicles potentially approaching a triple D. They are getting closer in. You can hear the bullets firing down, and Twisted Minds need to make sure they clean up this fight quick. Otherwise, the same will happen to them as happening to ABIAH right now. Mahmoud is the only player alive, and Big Oars is on the opposite car right now. You see it, they've not finished up the fight cleanly enough. BSC finally finished for ABIAH, but that inside wasn't though in time. ABIAH, yes, they're gone, but you lose figures off the backside. You're reviving Danny, and now you've got Triple D coming inside the same way you entered on.
I really don't want to be right with this prediction, but it's also too textbook as well. It's too strong from the west side. These dips is what teams look for, and you can clearly know there are such a juicy chance of third party as they come in problem becoming a huge problem for Twisted Minds.
Is it a real fat dilemma, Tarzan, for the rest of Twisted Minds right now? You can't put your mind around this one. Triple D is going to surely enter down the final kill here. There's no stopping it. That's no window to escape from. And Twisted Minds dead too. Yes, they just execute each other. Triple D, they are the outcome, the victors of the fight.
You know what? If I were them, it's time to go back to where they came from. Like, I think that point, those steps on the western side is a lot better. Like, you know, for all I know, that's time that sometimes you may just have a taste of your own medicine. Like, it's just so tempting to hear a noisy power grid, and you come closer and have a look and see whether you can steal some kills. But we are waiting for that phase 3. Ladies and gentlemen, and yeah, like, it can still center up, and we will get a little bit of revisit of what we had for the first game. Once again, of course, if you don't know, we've got these lovely VODs that you can go back and see and track the emotions and all these storylines, to be fair, for
players as well.
Yeah, I mean,
they better be watching them.
It's amazing,
I mean,
right? It's such a pleasure. Like, to be fair, we talked about the difference in those LAN events. I think right now, for me, the highlight would be to see some of these teams, you know, applaud for each other when they have a good play, right? But right now, we have this type of landscape again. We've got a good chunk of Montenegro. Some teams may still resort for that. I don't think it's too bad, but you will see that main road to dissect the bottom left and top right half, I'd say.
I actually really like the rotation coming through from RAT, because you have seen them in the past be around that Picaro Hill team. They've rotated through to Montenuevo. The victors now of this third phase shift. They actually also agree that when you look towards Montenuevo as a whole, Virtus.pro making it probably my idea of a rotation here, Taz. And when you want to get that high ground, you want to have that vision. Cryptics going to try to do the same. So you are going to have that fight on the high ground on those hills. You want that to end quickly, because while you are trying to scout the vision, if you're fighting on behind and you're not looking at the rest of these teams coming into Montenuevo wrapping around you, then it becomes much more harder to really situate yourselves in this next phase.
But that defines the ability to control a pocket, right? As we see YALLA slowly moving their way in. Not the easiest compound to play, let's say, but it is heavily biased towards one side, as you can see. Fate holding that position already. Yesterday, it was Rico Infinity, not yesterday, 2 days ago. It was Rico Infinity playing from that position, but didn't get to finish the game strong. And this time around, we have teams working through maybe other parts of the map, and I love seeing some changes coming through, but there's one team that hasn't really made a change, as, of course, I've got a little bit of that glimpse on the mini-map before we went back onto this screen right here. T2K still hanging out pretty slow on that eastern side. It's not a problem if they know how to come in. We talk about trailing the zone, we talk about making the scouts, and sometimes combining the function of scouting and opening and the crash and all that stuff. That would be the best PUBG that we see. You know, sometimes we see this, you know, the separation of these ideas being separate entities when they don't have to. In the highest level of efficient PUBG, you can actually combine these things and just make it so smooth, so quick, and so clean.
Cryptics did make that rotation through. They have lost a player from that rotation. I think Virtus.pro were able to wrap one kill at least, coming through, and similarly a path for RAT to rotate in across that road. You said, of course, how difficult it is to enter into the city or the compound, albeit itself. As you can see, that road is going to be that open moat that really protects Virtus.pro in their quote-unquote castle. It's either down towards the south side, though. That's where it gets so difficult, Tarzan, because this is the openness of this zone. This is where you're coming in from Los Leones towards that Montenuevo side, that open road where there is no protection, apart from, of course, those few minuscule buildings, those few trees laden along the path.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be interesting because audio cues does come in. T2K finally close to this edge, and that will catch the attention from the side of SUDOR. But here comes the knock, and that is go time for the side of T2K.
That is the go time, but they've got to be fast, of course, reaching the zone right now, as it will continue to close further forward. And SUDOR side won't be confirmed just yet. But still, it is a 3 members on the backside, not over the hilltop enough to be able to fire back, so there's no punishment for the confirmed killer at T2K. That zone going over to the northern side, though, that's where it gets so dangerous, because a lot of these roads are going to be have to cross by these teams. You're really looking towards now SUDOR, T2K finishing his fight up quickly because they need to get into that high ground. They need to get that power position that is clearly available to them, more so than other teams. But the longer this fight goes, the more difficult it is for them to continue to live in this game.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This sort of landscape means you need to make a progressive rotation. You need to stop from time to time to assess and then talk about it again. You cannot do a point-to-point rotation right here. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work this way, the macro of this game. But it's a little bit more versatile compared to the circle that we had before, as we see the side of SUDOR opting in for something wide and just a contingency plan. But you know what? That is actually just a Shamri getting that side angle, saying that, no, this pocket is ours. We want to control it before we really, really have to move.
Well, it's really beautiful, right? Because you get that side angle, you get that next position in zone, so you're keeping the information up for SUDOR, who need this information, as you said, to move slowly into zone. But you can't just make that immediate shift at this point in the game because it's too hard to do, going blind into enemies. There's now RAT, a similar fate for them as they have to defend against the only one who also are delaying these rotation paths, but more difficult for them here because though you are trying to cross the same road, Tarzan, you are much more closer to the center of the action. I think RAT are going to struggle more so than potentially here SUDOR and T2K, as albeit Catan, it's some bother.
Okay, yeah, that last player right there needs to buy some time, and that's the thing, right? It's just get eyes by Catan maybe, or it could be Rio with the the trigger discipline issue, but that doesn't matter. That's a much needed 1 point. We talk about how much difference that can make, but we talk about Rico Infinity being that strong team, but knowing how to really finish a fight is important, and they're just a little bit stuck right here, and the only one trying to disrupt the game plan with a lot of just annoyance, really, but Result tried to clutch it up, and that's important hip fire right there.
This was crucial for the only one. Finally, they punished RAT in the dip where we could not exit out from, but they have lost almost everything for it, and ABIAH is the only one to continue to surface into Phase 4, and it's already coming into Phase 5. It does not let up this game, Tarzan, as YALLA, the next in line here for T2K to fight from SUDOR to the next. They charge through the road. They wipe out Dar. Bandar might be next to drop, but look inside the blue. Legend taking too much damage as Soyug barely gets inside.
A little bit cat and mouse there. I do appreciate YALLA trying to think, hey, we're going to use this compound for a little bit longer to, kill a few more people, then get into the grounds that we have info on. But that is just a little bit of it. Yeah, it's just the timing, really. The T2K came in at a really tricky time and did punish them for that. YALLA really needs some points. We talk about that separation. That lead is going down. We talk about something between 30s. Like 30-something is what you can get in a game and a half. And YALLA really showed that. Same for Rico Infinity in the second place right now. So this is not a guaranteed win for them for this tournament. They really need to show it, and that is the thing. If you're the champion, is how you can hold your horses, how you can still play at your top. When you're at the top, when you're in that euphoric state that defines you.
It's risky for YALLA right now. Of course, you said they are burning down slowly, and you can see the teams have been picking up points so much in these games, but unfortunately for DRS, none can be said the same. It's another real fall for the purples. It's left to one remaining. Nima runs back inside, but not inside the zone. This just looks such a dire position for DRS, because you look at a point in the map, we are entering in not only across the road, uphill, on their own, with Osh-tekkWarriors behind them. You can't progress further. When is it now the healing strategy for Nima to play?
Yeah, you know what? Falcon's got one of the only compound, I would say, but is it that strong? I would say not really. I think they are allowed the sidelines to really expand the control, to push themselves maybe up to some of these hills, to maybe get even more circle control. They work their way through from a very high hill, and they can just, slowly expand that. And I want to see more of that proactive, macro plan coming from this team. It's not too bad. You can see the sidelines are there, but there's still more to play. Nima down to himself, not afraid to still open fire. I mean, after all, we're not even into the 2 placement point yet. Still got 9 teams in this lobby.
I actually think these teams on side of hill trying to play for the edge is a better play. Yes, of course, you can try to move in further. You have those slight dips in the top of the mountain where you can start to play for surprise, but you are looking for those kills if you're one of these teams still trying to progress up the leaderboard. And for Virtus.pro, they feel that pain because Cryptics are doing just that against them.
Yeah, and then you can look at some of these landscapes. What seems to be playable is actually extremely hard, and that is the price to pay as well for Bandita. VP somehow are one of the survivors, from the southwestern edge. It's not easy to have them tied up ready, and that will be easy in trying to, once again, the last one standing for this team.
Even though he does get alive, not for now though. I thought maybe it would be enough, but he kills himself on the landing. A little bit of a mistake there, but albeit it hurts. He is at least in 9th position, better than what could have been a result. Not for much for longer though for Virtus.pro this time around, as they will be the next to fall. No Etten surviving to 2nd place this time, as Triple D are the solo player for this game overall. Push is in the center of chaos, and he's on his own.
Yeah, I mean, like, these fights as well, before a shift, really just add pressure sometimes, not on your enemies, but yourself. You know what it means, right? So the time aggression is important, as we have Falcons using the sidelines right now, and the circle goes to them as well. If they can't take this and use this as, the recipe to challenge that top leaderboard again, I don't know what would.
I mean, this is pretty much a gift from the Miramar Heavens down to Falcons in this match. I mean, you've got the only compound. You're everyone asserting themselves down a hill into the open path of this zone, which is where his zone lies. It lands on completely open terrain, and Osh-tekkWarriors, you can see him trying to get in, but he just can't move forward. That zone is just even further in the road, which is what makes it so nigh impossible for even a slight edge in from counting.
Yeah, I mean, that's compound from before. There's still like a chance that they could play too loud and need to leave, but right now it's just too strong. And right now there's also about these teams that happen to have a few players remaining can still do something tricky, to push in and maybe crash on one side, and that team could be the side of the ultimate. We've seen this before, tricky circles, but they managed to survive, and they use those resources they saved up for this end game to make a huge jump in that.
That does take the vehicle, spins round, rotates back towards his team on the south side. Of course, you can see it going for what could be the kills. Instead, Falcons cannot find the kill of their own. No, Osh-tekkWarriors will reposition in time, go into the zone. Finally, Dar gets knocked. We're expecting it. Bomper will strike one down in the bottom of the screen as well. The ultimate making that slow aggression forward as we're down to our 5 teams. Marshall playing the healing strategy. Only will have so long to survive, but when you're now looking for 3-man Peach, as Osh-tekkWarriors will drop 2. In ultimate, they potentially also could take this game if they can hold off long enough. They can try play for the zone to shift towards them, but then you're also hoping that you've got to fend off this rotation. As Damar does go backwards and actually buys potentially that strategy for the ultimate.
I mean, the ultimate play a very smart edge game this game. They know if they just go too far towards that zone circle, they will, or center, I would say, they lose out on the perks of certain on these high grounds. So they play very patiently and move in bit by bit, and it's good. That means they find out, okay, we don't have to come back up because we've never left it in the first place. So as these smart rotations come to not be overcommitted, they help them a lot, and that is last missing out on an opportunity, and that will be a high, very important dips that the side of the ultimate found. And I think this is going to be tricky. Like, it comes down to this shift now, because everyone kind of know where everyone is.
That's why I wanted Damar to stay. I wanted Damar to try to fend this off. Instead, goes in behind the last-ditch attempt. Knows that they're there, but he's on his own. You can't defend that as a solo player. And now, finally, they said Bumper. They realized Tarzan a mistake they had potentially made in this situation. There's 7 kills, albeit to the ultimate, who still have control, but they're gonna need to move further in.
Tricky one for now. Like, I mean, sending that player out, I feel like it's something that can be done, like a phase or 2 before. We talk about some of the spots that they can play. Like, you've got the fullback covered, right? As we see a side of Triple D not able to make it further, but now it is the side of the ultimate with the pressure, with the advantage, and this is Falcons just staying in that compound. Think about it shifting away. Like, I'm not sure whether they had the preparation to do that, and Bomb would want to try that, but that's actually a bait, and that was just brilliant. And that is the capitalization from Neverlone, the power of that Overwatch coming.
The power of the zone being gifted to them. This is a free as you get task, and quite frankly for Falcons, they have to be able to win this. So what can they, as you say, the Ultimate are moving forward though. They are not giving up to this game just yet. And they are making a statement, but no, they cannot find a surprise angle. The shots were too early, and Ragnar can't come into the pinch. The loser last is so low, but he can't find the complete flush through because there is still that threat from Ragnar. The smoke does block it from Never Alone, and that is what makes it so awkward for the rest of this team for Falcons. They finally grab the kill, however, you know, it lasts still on the opposite end. Ragnar cannot push forward, and neither can Hope, but a knock through is beautiful. That was what we needed from them. Return trade and a heal back up so efficient is Never Alone, and bump it down to 2.
Some mistakes coming through here and there, you know, they just need to take out the closest threat first and heal up when you have that window, respond to the audio cues. There's no rush, and right now it will be the ultimate. Can they finally get these chicken dinners? They got so many second places yesterday. This is their time. A 3v2 situation right now.
You saw how well they played in Miramar too. This is their bread and butter, and they are buttering Falcons up for 2 more points. Yes, the zone has been so great to Falcons, but they felt so disconnected as well, Taz, and this is why you actually have a man advantage to the ultimate. Yes, you lost 1 man, but that extra kill onto the side flank through from the Falcons was what has now put them in absolutely no vision advantage whatsoever. The ultimate, yes, they have these rich lines to zone. A game goes towards Falcons. You are really thinking that now is a time Falcons should be able to finally close out this game as they come up across this ridge.
I mean, the game plan of the ultimate at least allowed them the resources in this end game. In this final zone where vehicles are actually so important to make a play and to be able to get in. Look at that bait. And that is what they allowed themselves to do, right? If they just yeet in a bit too early, then they lose all their cars, no tires, or no nothing. And right now, Ragnar's just toying with that. But the Silent Falcons know what they're doing. And that is actually a very good game plan. A few smokes, some car to distract, and then getting the time to move in. But arguably, it's also the Silent Falcons, you know, preferring to play responsive. That's a brilliant one. Will they make use of that? I don't quite know. Seems like the answer is no.
They are pushing forward. You can see them try, but a 1-for-1 trade, that's not good enough. You need to continue to find a push, and it's down to a 1v1, but health advantage is over to Bomper. Ragnar is trying his best. He sprays early. He's not got as many bullets in his clip now. Did not go for the revive, and he's switched places. Bomper on the side of Ragnar as he confirm an extra kill down. Bomper uses a bit more of the bullets. Reloads back. Ragnar still chasing this. Still not found a kill. Bomper trying again to go round, ring around the roses, but who will strike first? They have not seen each other. Now they spot each other's position. Another rotation round. This shack will be all it potentially takes. Ragnar looking behind him. No, will finally confirm the extra one. They give away the vision. That was the extra information it really Bomper needed. Ragnar still on the opposite side, though. They have not seen each other. They are not willing to give the position away, but Ragnar trying something special. He's trying to go around the backside, try to flank away. Bomper comes on the opposite end, and he spies a few shots into him. But now the vehicle is protecting Ragnar enough, but not quite. Falcons finally, the fight ends, and they take the chicken dinner. But it was not clean, Tarzan.
I mean, you know what? We gotta give them that one, because after what seems to be a terrible day 2, to be able to still get a chicken dinner is not easy. There's so many things that could go wrong, and there's so many things that have kind of gone wrong, but it could have been so much worse. Now, when it comes to those last bits of moments, you can still see very well-tuned machine right there in those CQC, those close quarter combats where you can see those beautiful hip fires coming through, all the preparation as well. You know, congratulations, Falcons Esports. Maybe you're back to the top pack.
Quite frankly, Falcons, yes, they struggled, but also you have to give credit towards the ultimate, who played that brilliantly inside those final zones, slowly edging their way down.
Then they come in over that ridge. They strike down one of the Falcons member on the side flank. Then the smokes, even those 3 smokes that they had left, utilized perfectly when it comes to the way in which they were trying to flank inside. They were blocking all of that extra building that really could see Bomber and Never Alone were trying to utilize for that vision.
You know what? I actually want to not really criticize. There's something else that they can do, that just to fine tune. They can really throw those smokes a little bit further instead of getting themselves, someplace as soft cover. They can really just choke sightlines, and that would be so much easier. And I think you can throw it to these certain windows or between buildings, so that can at least allow them the chance to rotate between buildings as long as they crash. But because they didn't do that, they're for sure behind that one building. That was where the first nade came through that changed everything.
Also going to change through from Muzzo to again the beautiful analyst says, folks, take it away.
Thank you, boys. Yes, we get a Falcon win here on Miramar after, I think a lot of us were looking at Falcon as already good on Miramar. They take the right spot and are able to win out that juicy 1v1 towards the end. Imperium and Maxman joining me here. Imperium, that was an interesting 1v1 at the end. I think it's fair to say.
It was nearly one of the biggest throws in this tournament so far from Falcons. I don't know what they were doing with Damar just full sending it. I got the idea around it kind of the spread and not relying on the buildings fully, and I get that and I appreciate that, but Damar sending on his own, getting knocked and killed, that was really a big reason why the Ultimate were able to carve their entry point closer to that compound. And yeah, that 1v1, it was ring around the rosy, pocket full of posy, and it was just, in the end, Falcon came out on top.
Yeah, the Ultimate play with the cards that they're dealt and try and make a good meal of it up towards this compound and push up and, make it close, Maxman. But yeah, Falcon manages to take the victory.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, I'm going to go on the more pessimistic side of things here for Falcon. This is not the game that I expected from Falcon. That makes me think they're back on the road just like they were in day one. This is a game where the circle ended up going their way pretty heavily. Sure, they defended it well for a decent portion of the game, but even then, to get control of this position, they were not snappy enough. They took a long time to start regrouping towards the end to actually start to maybe spread out and make sure that the Ultimate could not actually push out that position. And you had that weird move too, right, was the Mind Pyramid that pushed out way too far out of position. This was a strong game from them, but not the game that I expected after seeing how strong this team can be in day one.
Imperium?
And it was even the fact that they allowed the Ultimate to enter into those buildings, right? Where I'm standing there going, why are you giving them that space? You know where they're coming from. You know that you have the position in the circle. You don't have to be aggressive, but you definitely have to protect your building entry point. Whereas they left it to that 1v1, and that shouldn't have been the case. So I agree with Max.
The crowd very happy about what they were seeing here during some of this game. As we take a little bit of a look further down on things, some of the positions are difficult to take up for a lot of teams. Obviously, the circle shifting as north as it did when it goes to this compound that Falcon has. A lot of these teams down towards the south, Max, didn't have the easiest time getting in.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a hard one for some of these teams to actually make in a decent position. See DRS being one of the few that were trying to enter their way forward, but Osh-tekkWarriors did kind of bother their rotation in the first place, getting 3 kills onto DRS at some point in time. And after it was just down to the Ultimate that took a fantastic, and I truly mean a fantastic fight versus Fate. I did not think they were going to push it. I thought they were going to try and play passive, play onto the edge, but they were not scared. They pushed uphill. It was not a really easy fight to take, but Fate were not very defensive. They were more focused on what's happening up north and what's happening to the east for teams trying to enter the circle, and they just kind of forgot about the Ultimate, and the Ultimate just played absolute spoilers in that position. But this is it. This is the moment the Imperium talked about. There was that one building in the front where the 1v1 finished about. If Falcon held onto that building very early on in that fight, it would have been so much harder for the Ultimate to make it in the compound in the first place. So I think that there was maybe a little bit of a lack of control, at least on that building.
Now, regardless of them getting the win for Falcon, the Ultimate comes out with the kill points as they had to sweep down towards his compound here and pick up some kills along the way. So 23 points go their way, likewise 22 points to Falcon. DDD with 15 points as well. Not too bad for them. Still kind of on the other side of the table here, but Imperium, that's nice to have double digits on the board.
It is. DDD, they've been kind of getting there and they've been finding their feet, but what was very worrisome for T2K is the two teams that were directly behind them, and despite them having that cushion after the first game of today. Both got double-digit points. So I've got to ask and wonder, we'll find that out, of course, in due time. Have T2K lost that third spot?
I hope to see on the top 5 fraggers of this game, I was hoping to see problems of DDD. He had one of the most amazing solo plays in this entire game. It started very early. I think it was when we were in that moment when we transitioned from early to mid-game. And DDD were taking that fight versus Twisted Minds, but Problem was actually solo at the very start of that fight, and he was controlling those angles. It was beautiful how he was taking that fight solo. He got himself 2 knocks, and then it was down to a 1v1, but he had his team close by. He did not want to get overzealous, did not want to try and potentially ruin a fight and a good opportunity to keep his team as a 4-man. So I was really impressed with Problem this game. I think that was definitely one of his best standout moments in the entire event.
Definitely so. And there you go. Little Kalaris doing all right for himself. Meanwhile, what's going on over there, Max?
You know, misclicks didn't quite go through. I thought I went for Falcons.
Misclicks.
That's fine. Yeah, I didn't. Or mobile, a mistap, I guess I would say. But yeah, not on point. But you're carrying us. It's got to be someone, right? You got to have the 2 guys that don't know how to aim properly, and then you're the one carrying us. So yeah, thanks. Thanks for the
Perfect. Yeah. You know what? I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. I think it's fair to say, as we take a look overall, though, I think Falcons is just kind of a good pick in general on Miramar, even though they weren't quite flashy on this match here, Max. I think you look at them and you think about like some of the decisions that they're making on some of the previous Miramars, and they're just a good choice. It just feels like they do understand where they should be moving to on Miramar, as well as positions they should be taking up and crashing.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out fine here. There was maybe, as I said, maybe a little bit slow sometimes. I think that being a little bit faster to try and take control of those positions would be a little bit better, but it's definitely the map that makes them stand out a lot compared to the rest of the lobby. And I think that if they can continue like that, I think that they can potentially get themselves another strong Miramar game. But despite YALLA Esports still running away with about a 40-point lead, well, actually an exact 40-point lead, Rico Infinity, the ultimate, FalconsEsport is so close. 3-point difference between 2nd and 4th. The competition is not aiming for 1st, you're aiming for 2nd here, and it is so close to battle for that 2nd place.
I mean, T2K even is still in that running, right? To get themselves up to the top. I mean, just 10 points to 12, 13 points behind Rico Infinity at the 2nd place here, Imperium, means that T2K could realistically just have one decent game and lash out up at that podium spot.
It's so close. Yeah. It's still within running for YALLA to lose their first spot. They haven't had, you know, the most glorious start.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cryptics, T2K, Falcon, the ultimate, it's all within their grasp. And when you're looking at the money that's on the line in terms of the top 3, top 5, it's not going to be the focus for these teams in terms of, you know, massively in the perfectly conscious part of their mind when they're in game. But it's definitely a bigger incentive.
Yeah, definitely so. So that's 2 games down, 4 more to go for today. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, hopefully we'll have Samhawk on the way pretty soon. We'll see you in a bit. Good and dandy for our first two games here at the Global Esports Tour, and now we move into Sanhok for our third match of the day. Imperium and Maxman joining me here, and I think coming back to what we said in the pre-show, gentlemen, is the fact that I feel like the Sanhoks yesterday were pretty interesting, very uncommon to see kind of those very close to boot camp endings. Maxman, we saw YALLA really kind of easy to kind of take advantage of those circles, of course, considering that they are dropping near boot camp, and some interesting dynamics that went on because of that.
Yeah, we especially saw some good things from Virtus Pro, how the first game they were a little bit slow to maybe think of which island they wanted to commit to. Here they actually committed to the island a lot faster on that second Sanhok game of yesterday, and they were trying to have what we called it yesterday, a little bit of an invade onto YALLA Esports. So some teams are trying to be a little bit more proactive in the approach to these Sanhok games. It's very fun to see, and hopefully we'll have other teams get themselves in that position. But as we talked about before the break, it is so close between Rico Infinity, the Ultimate, and FalconsEsport, and you even added Kalaris, right? T2K, just one decent game on this Sanhok performance, even just a lot of kills would be enough for them to potentially jump up in what would be third, even even second, actually, if they get themselves a really strong performance. So T2K coming out of nowhere after day 2, and day 3 they are running for the top.
I mean, the crazy thing is aside from, you know, a few of these teams in the middle pack being able to strike at YALLA, it's still kind of open. If you think about, like, Vertus Pro or Osh-tekkWarriors, if they get another win under their belts, for example, here in Imperium, they could easily just join that pack that's looking for that second place.
Oh, 100%. It is more than wide open. But at the end of the day, when we're really looking at that top 2, we've got 4 more games to go. Rico are 40 points behind YALLA. That means they have to get at least 10 points per game more than YALLA. With how YALLA have looked across this championship, and the fact that we're moving into Sanhok, a map that they've clearly proven themselves on, I really have to once again bring up the fact that if I was Rico, I'd be looking to hot drop on boot camp and try and take the fight to YALLA.
Yeah, if you want to catch up, you've got to make waves, and on Sanhok, it's the perfect opportunity to do so. As you say, it's the most predictable location. It's the easiest to kind of effectively challenge, and then if you do win, then be able to transition on into a normal game, right? Because if you win boot camp for some reason, you might lose 1 or 2 here, Max, but at least then you have a central position to start staging your next plans on.
Exactly, and the fact is so close to the trifecta of the river. If it's a western finish and it goes towards the northwestern island or the southwestern island, your rotation is pretty much done and dusted. It's so easy to execute. You just got to be there at the right time and to be able to pull off that rotation in the first place. So I have expectations for these teams. So hopefully, maybe not try and contest boot camp, but at least get himself towards that trifecta position to make it a little bit easier for them in the long run.
One of the teams that's looking to push up the leaderboards here and get into more money is DRS, one of the big powerhouses. Let's hear from them.
I am Ugen Lama. I go by the nickname Mafia Ninja in game, and I'm the IGL of Team DRS Gaming. So in the third last split, we are all in different teams. We all could not qualify for the PMPL without teams, so we ended up deciding to make a new team and DRS, and that's how we ended up together. So it will be our first LAN tournament together. So it means a lot to us, but it means a lot more to all our Nepali fans who will be cheering us throughout this whole tournament. In the PMPL, we decided we're a passive team, so we did go for kills, but we were like playing for position. Here, since we don't know the teams, we will play it slow. We will match the tempo of the game and we'll look out for other teams. So all the strategies we discussed together, but we don't know a lot of Saudi teams. We've not seen them play yet, and the devices which they gave us play, we did not have enough time to prepare for it. But we're ready. We're ready to dominate this tournament as well.
Interesting insights from Mafia Ninja there. A few things to draw upon. It seems like they feel like they're not quite in their comfort zone in terms of, it being playing on the device, but also it seems like they're not as familiar with the teams, and maybe that is one of the stumbling blocks as to kind of where they're tripping up here in Imperium in terms of, showing that same kind of level that would have previously qualified them to PMGC.
Yeah, but that's not an excuse. In my eyes, that's not a valid reason. The device thing, everybody's in the same boat. Come on. As far as preparation, then I understand if you don't have enough time to prepare against other teams, then you use that time to prepare yourself, right? And to turn that focus into confidence, right? They said, yeah, we're gonna play a little bit passive, we're gonna scan. Honestly, you're 2 days in and you're still playing this similar play style. You got to make those changes, DRS. We have yet to really see. We only saw a glimpse of it in the final game yesterday, but we really haven't seen the DRS that we should be seeing in lead up to PMGC.
And you guys can vote as to who you think is going to be winning out this one. Will you continue to support DRS? Very likely, I think, in regards to how many votes we've already seen from them before. But likewise, as you said, T2K was kind of dominating the previous votes. So who knows what is going to go on in this one. How about yourself, Maxman, thinking about this upcoming Sandhawk? Where are you placing your chips?
I have two teams that I was thinking about that I would like to vote for, but I have to pick one. I was hesitant between Cryptics and SUDOR Esport. Of course, Cryptics, the one thing I would like to see changed is I want to see more of El Chapo. I think they go very early to the mindset of, we're going to send in Chapo with all our first aids in the blue, and he's going to heal off. I understand that you only do that when that's your last resort play. When you have no other option, I'm okay with that happening. But yesterday, when we look back on the Sandhawk games, there's times sent Chapo to heal off in the blue very early, and they would then pick in 3v4 fights and would lose it. If Chapo was there was a chance it would work out for Cryptics. So for that alone, and for me not being able to know if they're going to make a little bit more usage of El Chapo in the late game, I'm going to go with SUDOR Esport. Very aggressive if they have a strong position under control, and I think that a win here would definitely be a possibility for them.
I mean, even the game that Cryptics won on Sandhawk, that eventually in that game, day one, Imperium, you have El Chapo in the blue. It's a good job that the circle didn't shift too far away, so he was kind of near to be able to reinforce, right? Because it could have been a different story if they'd have only had two against kind of the position that they were pushing on.
Yeah, and that's something that Cryptics need to clean up. I'm really glad Max brought that point on board. I'm all for a team having a bit of a heal strat. as a plan B, and I think that was the case with Cryptics in that game. But it feels like they maybe give up a tiny bit too early on really fighting in this game as a whole, at least when it comes to Sanhok. They're a very, very experienced and successful team. We got to give them that level of respect at least.
All right, well, DRS, T2K, as well as Cryptics going to be coming in. What a surprise.
Who would have expected that?
Indeed. As you know, we were listening in on that interview before with good old Mr. Mafia Ninja, and it's interesting to kind of hear their perspective, and coming into this tournament, no mention was given by them, like the fact that they feel like they're the big overwhelming favorites, considering they're the ones that have qualified onto PMGC and things like that. I think a lot of respect is still given to the rest of this lobby from a team like DRS here, Imperium.
Yeah, it is, but I sometimes, and I understand that when it comes to media and interviews, there's still a lot more kind of training that needs to be given to players to really bring out their personality and their fight. But there is something to be said for in an interview saying, hey, we are coming into this as favorites. We are coming into this as a PMGC team, and we want to absolutely show it in this lobby. So, Mafia Ninja, there was a little bit too much caution around how he was talking, and as the IGL, that's always going to transfer in game. And right now, like I said, it's not the way to play this game.
Yeah, for sure. All the players definitely not in the lobby just yet here, so we'll just have to wait a bit more before we get on to our next Sanhok. But some of these players taking it very seriously, getting practice wherever they can. You can see here as well, just making sure they're going to be warmed up going into Sanhok. And Sanhok is absolutely one you need to be warmed up for, Max. Again, we've spoken about the potential for third parties, fourth parties, spinning on a dime when you've got to get out those kills very quickly. If you realize all of a sudden you're struck from another angle after taking a fight moments before.
Yeah, you just got to be ready for the unthinkable. That is what Sanhok is comes down to most of the time. It's a map where third parties happen all the time. Even if you have just one player that's just snaking in a bush and he gets a sneaky angle on you, two players instantly knocked, and there's a big chance he's going to try and flush those kills because he knows he's not going to take the 1v4. So there's a lot of factors you got to take into account, and you got to be very cautious. And that's one thing that I like to bring up when we talk about Sanhok. A lot of people, especially that maybe don't know the perspective of professional playing PUBG Mobile, say, oh, it's all about how you're going to be trying to take your fights in your third parties. Scouting is important, and I want to see a lot more of scouting, hopefully, in this game.
Yeah, especially when you end up in a decent enough position to scout. If you can find yourself a good high ground, if you can find yourself the opportunity to be looking 360 in every single direction, that's going to be the time to get yourself in a smarter position. But anyway, it is now time to head on to the jungle, as we're going to have Highland Wolf and Professor Tarzan bring you game number 3 of the day.
We're here for halfway point, the final day, Tarzan, and the Rumble in the Jungle is back. I want to see, in good fashion of your name, Tarzan, some swinging for the vine, some swing action coming from these teams.
Yeah, lovely, like momentum so far that we see from some of these teams. You may not see it, but you can see a lot of good thinking coming through. But execution is a completely different thing. Of course, you know what? I want to wish for that Northwestern Island finish. I know a lot of casters, maybe including me, we're a little bit done with that type of finishes, but we haven't gotten it in this tournament so far, right? We've got Painan and North to Quarry the Thursday. We've got 2 very close to boot camp. But, if you play this game competitively, you always kind of need to know how to play Northwestern. Okay, nope, not going to happen. Not going to complain. That's fine, right? I can cope with that as we have, that main island phase 1 right now. I think to be fair, like these early games is about, I want to see some proactive stuff from teams studying each other's drops, studying their retreat path, making some early moves to really maybe single out certain players when they just feel like, okay, this is safe, but it's a full sense of security, right? So we've seen some of these early action happening, through tournaments, and I think there's no more time to really adapt to that. It's the second last Sanhok game. I mean, it just flew by so quick, and I do think we need to crown the kings who can adapt more. I think adaptability, after all, is the key here.
I'm holding my breath, though, for Virtus.pro, because they've dropped back down to that L compound, Tarzan. We've seen it twice through from them already. Did not work out for them at all when they got rushed down by Osh-tekkWarriors. They got rushed down by SUDOR. They're heading back to that strategy. I think that it's a great strategy if it works, right? You can get looted up in the L compound. You rotate towards Boot Camp Hill, which is usually the stereotypical way of going about it, a stronger way of grabbing that information then of who and where YALLA is alongside other teams dropping in that location, and then make your way further towards that centrist zone. I think it's a very safe play coming through from him, but we're still to see that even executed past that initial point.
Yeah, I think it was really when they decided to open fire yesterday that set the scene between their fight against YALLA Esports. They're going for all these type of rotations again. I do not disagree with it, but I hope they've learned the lesson and can really pull out a different thing right now. Either we need to take this 1v1, 3CN, hopefully he will be standing, usually the last one standing, but now taking that 1v1 and will not be to his advantage at all.
It was a nice attempt, but it was a little awkward, right? Coming around the door, you didn't really have your team there. I think you're really looking to slow down the fight. They didn't slow it down. They rushed in, I think, getting a little bit too hasty, and now they lose one of their players. To a 3v4 situation. You can see YALLA also doing the same, coming up and nade on the back, and I think Dara's playing so much time, but where's support from YALLA mate? Where are the comrades to join in the fight? And he's getting 1v2 from the back. It is now going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Finally, as Black-White will be punished from alongside. Bandar wraps round. Bronsberg getting lit up too. That's a beautiful shot through the window. Is now we're down only to Banditra. And again, I might cast a curse this time around Tarzan, because he is the only one alive and he'll be dead, joining alongside the death pit of Virtus.pro.
I mean, YALLA haven't had a good day. I know, compared with what they had yesterday, this is terrible, right? Like, so far. But this is where they come back, right? Like, Virtus.pro, they know it could happen, right? I feel like they want to come into this, but that is not, you know, what you want. And it's really about either buying time for his team as well. Like, the maneuver that he had allowed him to use the overwatch from his teammates coming out from boot camp. Yes, not the best option there, but it was enough time. And it was really these wide angles when the reverse pinch happened for the side of YALLA, who took them those 4 early kills.
I actually think it's a really good idea for YALLA to be efficient and quick in those fights, because you can see actually something that could happen here was what I was hoping could be the case. SUDOR actually twisted fates too, joining in the fight versus YALLA, and it's a 3-way contest, but Yusuf is already down, and so is Bandar as well. They finally, not barely, take down Catan. There's his final bullet in, but he needs to turn around quickly. Twisted Minds still coming in. It's the third parties all day so far that have been in the upset.
I've been waiting for this for so long. I mean, these two teams drop against each other in boot camp so many times in the PMPL, and right now Twisted Minds say, you know what, we missed this, right? Come have a little bit of pain.
Still, Twisted Minds, we are being slow about this. Decisive as powerful will fall. I believe that was a nade through from his teammate, if I was not mistaken, on the kill feed. And now Bandar stepping in behind on the opposite angle as Dami gets bursted down. The surprise shot. Dami did not expect it to be there, but his teammates follow through. YALLA dropped 2, and R8T takes up the rest of boot camp, but it's 5 teams now down in this central location. Actually, no, 6 teams if you count Virtus.pro.
You know what? I'm liking this, and I'll tell you why. We talked about, you know, the whole desk talked about it, and I completely agree. It's about targeting certain teams and coming in with that plan. Is more than one team now who wants to visit boot camp. Like, YALLA is having, you know, that time because they didn't have time to reset and breathe. Like, Twisted Mind comes in as well. Rico Infinity is also in town. That's pretty early. We're talking about before 5 minutes, and they were all in boot camp. You know, the plan is kind of out there. You can see what they are trying to do, and I can't like it even more. Like, that is what we love from this region. We've seen these adaptations come through that can happen with during the day as well in the next Sandlock match, and I just really love it. This is how you can come back strong. The point difference is still very doable mathematically for us to find a new king to top the leaderboard.
I actually think it's so close between these teams from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place. Even T2K could relatively, with some major games, see themselves up there. Because YALLA, as we said, have not been clean. We wondered, could they extend their lead further? But this is, I believe, the 3rd time now today that they have struggled in all the 3 games we played. It has not been the YALLA we have seen of late.
But you know what? I hate to say it, but I'm also kind of expecting that. Like, I watched almost hundreds of games from this team, like just because of PMPL Arabia. Like, absolute pleasure to see them grow, to be fair, but they still face their own demons, and that is almost not knowing how to handle, you know, these highs. And to be fair, they were about to change my perception of that until maybe today, and I don't know how to feel, but you know what, I still want that bounce back, because like if they can prove me wrong twice, that's great. That means they are going against statistics or whatnot. I did science, if you want to put it that way. So yeah, like definitely something to look out for.
Still, albeit though you can even see NSC on around at Bootcamp Hills. SUDOR, I am actually surprised they're still alive. I kind of, in my mind, envisioned that they full sent it down in towards that compound, but actually then that is the mistake, I think, from SUDOR, to drop players so early, being so aggressive. I think, yes, you don't expect teams to be in that situation and also fight around YALLA, but then also you would expect them to be fighting around YALLA, because a point we always have to make, right, is that Bootcamp is again always a drop spot, and I'm glad, as you say, to see teams focus around that location, but albeit you end up with this carnage. And I think teams like NSC now coming in from around that Bootcamp end, major advantage when it comes to that vision, because they've been quiet, they've been stealthy, no one else knows they're there, but they know who is there themselves.
Yeah, I think it's about, you know, preparing for the next shift as well, then knowing how to play this current circle, right? After all, it's still phase one. But to see what Twisted Mind's trying to do, as you can see, they moved away from, you know, that north cliff of Quarry, where they played some of those games, holding on to that and trying to push away DRS yesterday, but it's now Fate actually holding that spot. So if they go back to where they came from, it may not be an easy one. I mean, Fate's already set up around there, so there's a lot, you know, on the table right here. And we talk about a lot on the table and these small things, right? From second to fourth place, 3 points separate, but when it comes to prize money, that's $10,000 difference. So when you talk about these things where we are trying to pick out of, you know, there's really not much that you can complain. It's really just the nature of things, and that is a life-changing amount of prize money difference.
All right, here we are moving forward now in towards the center of this zone. I like the spread coming through from them. They're edging further into this zone, but they're doing it with respect. And I can see, of course, this respect needs to be given. ABIAH on the opposite end of the hill. I'm not sure they've been spotted, though, by RAT. They are playing it very quiet. It means that now RAT, they might be still the element of surprise against them.
Well, I for sure have some faith in this team, right? They have the strength in pocket control. Like, they know what it means to hold that spot. They know what the game plan needs to be, like, for the next shift coming in. So I can just really trust them. You know what? I mean, as a caster as well, you want that top leaderboard to be a little bit more feisty. And I think they have the ability to change that, as we have that circle almost centering up, still keeping bits of the two islands in play, and have the central position a little bit close to what we had yesterday in those both two games.
Makes it still interesting, though, right? You've always got that back of your mind question mark. Is it going to shift towards those southern and northern western islands? That is still a possibility. It's slim, but we talked about it. It was a possibility in that first game, and by golly, did it shift hard against him. Abshir, though, is going to be, feeling that pain, as Prestigo will now deliver a second kill through, and that surprise is gone. ABIAH now down to where they stand, but it's not a great position. Yes, you've got that strong triangular formation, but when you look at the pink of RAT, and they're the ones with the strength, because they surround that solo on the front, they take them down, and now on the backside will fall because there is no frontline information. And I think that ABIAH, rightly so, they make now this retreat call, and they look to group up with their next compound.
Man, I still vividly remember this, you know, these two teams in the PMPL Europe West fighting for that same spot. The low ground team actually just got completely destroyed, but that was where we see the difference in the skill level right there. Between those two teams that we saw earlier, ABIAH did not make use of the strength of that, and the side of Rico Infinity really knows where are the sweetest spots to really get an opening, right? Which rock is where they're probably going to peak from, and they just control that brilliantly.
Still, another surprise could come out, unfortunately, for DRS. They slowly get around the rock, and I think Life, they might have lost the opportunity. There's now all four of them surround him. They can't even find one. Lace gonna drop, and I think they Is it another disappointment coming through from them? But down to, yes, Madcap and Arif. Madcap's going to be the next to join him, though. Inside the afterlife is Nima. They drive by. The orange vehicle is albeit a drive-by assassination squad of purple DRS members, and Arif looks to join them too. Is barely going to get around the rest of the hill, but you can see the car is coming further forward. They are taking it slowly, but they have spotted him out. I think they can still hear him, and all the meanwhile, though, T2K, this is why they're playing it slowly. That one knock coming through from the wide angle. Confirm, actually, is T2K find it, and fate actually stolen by Twisted Minds.
Very, very sad. We talked about this yesterday already, like DRS coming up to this cliff hill and from their usual drops, but this is their usual rotation path. The sort of Twisted Mind did try to put out a fight yesterday, and right now you can see how you can do it worse, essentially. We have a lot of hope on this team, to be fair. Like, Faye can do very well, but even in the interview, they did admit that they didn't really prepare that much, and this really shows. You just allow DRS to come in from a very punishable segment. They gave them free entry, so this will be some points going over to DRS. After all, they are the fans' favorite. I do want them to see them use this and go even further.
I always think with DRS, the early game feels so clean, but then there's that point, right, in every game. You get towards the mid portion, you get into those phase 4, phase 5 zones, it just seems to fall apart for DRS. What is it, though, that falls apart every game? Because I can't quite put my finger on it.
Sometimes I feel like it's just a difference in playstyle, between regions, and yeah, you can do something that works in the region because other teams adapt to it, or they even study how you do and they avoid you. But right here, the Arabian teams aren't like that. Like, they will always put up a good fight. Sometimes that is probably the reason between why they would drop against each other many times through a tournament, sometimes at a pretty big price as well. As we welcome the next phase coming in, I don't know, I feel like I'm fine if we have another boot camp finish. Not quite exactly there, but there's still a huge chance as we have that center zone around those just south to that black hole where we ended those games yesterday. Twisted Mind holding that position, and yes, we need to see how they hold that down. To be fair, the circle's big enough, and just by the nature of these shifts and sometimes these compounds on this map of Sandhawk, some of these teams may not want to rotate out, so it could be a little bit of a saturation, not so much redistribution maybe, as we see Falcons, to be fair, the only team that is still away very far on that northwestern island.
Of course, they were hoping for a hard shift, but when you look towards also other teams making it in, Osh-tekkWarriors is bigger a problem than just T2K, because you can see as finally camera pans round, R8T, rightly so, they taking up the next compound at T2K want to ideally go towards. So yes, you are barely making it inside the circle, but that comfortable position further up for Osh-tekkWarriors is not going to be there because there's multiple teams surrounding them, and for them, they really need to now find some sort of aggression to be able to push further forward into this zone, because it's going to be a long while that it's going to take to really breach past RAT. We are coming downhill into their compound, as you can see, so strong.
Yeah, I think right now they just opt in to play the southern compounds, which is fine, right? But with this title circle and with the nature of some of these teams on the northern side, they need to capitalize on the potential entry of some of these teams from the north, right? But right now, this is also just T2K finding another pocket to control. They had a phenomenal day, I have to say, like yesterday, slowly coming back and really living up to a lot of the hype. And yeah, halfway through maybe the first day, I was like, why are we so hyped on them again? I didn't understand until maybe yesterday you start to see their true form. It is great to witness what they can do for their home region.
Falcons as well, deciphering exactly how they want to move across this zone. I think, yes, Falcon Bumper is going to be that key player. Of course, they do have a cleaner road through because of all the carnage that happened in the early game. It means that there's not as much fighting going on around that more western flank. But I think the Falcons, now given the opportunity of this situation in the game, actually should be taking full advantage of this and moving further forward in towards boot camp, trying to find that position inside the compound now while it is open. It is 1-1. We'll lose Luffy. Did not come through, and you can see the rest of the three members on the opposite end moving further forward. I think the only one, yes, they are trying to go towards for this revive, but not the best idea.
I think this is a very good split coming from the unknown. They can punish on different angles. If the only one wants to go to the left side right now on your screen, then they've got someone to really catch that. But if they get pushed back down, Ragnar can strike from the side as well. So that is a brilliant split, I have to say.
Albeit though, still, on something, they're not being too fast. They can see and they are looking at with those smokes where the rest of the players are, because of course Ragnar are so key in this situation. You do want to take it slowly. You don't have to rush. You're inside the zone. You don't want to move further out. There's also, it comes to this next shift where teams are going to have to move, because there are so many power positions open. We look at the edge of Painan, towards Bootcamp, up into the hills of Paradise Resort. It saves Osh-tekkWarriors. It's a third will be the case, but it's still going to be a tricky rotation in. But RAT, that compound looks better and better alongside T2K, roaming around those hills, coming into the open flats of that lake too. They're going to be able to catch so many teams.
Yeah, I can't believe this. Like, this is almost a rematch from yesterday. No, won't be exactly that. I know it's only phase 4, guys, but, I think as someone who played the game, before, when I tried to go slightly more competitive, I know that wasn't really my path. But, okay, I digress. Going back to the point that when you have circles that's very, very similar, very, very similar, you really remember, what you learned yesterday. You remember particular rocks and why you get punished behind that particular cover. So I think this is actually great, because we see teams coming back to familiar grounds, just from, on the stage, just from yesterday. And they can really make some difference. Just learn straight from there. And I think that is what I want to see, right? Different entry points or whatnot, opening that they can learn from and try to implement differently. But this is a little bit of a slip coming from the ultimate. I thought they had this control, but no, the only one strikes back.
I think they were being a bit too aggressive. They were trying to move all of them through the woods at the same time, and they didn't respect the fact that tree by tree, it was punished coming through, but actually the ultimate still lose out because the zone enough damage alongside the rare bullets coming through from the ultimate to take them out. But we still lost, as you can see, members on each side. We're down to only one, only healing strategy forced out, but not going to be for much longer. You've got to imagine they feel so low, so belittled. It's just a win is only going to be able to, I think, pick up this at least one kill onto the ultimate.
Yeah, I can't help but think wasn't it because the ultimate had, a good split, but they strike a little bit too soon. They could bait them up onto plateau even more, make sure they get 2 clean kills, and then rotate away. Now they're just really behind everything, but Falcons found their entry line in, and they may have to just fight for this one against the side of Rico Infinity.
They can't stop Cryptics, but definitely, of course, as you say, have to take at least one fight instead of the other. And RAT, they are positioning, I like this on both sides though, because they know that yes, they have to fight Falcons, but there could be that third party that equally comes in for the strength of these series of buildings inside phase 4, and especially considering this zone is about to shift next to phase 5, you're respecting that the rush could come through at this moment. Falcons, though they are continuing with this, relieves the pressure to move further forward, and they have found Prostiga, he broke through the front line, and one will only fall, is never alone, steps into the next side of the building, but look it through to the rest of our 8 team. They're trying to find those flanks, beautiful jump shots. Will it be enough? Yes, it will be. Never alone drops down next. And Falcons, they looked like they might have had everything, but not quite yet. As last he in a pod inside his own house, will try to lose one back as over the nade through the window from behind. Will strike him back in return, though. It's now another 1-for-1 trade down to 2 members of our 8 team making the revives. Shots come through, but it's not quite enough. They shot too early. They gave themselves away, but no, they cannot find a second. Barely. It's a 1v1, but who's going to take it? It's RAT who fall. Falcons survive.
Oh my god, these mistakes, and also just the pressure in these moments. It's about, it's you can see the start of Rico Infinity just want to go very, very aggressive. They make these jump shots, but sometimes in these situations, you provide that predictable projectile. And it's in these fine moments that they actually give away small bits of advantage away, and they fall to a team that they don't want to give it to. But the patience, once again, from the side of NSE, I mean, I almost forgotten that this team is in here. I'm sorry, but that was one huge game that they got yesterday. They struggled to go through the mid-game so far in all these 3 games.
think at Rico and his team, yes, they look so aggressive, but again, they couldn't hold that position. And now Falcons, they open up the door for them to potentially take another big game. Who need this rise in the leaderboard? NSE, who look to be rising, knocked out next inside of his third match, but as you move towards those other power positions, the other buildings still in play. Bomber does on the edge barely look like he is holding on into the zone, but I don't think it looks pretty as Falcons still healing up inside of that phase 5, phase 6 shift. I do believe it went around the opposite way, and that's going to be a wipe actually from the opposite end. It's the ultimate quick pan, but they get dropped through.
Wow, like brilliant control on that eastern segment for both of the Nepalian teams, and is enough time for them to move in. I think they had sight lines, they have the numbers, they've got momentum, they've got kills, and T2K can be on their way up even more. So Cryptics may be just down to that one player, I believe, and that will be Marshall. He will find the best time to go in. I mean, that is a black hole right there. Really suck you right in, have no time to come out, and Kato will actually find a good one. But this is a Twisted Mind that is almost very, you know, rare for people to see it recently. 10 kills on what was that, 11 as well? What a brilliant game from them, but it could be a little bit too late, I have to say that.
Falcons, they are holding barely 6 kills, 6th place at least guaranteed from them, but look at the damage to that blue zone. It's going to be amplified only more. I think the pressure, considering that so many other teams are trying to make it through from the edge of the flank sides, as now Twisted Minds, who have been so quiet, given the edge of that zone, they now strike down at least one. Can they strike a second? Yes, they will. Legend. The rest of Train to Kill will fall, and SUDOR equally struggling as only EDD is available to survive.
Tricky one for sure. And right now, Mafia Ninja, you know, I feel like sometimes, right, we get these interviews of the team and suddenly they have this boost. So interview boost may be a new thing right now as we have the song SUDOR finding it so harsh right now, you know, like these angles. It's about the landscape after all. They're slowly coming in from that side. There's just no really real options right there as Jane down to those one first aid and have got 50 meters to go. It may be a little bit too far.
It is too far, but you know exactly where Jane is. Jane, go join your friends, because Destiny, they will just let you burn down. Goodbye, T2K. It's now DRS. Making further progress in the revive finally coming through for Mafia Ninja, but Twisted Minds, is this the step up? We have been waiting for almost 2.5 days. Is this the time that we see this frontline aggression from Twisted Minds play out as we saw it in the PMPL?
It's not just them, it's DRS as well. They haven't gotten that chicken dinners yet. Like, I mean, a lot of fans are waiting. We expect them to get multiple, but this is the time, right? They've got enough players in here. They've got a lot of kills. They've got some of these teams slowly going out, as you see the side of Falcons using his last first aid right there. So this is going to be a full-on bloodbath between two teams that have a lot of kills so far in this game.
Still, the healing comes through from those on the outskirts as finally Falcons last will be the ones to drop in for Cryptics, at least guaranteeing 3rd position for them, moving up in the standings themselves. But Falcon with that 4th position, at least you can see taking 2nd place on that leaderboard. But who will join them further up? Twisted Minds calls DRS. It's down to these two squads. Twisted Minds, a plethora of kills, but even more so for the Real Soldiers, who have 8.
Well, need to wait for this next circle. I think this is also just going back to the basics, right? You manage your backpack, use a little bit of utilities, and then make sure that you spread out, have a game plan. Seems like both teams wouldn't struggle too much. It will be a landscape game as we see a little bit of those low ground for Twisted Mind to really reset, maybe slowly core their way through, but these nades are slowly raining in, and Mafia Ninja is trying for another one.
DRS. They do move further forward, but look at the zone. It's gotten to neither of these teams. Tarzan is down to whoever moving forward into the zone first, but it's Twisted Minds. Kaito, who gets dropped. That could be disastrous for them. Even more utilities being chucked down as Cryptics fall in the back front. And now we're down to our final 2. Twisted Minds, they look for revive. Another chunk from the grenade onto Destiny and Kaito. Vigor, where's utility back? There it finally lands, but is not landing into any confirmations. Kato's gonna burn down. There he goes. Nima confirms it, and DRS
They are the ones with the advantage, and 13 kills might be as far as we come. And Vigor on the opposite end, he's trying to heal. He gets caught out for a worse position by the real soldiers, but it's not quite coming through. We lost one on the back, we lost one on the front. The real soldiers, their final first game win. Tarzan, this is what we were looking for from the South Asian representative.
Well, you can see, like, instead of huge excitement, it's more like a sign of relief. They know there's a lot on the shoulders, but it happens, right? Like, you've got, that is the thing. It's almost like Spider-Man. The bigger the ability, the bigger the responsibility. I don't know whether I can quote that one. I never know where the lines are sometimes, but that's important, you know. That's end game. Once again, it's not like the cleanest thing. You can see with the numbers advantage, they have some landscape that they can work with. They see what's in front of them until that hilltop, but they were still a little bit slow and decisive. Want to rain more nades in. I don't, you know, disagree with that. Just rain in a few more nades, maybe one or two, but that synchronize that with a little bit of the movement up that hill to get that info, and I think that could go cleaner. But you know, nonetheless, that is a great news for the Nepali. And is that even the term? No, it's the
Nepali.
Okay, yeah,
Nepali.
Yeah, Nepali side of community right there, and the fans are probably on top this time. I don't think did anyone of us, you know, pick them. I don't know.
We don't get to pick. I feel like this is so unfair, Tarzan. We have our own picks in our mind, yet you know, all these fantasy analysts and hosts get to pick their picks. Where's our love, Tarzan, coming from? Where's our opportunity?
Hey, you know what? I'm fine with that. And we had our chance to play these games before.
True.
And it's time for someone else to do it. And I think it's actually a lot less pressure like than when you have to predict something.
We don't get to be wrong.
Right? I guess so.
That is true. That's like Maxman's job, right, Tarzan? He can be wrong for them instead this time around.
I'm not going to join in with that. You probably need to pass it back to them and see what they are going to say.
Not just yet, Tarzan. It's still on us. We still got the limelight right now. And I think, quite frankly, DRS as well, stepping up. Yes, it's a sigh of relief, but I think actually it's a throwback through to their confidence coming now into the late game. Gotta see if they can keep that up, though, coming into the final 3 matches, as we do head back to the man himself, Maxman, joined by Claris and Imperium once more.
Thank you. Anything to respond with, Maxman?
No, I have nothing. Only hate towards these two. But no, at least Professor was trying to be nice on that side. But Highland Wolf, we'll have a little discussion after this one. But hey, good game coming out from the boys of DRS. I think it was a well-awaited win to happen eventually. It comes out on Sanok on a circle that I think we've seen quite a bit, Kalash. Maybe too much, I would say.
Yeah, it's like literally the last 3 Sandhogs. Kind of weird that it all centers up the way it has done. But speaking of centering up, these fights were all going down in the middle here, Imperium, and it was kind of bloody to start things off.
I loved it because it's kind of what I wanted to see, right? It wasn't specifically Rico, but we definitely saw that teams were out for blood on the YALLA side. When you perch yourself on top of the leaderboard in the way YALLA have across the first 2.5 days, you do put a target on your back. But I gotta give them credit where it's due. They dealt with it very valiantly, and despite going down, they did pick up 6 kills across the way, including a full squad wipe onto Virtus Pro.
Yeah, definitely so. Rico Infinity team as well, trying to hold on as things continue here. Falcon managing to dispatch of them during all of this. It was everything was a bit crazy in this game, to be honest, Maxman. It was I mean, Sandhog normally does get crazy, but I can't believe how much fighting was going down so early on.
Yeah, a lot.
Kicked a chair.
Yeah, I mean, that was how intense the fight was. But a lot of clutches happening. With a few HP remaining, so it definitely was close to the wire for a lot of these guys. But when it started getting close to the end of the game, DRS was starting to progressively get more and more aggressive and trying to actually take a bit more control in the game, which I think is something we lack to see from DRS so far. And you saw here, I think they maybe could have took a little bit more leeway in how they wanted to control this ridge line. But at the end, they went for the push. Virgo almost ruined their chance there for a second. He was just waiting in the side, and Vigos just gets the first kill after it was down to 1v2. Good attempt, but DRS were able to respond in due time to make sure they confirmed that game. And that was a little bit of relief they can see in their side. They were like, okay, you know what? Fair enough. They actually get themselves the win, and that is 26 points over the entirety of that game. So yeah, DRS, I mean, they needed a game here, and they finally get it.
Very important. Finally, we see them get a victory. 26 points going their way here, Imperium, and it's like holding down Kilkenny Castle. They were holding down this game completely.
Oh my lord.
Very famous position, yeah.
Kilkenny Castle, indeed, a very famous position. Yeah, and I love the fact that Tarzan brought it up, and you did, Max. There was definitely that kind of sigh of relief, the kind of weight of the tournament a little bit more off their shoulders with that chicken dinner. FalconsEsport had an absolutely fantastic game. We've seen a win from that position in a previous Sanhok game, so there was no doubt that they were going to do well. And T2K, they had such a good early to mid game, but that circle shifting away from them by the black hole, they just made a weird wild push on the buggy as a duo. Yeah. And it was very kind of disconnected with the rest of the team, and they end up being taken out. I expected a little bit better from T2K at that point.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, at least Twisted Minds here, though, in terms of like the kill points that they were able to accrue during this game, they're pushing themselves up a little bit. It's almost like, you know, holding down Mont Saint-Michel, I think, Maxman, with the position that they were able to hold down.
Yeah, it could very easily compare it to Mont Saint-Michel. A very good high ground, a very good scouting position. I've been there myself, so I can definitely tell you that is the case. If I want to scout, I go to Mont Saint-Michel every single day of the week. But Twisted Mind, they were fighting very early on. Yeah, that weird altercation very early on where you had Virtus Pro fighting versus YALLA. Virtus Pro ended up dying in that position. Then you had a third party happening where you had SUDOR trying to go for the push, and Twisted Mind remained towards the end. But only one gets it right. And how do you do it? It's every time.
Yeah. And it's like holding down York Castle back where I'm from, lad. When, you know, just I'm able to just, you know, take the right angles, take the right positions, and predict Falcon every single time. Apparently.
You probably just go wherever there's a pasty, I think, or, you know,
a pasty.
You know, yeah, isn't that a bit of a Yorkshire thing?
I'm nowhere near Cornwall. What's going on? Like,
Cornwall. Hey, look, I'm from Ireland, okay? I'm in my own little shell. That's my excuse I'm sticking to, okay?
Max, you're very blurred.
I'm very blurry. I don't know what's happening, man. I'm very blurry.
By the way,
tutorial thing. Put your hand in front of the camera, quick.
I just want to put it out there that Maxon didn't actually pick SUDOR. He changed his pick after SUDOR got picked apart. Just putting that out there. I totally
didn't pick Cryptics, Imperium. You picked Virtus Pro. They were the first team to die. How dare you?
Don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what you're talking about.
1v1.
All right. Well, I'm going to stop this scuffle. We're ready for a break. When we return, we have 3 more maps remaining. We'll see you in a few here at the Global Esports Store.
have you ever been to Riyadh?
No.
No? That's unfortunate. Nice little place. Lovely there. You can see the Kingdom Center as well, kind of dwarfing over the rest of the landscape.
It's
Welcome
a cool
back,
building.
ladies and gentlemen. Did you say small building?
No, it's a cool building. I like it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's all I have to say. It's very nice. Very good looking.
Is it as cool as Skipton Castle?
No, it's not as cool as that. But if the gods needed a bottle opener, you'd know where to find one. They'd just reach down and pop it open. But anyway, let's talk about this game, these games that we've had so far. We've had 3 so far today, and it is, of course, our grand finals day here for the Global Esports Tour. We have ourselves Miramar on the cards coming up. Imperium can't contain himself. But we're going back to the Desert Max here for our next one.
Yeah, I mean, back to Miramar. It's the last Miramar of the entire tournament here. And we'll see how they can try and close this one off on the Global Esport Tour here for the 2021 edition. We got some teams that we looked at that potentially could do really well, and we'll see how things are going to work out. And we can see the up and downward tendencies from Team FalconEsport. They're jumping up, boys. So up in second place after the last few games, and 154, still quite far away from YALLA Esport. But we said it right, 1 point and 1 good game, and you could jump up in second between those 4 or 5 teams right below YALLA, and that's a big jump.
It's a big swing up here for FalconEsport Imperium, considering that it was a bit middling up until just now. So really good to see them back in second place.
Man, I'm so proud of FalconEsports. What a turnaround. They really had done themselves dirty after a fantastic day 1. The end of day 2, they were looking a shadow of their former selves. And in this day 3, they stepped up to the plate massively. Yes, Rico haven't looked the best. YALLA have been a little bit bullied to an extent, but Falcon rising to the occasion. 154.69 kills, and now they're only 35 points behind YALLA with 3 games to go. That is more than possible. But T2K still lying in 5th.
DRS,
they're still within the running for getting into the top 3.
Yeah, DRS jumped up massively in Max.
Yeah, 7th place over this one. At least we're going to see them on the first page. I saw a lot of people memeing in the chat like, what, DRS went on the first page? Well, what do you have to say now? Exactly, nothing. They're on the first page, currently in 7th, and they could get in a running for a good old top 5. Top 3, I think, is going to be a little bit of a stretch for them, but a top 5 wouldn't be too bad from DRS Gaming, and knowing that we expected a lot more from this team. They showed up to the party a little bit late, but regardless, a top 5, I think a lot of people would be very proud to see them up there.
This is the concerning thing, though, I think, for even, Falcon, who has had a great couple of games to finish things off just now, is that, unfortunately for them, even if YALLA had middling days, like we kind of alluded to before, Imperium, even if they didn't really have the most amazing days, the most amazing games this day, to the previous 2 days were just so good that cushion that has afforded them so much room still, even to some extent, exists.
Oh, yeah. It's still nothing for YALLA to massively sweat. I think after this Miramar game, obviously we will get a much bigger picture, especially if YALLA have a little bit of a bigger failing, to say the least. But I'm excited because as much as I do want to see YALLA win, because I really feel like it's deserved after the first 2 days of games and the first 12 games, I want to see that race for first place to be super close between 2 or 3 teams, just to really make that last game of this fantastic LAN event that ever more exciting.
Yeah, that would be very nice. Whether it happens or not, though, it remains to be seen. As you can see, our teams getting back and good and to go together. And Rico Infinity team here sat far up towards the top at the moment, but we'll be looking for a little bit more to push themselves further. But for now, we can take a quick look at another team that's been doing good for themselves, I think is fair to say, as we have a little look at, I think it's Cryptics or DRS. I can't remember. Cryptics. Let's take a look.
اسمي معاذ المفتاري ولقبي باللعبة تشاكو واسم فريقي كريبتكس. اول شيء الاي جي ال تبع الفريق اللي هو مارشال، كنت بلعب معه فتره يعني قبل 2 سنين. قررنا نسوي تيم انا وياه والسينكو اللي ما قدر يتواجد هون بالبطوله لاسباب شخصيه، وانا وليزي كمان، وفينوم هو اللي بيعوض السينكو بهذه البطوله، واحنا صار لنا 1.5 سنة مجتمعين مع بعض. هو احنا عندنا بعد هذه البطوله عندنا PMPL ساوث ايجيا مينا اللي بتتاهل للPMGC، وهذه البطوله بتكون تحفيز لنا كبير اذا فزنا فيها عشان نحقق اللقب الثاني. هو بنلعب بالباسيف والاجريسيف بنفس الوقت على حسب it depends on the situation باللعبه. يعني اذا بالزون بيجبرنا ناخذ فايت بنلعب اجريسيف، واذا عندنا في مكان فاضي بنلعب باسيف واخر اخر يوم لما بنكون ننافس على المركز الاول بدنا نحافظ على صدارتنا بنلعب باسيف، يعني بنحاول نجمع اكثر عدد من النقاط. كنا بنلعب يعني بعد ما خلصنا الPMPL وحصلنا اللقب صرنا بنلعب سكريمات بالتيم الجديد انا وليزي وفينوم عشان يتعود على لعبنا والستايل تبعنا الجديد. نلعب تقريبا سكريمين باليوم ونتدرب بالليل الرومات والكلاسيك عشان نجهز حالنا كويس للبطولة.
Cool to hear from Cryptics, and common ground been found between them and Max. Man, what do you think about that, Max?
Yes.
There you go. That's right. And you guys at home can be saying yes as well if you vote in this community vote as to who you think is going to be doing well here. Coming up in this next one, Virtus Pro looking confident. Likewise, we're also seeing DRS with a win on the board during all of this, which has eluded them for so long. And a little bit unfortunate, but it's good to see them finally kind of back on the road again here, Imperium.
Back on the road, indeed, indeed. And I've no doubt that the community vote is going to be probably a little bit more favorable for them because of that, the motivation to the viewers in chat. And even to this team coming into Miramar, it's always so much better when you kind of release yourself from the shackles of negative result after negative result or an underwhelming performance after underwhelming performance. And I'm really hoping that DRS can take the motivation, the confidence building from that win, because it was a deserved win, and bring it into Miramar, play that controlling play. But it's YALLA. The viewers are rising up. They know that their first place is kind of starting to get challenged a little bit more. So hopefully the voice of the viewers will give them a little bit more confidence.
Maybe. I mean, it is about time, of course. You don't want to be just kind of resting on your laurels at the moment as much as, yes, you have this cushion here, Max. It's about time we saw a little bit more fight out of YALLA today to secure and defend their crown that they currently possess.
Yeah, I mean, still got 3 more games. In 3 more games, FalconsEsport, Rico Infinity, The Ultimate, T2K even, they could close that gap really quickly. This game alone, you could get so close to the point where it'll just require another decent performance and YALLA Esport could fall down. So yeah, YALLA can't rest on their laurels no more. Still got 1 game on every single map, and we know how good this team can be, especially on Erangel. We saw some really good performances also on Sanhok. We're going to have 1 more Sanhok now remaining for YALLA Esport. So yeah, they just need 1 more strong performance, and that will just push the other teams of FalconsEsport, Rico Infinity, The Ultimate, T2K down to the point where it'll be extremely hard, almost impossible for them to catch up. So YALLA still got to put a little bit of effort in these last 3 games.
Yeah.
Imperial?
Like, what? And I'm really glad you touched upon that with YALLA when it comes to Sanhok and Erangel, because they've won a game on each of those maps at least once. Whereas in Miramar, I think one of YALLA's failings is they allow too many teams to gather around them in the early to the mid parts of the game, and they don't really play the controlling nature of the landscape compared to Erangel and Miramar. So I think it's really important that coming into this Miramar game, they take inspiration from Yorkshire Sculpture Park and really carve a good sculpture, a good result in this game.
That's a good point. Very well made there, Imperium. And I think as well, when you think about that and the kind of the centering up that we've seen so much from our Sanhoks, from our Miramars, it's a little bit unusual, Max, considering. And I think that gives decent opportunity if we continue to see that trend of the circle centering up. Anybody, it doesn't matter where you're dropping, you've still got that entry point that's not going to be as kind of severe, I want to say.
That's why I miss Vikendi. I miss having circles that always end in the water, despite normally actually going to center.
Okay, really, mate. Okay.
They're going to bring it back eventually. We'll know it. I'm just waiting for the moment they pull the trigger and bring Vikendi back in.
Hashtag cancel Maxman. What?
That's a tweet longer right there. But I can tell you that yes, we had these games on Miramar, we had these games on Sanhok where the circles in fact Killaris that have been very center, and some teams have been reacting to that really well. I think back on day one we had some really good showcase of FalconsEsport, especially being good. Of course, they kind of fell off when it comes to trying to play central really quickly. But YALLA is the team that now I would say pulled the trigger a lot quicker when it comes to we want to get a strong position center into the circle. Maybe not always center, but at least the strongest position in the circle. They're not scared to go for that kind of playstyle. They haven't really showcased that too much today, but I still think that given the right circumstance, and especially going towards a Miramar game, if YALLA Esports see the opportunity, are in a good spot to contest a spot, they might actually be the one to get himself in that position in the first place. So yeah, I agree. It's just very central at the end, which is very unusual when it happens so many times back to back to back, and I think that maybe some of these teams are like, it must go to the edge now, and it doesn't. Like, it got next game it should, and it just never goes there. It's really off-putting.
Yeah, a bit of a strange concern, I guess, will fall upon the teams at some point when these kind of tendencies are a little bit weird, not really that common. But looking towards the future and seeing how things are going on Miramar, I mean, do you think that, you know, teams like T2K can still have these step-ups in Imperium? They were challenging previously for those kind of podium positions. Now, just a few points behind here and there, but not out of reach by any stretch of the imagination.
No, God, no. 142 points in total. They're only 3 points behind the ultimate. Both of those teams have somewhat cooled down in today's game so far. I think T2K have showed their strength. They've showed when they can and how they pull out some impressive performance when they stick together, but they can't let that late game panic set in and really need to be a little bit cooler, calmer, more collected on how they play into those later circles, even if it does shift further away. So T2K, they should have their wits about them. They, back in South Asia region especially, they have proven to be very strong on Miramar. And even yesterday's game, when the circle shifted away, they still had a fantastic result that the ultimate ended up actually winning that game from. So for me, T2K, they can definitely turn this one around in Miramar.
I would love to just see a wild circle there on Miramar, though. Too many times we've been kind of east
finish
of Monte. No, not the island fish. That's insane.
Gotta stop.
But like, too many times we've been east of Monte Nuevo, those kinds of areas. Those fields are brutal. Oh, Floof's mad. And we continue things on. I mean, the Crossroads was kind of one of the crazier circles that we had, of course, on Miramar, and it was interesting to see how those teams were kind of approaching that. It was a lot of damage being done before anybody could really find any positions, Max.
Yeah, we saw NASRAT Shock Esport be the one team to actually stand out in that kind of finish in the first place. They went for a wide spray. We talked a lot about that 2-2 split on the pre-show, and I think it's important to potentially bring it back as we are heading into the last Miramar game of this Global Esports Tour tournament. It's good to try and have your eggs in different baskets and to know that whatever circle shift happens, you at least have one decent position in the circle, and whichever player ends up being in the circle, you just rotate, regroup onto that specific player, and just defend that specific spot. That is how it works out a lot of the time when you have circles like that, and I'm hoping that as the tournaments happen, as we had more Miramar games, teams have tend to learn about how to play finishes like that, and if so, we should get an even better Miramar finish this time. This should be the best Miramar game we had so far, so intrigued to see how good the teams have potentially improved it.
A lot of the players look focused. That might mean we might be jumping into our game. We will see here, as once again at the moment, YALLA is on top. They're challenging for that trophy, whereas there are a few trying to play catch up. Technically speaking, if you're in that kind of 2nd through 4th position, just one big win would get you up there, Imperium, challenging YALLA. That would be insane to see.
And one quick thing before we get into this game, teams down at the bottom, they're unknown entities, so let's see what they can do.
Yep, fighting for some extra prize pool as well. Any waves you can make will get yourself a few extra thousand on the board. But now we go over to Highland Wolf and Professor Tarzan for our final Miramar of the tournament.
No, Tarzan, the last beat bus chance. I need to see it. I've been waiting all tournament for it. We've not had the prime front view beat bus yet.
Yeah. I'll give you that one. You know, like it's almost like playing with your nephew, right? Like, okay, yeah, here you go. It's like towards the end of that play date, it's like, Yes,
Forget
okay,
points.
I'll give you that.
Forget money. The beat bus is where it's at.
Okay, that's not the only toy right now. Some of these teams are the toys of the gods of PUBG. It kind of needs to tell you why. I think with this playing path going from that very bottom right position all the way to Oasis, first off, please give me an Oasis finish, right? Like, that's one. But two, some of these teams just love. We're talking about Chimacera, El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, causing a little bit of these issues, right? When they maybe head towards there, and we've seen a little bit of congestion around these very key positions already. I still think is not the harshest that we can get, but it's going to cause a little bit of that delay for some of these key teams. Cryptics and Rico, to say the least, right? Cryptics love Valdemar, is a little bit further away. Rico love Monte Nuevo, would need some traveling as well.
I actually really like this coming through, though. Instead, it's going to be a repeat coming through. As we talked about, I was going to talk about Falcons dropping over again towards the northern side. If you were expecting a southern side zone, there's a lot of teams who I think you can try to wrap around from. I like these northern plays, but in albeit, I cannot ignore the fact that we are going to have a repeat, Tarzan, of what we saw yesterday in the first round of Miramar, where this zone goes to the same, practically mimics the last game we had on it.
Well, but after all, right, it's a very different playing path. So allowing some of these teams to feel the comfort of going to the site of Cruz del Val and all those Al Azhar means it's actually a similar phase one circle with a very different matching against that playing path. You know, I mean, it's practically empty right now in phase one circle. So early players can come in, and you're right. Yalla's going for a little bit of a different draw, and I like it. I mean, this is a time that they start to get hunted down. So this is where they decide to have a little bit of that psychological game coming in and say, you know what, we won't let you do that. We'll find a pocket that we can play with that is rather safe. Then we'll just play by what's in front of us.
This change as well from Falcons was what I was really honing in about, where they actually split a little bit further, and you can try to punish out the likes of Virtus Pro. YALLA, though, I think, are, of course, that frontline change, where you see them try to fight for these kills, and they're trying to play more aggressive. But something actually we were talking about behind the scenes was about changing these drop spots, right? And something that you mentioned was being uncomfortable when you change these spots, of how the game actually feels generally for you.
Yeah, I think it's actually very, very true. Like, you just need so many weeks of practice to get certain drop slots done, because what you have to expect, to say the least, is, yeah, like, you need to be able to fight in it, and that is the key thing. And sometimes even in the looting structure, I mean, in the past, in my playing history, one of the most enjoyable thing but also annoying thing to do is to figure out how you actually loot. You split by segment, but it's not just that, right? You have your segment, but you have your starting point and ending point, so you end up being in a particular position when teams have a higher chance to rotate past you a bit around that time window. So it's these small things that sometimes we can miss out on, but of course, after all, it's something on the stage that they need to execute. And right now we see the side of the ultimate. Actually, I'm a little bit disappointed, you know, to not see someone drop on Picardo alongside them, because I do feel like a good team who knows Picardo well inside out should be able to know how to make good use of it, as well as using the landscapes all around. Of course, they do make their way through to that plateau very successfully in the past, and also gotten themselves almost a chicken dinner early on.
It was something we saw at the start of the tournament, where you looked at the likes of RAT, who were the ones trying to punish something over to the ultimate. But I think that as this tournament has progressed, we've seen, of course, this kind of bubble, this space of safety around the Picardo side, which is something also different from what we saw in the PMPL Arabia. And I'm surprised that the ultimate have not been punished by the likes of Falcons, who used to drop, rightly so, every game in PMPL over or towards that Picardo side, instead giving way to some of these other teams and going for those secondary drop spots. That respect I do like from the likes of Falcons, but I'm surprised in a game, as you talked about, these teams on the first day giving so much, when actually it was the ultimate in this first day struggling to really survive in these early skirmishes as they try to exit out of the compound.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. To be fair, like, Falcons can't really do that themselves because they are feeling very comfy in the Cabrilla right now. So I will give them that. But yes, some of these teams were those, you know, villains who killed Falcons around there, and they have not pulled the same tricks, you know, against the side of the ultimate. So something that I want to see for sure coming in differently. But the change that I want to see as well is from T2K. I talked about this maybe the fourth time now. They love Minas Generalis. Yes, we know NSC dropped close-ish to them, but this spot, there's not much for you to loot. Like, you get some cars, you get some elevation. If it's go time, you should have priority, right? So I do not want to see them being the last team rotating through that plateau and feeling like there's too much resistance because of that delay, and eventually go to rotate through certain grounds that are just hard to control.
I think also the other change when you look towards drops and how this tournament is adapted for teams is Twisted Minds, when instead you always look towards Twisted Minds being that kind of North Los Leones team. They used to rotate down there. I think this would have been a clear opportunity for them to do so, coming around Minas Gerais La Bendita's side and flanking around the city into the zone. It would take long, but it would be safer when it comes to avoiding these teams. Instead, they're opting for what has been their new drop spots, way up further towards more than northern side of Miramar, now entering through that main road. It is working out for them to some extent, but I think they're playing again these really risky early game fighting, looking for these fight strategies, where you saw in the first game, particularly today, they tried to find these fights around Paraguay. They got punished for it because they aren't also one of these efficient teams when it comes to fights. Fighting for Twisted Minds, one of these things that goes on a little bit longer for this team.
Yeah, I feel like, you know what? To be fair, yes, they made a little bit of change, but still very comfortable for them around San Martin. I mean, the name of the game all the time when we looked at those PMPL Arabian games, it was the hot drop between them and the start of YALLA Esports. So they should know those grounds. But that is the thing. Maybe they were really relying on those fights to give them the early hype as well. And they don't really get it here. And I like to quote them all the time because they were that team that smashed quite a few of these teams, at least a handful and a half of teams in their PMCO. So coming in here and not really having that edge is itself a very scary thing to have, right? So we need to quote on the mentality, and sometimes when it comes to organizational growth, the provision of sometimes even psychological support is not really anything because you're lacking anything. It's the understanding of self that allows you to always enter that, not always, I shouldn't say, I'll take that back, to be more accessible to your flow state, to be playing at your best more often, right? So that's very important, and that will come in very strong, very relevant for a team like YALLA. Yes, they do have some lead, we do agree, but when you look at those points, right, they're averaging 20 points per game yesterday, but they've only gotten 14 points in the past 3 games. That is very, very different, right? And the mental needs to hold strong because they don't need someone to really overtake them for them to lose it. They just need to have another, mediocre game when a team get one huge game and you start to feel the pressure. And that is where you have to hold it on and not crumble.
There is, of course, that kind of almost disappointment because they do actually hold on. I'm just saying that my point is YALLA will lose out the first player game. Bandar does get knocked by Triple D. Confirm will come through as the zone approaches behind Triple D themselves. But I was actually going to say, well, actually, no, I just can't. I had to shut up, Tarzan, because YALLA now takes one back. It's actually the fight that's going to be coming through instead. I'm going to have to cast this time around because YALLA Powerful takes down a second and he's 1v4ing at this point. But where is, of course, his teammates? They've already lost Bandar, yes, but there's still another 2 poking around. They're inside the compound.
I think right now it's good to have a little bit of a split to make sure they catch the funnel, play loud on one side, then set up on the other side to make sure you catch them on rotation, right? But after all, they do need to make it somewhat quick because this peninsula to the northwest of St. Martin is a little bit tricky to get out of. And yeah, like they've got some rotations to make after this.
I just think it's very punishable as well. Look at the position coming through from Dar particularly, where, yes, you are Triple D trying to cross the road. That is the trickiest part, but you still got to come up these hills in towards YALLA. And the problem being is when you get up to the top of the hill, yes, you have the ridgeline there to protect you for now, but you're coming into flat space where YALLA are smartly actually positioned slightly further back, so you can't directly punish him the moment you get over the top. You have to do a little bit more walking, and that's where YALLA are really taking advantage of Triple D.
I think so, yeah, but I mean, since we started talking about this, it's been a minute and a half. Like, the maps change a lot, and we've got more shifts coming through it as well. It's going to be a little bit scary for them. And I think for some of these teams who know the power positions around this segment after playing it for like 3 times, this is where they need to come in and really show the basics. You need to just react to things. Like, you can't get the priority to claim these spots, and it's about the ability in neutral fights once again.
Albeit this has been going even longer since the start of the game. Tarzan, Virtus Pro, and Falcons. Bandita is on his own though. He's went to stay outside of the zone and trying to be also quiet. And Last doesn't get taken down though. I think going a little bit further forward, holding up a little bit longer would have been better for Virtus Pro, because now Falcons can stay in a position. They are closing out Last. And because Bandita hasn't closed out this fight, he is the one who is about to be punched as Damar now steps in alongside Last to make it a 2v1 situation. There is some backup coming in from Virtus Pro behind, but it's going to be about another 10 seconds away, and that could cost him as Bandita goes even further into an unresettable position.
Oh, this is going to be tricky. I mean, against these teams, it's actually going to be personal. Falcons got the first place in the first ever Miramar game in this tournament, and that is going to be VP. You know, this is important for them. They've got 2 second places on this map. They cannot go out now and not towards Falcons. I mean, if they do, the side of YALLA is going to be sweating a little bit.
And they're in this point where Virtus Pro, particularly right there, in these 6 to 8 positions where the money, if they can just get a few good games, really starts to rack up. The respect of them getting inside that top 5 particularly really starts to rack up. So it's a really crucial position. Yes, Virtus Pro are not likely to, of course, take the top, but we can certainly shake waves with the standards.
Yeah, like really need to ask the question. Like when we are in that playing path that allows you to go to Tor Ahumada, and you have the site of Twisted Mind who drops Saint Martin, which is practically 2,000 meters from here. They are just extremely stuck. Like they don't know how to control a split almost. And I don't want to say that actually sound quite harsh. I just feel like they need to consider just one more thing or just one step forward to really make some of these things count. Don't commit to too many things, right? And sometimes they are that greedy team occasionally. When you give them a little bit of an edge, they want to take absolutely everything. But we're having a little bit of a change right now. We're going to go back to the more junction parts. Let's move down to La Drillera.
La Drillera is similar to what we kind of almost saw in the start of the first game today. It's going to be a little bit further towards the south side, and you do see, of course, these power positions again. Montenuevo, we talked about the high ground is going to be a case, but also those high ground hills coming over towards the side of the south end of the zone. That's where I'm really looking towards teams to really take advantage of, and you can see that fight towards getting down towards that south end, particularly a problem though, even for DRS to even enter into the zone because they are so far out. You can see because they are later to the party, there is all of these teams positioned to take them down.
Very tricky macro that they need to play right here. If they come in through the straight line, then you're more in the open, the roadside. But if you go wide, you end up on these hills that you feel safe for now, but then you may have to go down these valley of death, right? So it's going to be quite tough for these teams right now, as we see quite a few teams coming down on this side. DRS, one of them playing that wide rotation game, not finding the luck though. Gelson already lost and losing his life. Another one going down, and it's not going to be easy without those numbers coming in on that high hill on the western side.
It feels so hard as well because DRS coming hot off the win, and even hotter on the Miramar. They're getting burned up by just so many because, again, DRS, it comes to this mid-game point which we have been talking about eluding them for game after game, Tarzan, where DRS, they are not able to find their footing into these zones. Phase 4, coming up phase 5 later on, it's where they get dropped every single time. In those teams who can now find that resurgence on the other end of the spectrum, though, are these teams also on the lower end of that leaderboard? I'm really looking to that nothing to lose mentality coming out of Fate, coming out of by all of these teams on the bottom end of the leaderboard who can upset the top.
You know what, I said nice there just because I've thought like Saif can really bait even more, you know, just play a little bit more cocky with that car right there. Allow the side of Fate to push down too far, then here comes the spray. I feel like that is the idea that they might be going for, or in fact it could be just a retreat after a successful scout. But you know, that is what I mean, right? Like, yes, you got that scout. Yes, someone's there. I don't have to die. Is that the setup? That's all the gain you get? No. Come back down, have someone watch you, make sure that they know trigger discipline, and then take a kill from there. Maybe that's the big spot that you can play then. So that is dynamics of this game that we will always love as we come in to welcome the Phase 4. As we enter this part, a little bit close to where we ended yesterday's first game, but a little bit more to that western side. And we have right in the middle, the only one, a team that we are waiting still to really have some huge games.
But I'm really worried for the only one right now. Yes, they look like they're in a great position to win this game, but look at every other team that has to come in around them. There's no way that the only one as a 4-man squad can circumvent another 56 players still remaining in this match. Yes, ones are going to drop coming into the zone from other parties, but it's so difficult when it comes to the point of view of where they need to look at coming around all of those hills, coming down so many of those compounds, particularly towards the eastern side. Triple D, albeit as they do take another kill down from YALLA. Powerful now, GET as well alongside Bandar. Falcon's also approaching up to AJ. Nima is not there in a position to help him. It's a 2v1 AJ has to take whether he likes it or not. He's in no building to really escape from. As you can see, the nades and mollies will start to circumvent their way through, and there's nowhere really, of course, AJ to run. Gets knocked quite easily and will be burned down.
I love the molly. Sometimes it's just so efficient in clearing somewhere, and that would be Damar actually having no mets. Maybe that would be a problem for the circle. I mean, it may take fights. Okay, hold that thought, because VP, we talked about them as the big map, and that is not where they want to fall.
And Fates, they are the ones who we said could step up from the bottom of the leaderboard, right? They got 2 kills already. Yes, it's not much, but pickings can turn into a plunder here against VP. If they fall down, it could be disaster for them, but these are so low. Yes, they will, and not even a trade on back. But Black's white, look, it's a double from behind. The surprise factor saves VP. Is Fate destroyed, and SUDOR can only watch.
Is the one player with the one right thought, one good flank, and they open up that play. And that will be actually pressure coming in from the other side as well. It's Sour, you think you're gone, goodbye. Cryptics takes that one as they eliminate the first team of this last mirror game of the Global Resource Tournament.
Oh, and Falcons, they found Nima. There goes the rest of it all. DRS Gaming out so suddenly. As quick and as good as they looked in the last map, they are dead already. Triple D now finding a double nade onto Twisted Minds. This was a part that you really wanted to come in on the entrance from. You found a success. Triple D, they throw in the mollies. Triple D, they're trying their best to defend, splitting up the inside of his building, but you cannot stop the overarching aggression coming through the Dami. Another knock onto problems, and solo health bars. The mark will fall. Push is in the corner. There's nowhere to escape. He's getting bullied into his own death. And yes, Push, free fires in. Nade, Molly actually know will be the case to first him out. Twisted Minds confirm another 4.
Well, that is the Twisted Mind that we know. I mean, they took what they had from the earlier game, still trying to absolutely murder everyone. After all, it's a good team play. I think making use of the knowledge of those compounds really key there. And what a sad little scene right here. I mean, Yusuf, they got enough MVPs recently, right? Day MVPs, you know, PMPL Season 2, ABIAH, MVP as well. Right now, it's not quite good. Not even into placement point range, my god. And the shift.
Oh, that is a disgusting hard shift, Tarzan. Over to Cryptics of all places. The South SUDOR got to be happy with that one, though, too.
Yeah, I think practically it's about the fact that Falcons have info over the next entry points that they need. They can make that a game-winning flank, a game-winning, you know, knock or something, then claim that compound or just play it around. You can see they use that landscape to get an easy entry. They're also in position to, you know, really farm some of these teams who wants to go wide on the western side as well. So this could be huge. I mean, they are the next up next for the side of on this leaderboard. 35 points is the difference right now. Very doable if they can hold this down.
They do have to hold it down, though, Tarzan. This is the problem. There's still so many alive. Do not be fooled by the action we've had previously. Still 42 remain. and it is still a lot to take away. Is also SUDOR controlling over the opposite end, but not before NSC going to be potentially ones to drop first, but before Virtus Pro eliminated in NSC. ABIAH might be the next ones to drop. The Knock 4 Twisted Minds also suffer knocks, and this will be the next team to fall. ABIAH, at least he survived one more position. But again, you're so far from the zone. Yes, 200 meters feels a little less than that of what could be 500, 1,000, but it feels like that when you're a bit point in the game. And YALLA feels that pain, but a double knock, that was beautiful, but it's not going to be enough to get him inside the zone. It's only collateral damage.
But you know, that's enough damage done to Rico Infinity team. We talk about targeting certain teams. If you want to pull down certain teams, it's those who can catch you from behind. Those are very important tools from that player right there. The MVP strikes to at least, you know what, I may not get a lot more, but I'll make sure that you don't get even more than we do.
But Falcon, 4 players alive. Tarzan, and they're hunting down the building as a 2-on-2. If Falcon can claim this is such a major win for them, because of course YALLA have been side brushed down by, of course, RAT, by the blue zone, and now last inside the church, puts down the nade. ABIAH, yes, SUDOR, we expected as much, but it's this fight here, that's where our eyes are glued onto.
I think they need to have a little bit of patience here. It's pre-shift fight. I talk about these again. What if it shifts away? Can't you just make use of the info that you have and a rotation pass to maybe kill them on the next shift, right? And right now, of course, the circle does go that side. Then maybe this is the fight that you need to set a time limit on, right? As we move down to the south, ladies and gentlemen, these teams suffer quite a lot from that northern side.
Never Alone claimed at the edge at the top of the church tower. Venom, such a power position, will confirm a way to kill at a second for Cryptics. They cannot get inside the building just yet. Finally, they do enter up, but can they pray for this miracle? Can they pray for this push to pull off successful? Marshall through the door, almost claims a second, goes back up the church tower himself, but retreating for now. Falcons have at least claimed some form of safety inside phase 6, but we've still not dealt with the frontline problem, which is, yes, Venom docked, but Marshall, El Chapo still here to defend.
Well, it's going to be tricky. I mean, at least they played bit by bit, right? And that is a time that Cryptics could maybe use multiple angles as they actually try. But the problem is some of these teams may just crash in. They know that might be where we can go. Seems like they're busy, and they could be the third party, but they're just too busy fighting on that side. And we see Rico Infinity losing their life at 8th.
Falcons continue to push. El Chapo really needs to come help his team. They are losing knocks after knocks. Venom down again. Falcon, they've claimed now what has been a majority of the church building. Yes, you talked about these other teams scouting their way down the hill, and it has been T2K who've been in the fight versus the only one who, yes, have been slowly entering it up, but now comes the time to slap down those kills, and SUDOR, they're the ones doing against them, is down, almost gets taken down. Yes, finally the blue zone will help through as a die will be confirmed that away. SUDOR up to 5 kills. Jane, the only one to fall potentially now, but yes, the third party also equally Osh-tekkWarriors entering in onto Falcon's distraction. Not quite enough, but DeMar barely gets behind the window in time. The fence almost blocks him.
Man, it's going to be tricky. I mean, it's 3-way fight. It's all about those quick comms coming through. But Aziz is just pushing it. It is not just one angle as well. That is a huge risk. But that actually bought time for the revive and Crash to come through.
In stellar defense from Falcons, another one falls, and now you're really, of course, looking at can anyone else challenge Falcons? It's only really Osh-tekkWarriors if the final 2 players standing to do anything about it. No, another knock comes through onto Basil, and I think as it is next to follow, as we lose the rest of Osh-tekkWarriors to a solo player, we also lose the only ones before that. But at least 5 more plays, 8 points. It's only going to be all they grab for Ashley, as yes, 1v1 trade does come through. Bomper helped to save DeMar, but surely Cryptics in amongst this fire have been watching the kill feed come through, and now is a broken Falcons left to Bomper. He might have just been secured the win.
At least the side of Cryptics know that they have time. They can transition back into playing slow and time. But you know what? When the circle's so small, you can't play the same positions as before.
SUDOR 7 kills, though, who have been cleaning up quietly the back end of everything when it comes to this zone. Slowly but methodically, they have classed their way through into phase 7. Finally, they approach some form of safety, some form of rest. But look at the amount of utility that is being used. You can see they are so methodical, just at Tarzan, making their way across, making sure Cryptics cannot have eyes on them as they make it across into the next point inside.
So good. Like, that tip is the golden one with a little bit of half cover from that hut as well. They found the entry, and the other side would just need to be so scarce. Falcon needs to go through one team, but then the other team to really spray them down. Cryptic stuck in the middle. So this one, based on landscape, I have to vote for the side of SUDOR.
Yeah, I think SUDOR are completely third party. This one, when it comes to the winner overall, the chicken dinner should be theirs, as Cryptics still have to fend off Falcons. They're not quite done yet. As Bumper finally knocked, there goes at least one of those problems in the thorn in the side of Cryptics. As Demar does step further out, kicks it down. It won't be enough, though. Venom will be dropped first. There comes the confirm. One extra kill, but not before Marshall claims it straight on back. Second, at least, secured by Cryptics. But that knock really does, of course, confirm SUDOR's victory here. It's a 3v1 situation. They're closing in on the penultimate moment in Marshall. There is nothing that he can do to save himself. He's trying his best to return at least one kill. 3DD barely, yes, goes down. Can it be a second? He's healing up. It's so close, but it's not enough. It's the rest of SUDOR, a win coming through from them.
I love it. I mean, they need a little bit of boost right here. I mean, as an organization as well, they lost 2 very key players in the past split of the PMPL, and now they finally get themselves a little bit of recognition on the stage as well. As you can see, the frustration on the face of the players from Cryptics, that was unbelievable. We didn't expect that one, but you can see in that passion, it mixed with a lot of these energy sometimes that can bring you, they push you the wrong way. But that is SUDOR Esports with the first win in this tournament.
I love the fist bump coming in through SUDOR in the air, fist in the air. That's what I want to see. The excitement coming through from SUDOR, because of course their first win guaranteed. And we questioned actually coming into the start today, Tarzan, their ability to close out games versus the kills that we were grabbing in air aggression. It looked shaky at the start, but this game is some glimmer of hope for them.
You know what is scary? I think the amount of points that Falcons got and how they slowly worked their way through patiently, got themselves, I think, 19 points, is scary for YALLA. I know this, they still got points, right? Like, mathematically, still some work to be done. But imagine being a player of either team. You know you've lost a lot of lead. How do you feel? Right, you've got 2 more games. You have not done well either. But for Falcons, it's very easy to find that narration and say that we are just 1 game away. To make
I feel nervous. Right? I feel so nervous if I'm a member of YALLA, because you think you're coming into day 2, you've closed it out, the book's been won, you're the winner, but then you drop 4 games now, realistically, in a row. This is a complete black and white comparison to what YALLA we saw yesterday.
Man, I don't want to work through those point per game. It's going to hurt a little bit, and but it's also down to them to know what to think about. You don't have to focus on those. Focus on those that can help you. I mean, after all, they still get that lead. You don't have to fall into that hole, right?
Yeah, albeit we got to break down the rest of it and that massive hole worth of a game. Miramar Games, break it down, boys.
Thank you, gents. Yes, La Trelera, this area can be difficult to play. Imperium and Maxman joining me here for all of this. And, you know, SUDOR, good to see them getting the win here from the high ground. It looked like it was all going to be Falcon and Cryptics and how things were playing out in that church, but not to be. Imperium, this is a good win for them.
It was a good win for SUDOR. They definitely benefited by the fact that Falcons and Cryptics were dancing around each other for so long in that game, and the circles did continue to shift down south. We had Osh-Tek then pushing on the western side, which Falcons then dealt with them, and then Cryptics finally ended up cleaning up Falcons, but by then it was too late. SUDOR were given way too much space to move in from the eastern side, clean the game up. Happy days, a chicken dinner for their side.
Yeah, a continuous trend is that, again, it's Miramar and Falcon knows how to enter these circles, Max.
Yeah, I have a few issues with how Cryptics played that position, especially because they tried to hit too many plays at the same time. They tried to defend versus Falcon in a position. That building, the chapel, or the church, whatever you want to call it, it is so strong if you know how to play it correctly, especially when you clear the western side and also the south. But they tried to also send some players. I believe it was El Chapo very early. They tried to send Sent into the circle, which also was not a bad plan, but you need to commit to that as a team. And the moment that they know, Falcon, that you are split, they are going to take down the entirety of that split that currently was standing in the chapel, and that's going to be their own compound afterwards. So I think this could have been a potential win for Cryptic if they kept players alive by avoiding that entire fiasco of an engage with the likes of Falcon. But Falcon played it really well because they were very early towards, I believe it was the northern side of Monte Nuevo, and they went on that big highway right down south because they saw the circle, and it came down to what I touched upon earlier. Reading how teams will react to specific circle shifts. You know as a fact, because of how Miramar is, that no team is going to be coming from the western side of La Riera. And because of that, they had no teams going for the third party, and they could 100% focus on their fight we're seeing right here with Venom of Cryptic. It just made it so much easier for Falcon to close off that game.
One thing that's interesting to me is El Chapo's position is, to me, it's Imperium. It's almost like they're thinking too many steps ahead with him being spread towards the center of the circle, right? Like, surely they had to deal a lot with the threats that loomed on their side before anything else was, you know, they're thinking about anything else at that point.
Yeah, you're dead right. They were thinking far too many steps ahead. That's why I mentioned even in the summary where they just were dancing around each other too much. They were trying to be too clever about their position on the Cathedral area. Still a good game from Cryptics, and it was a good return to form for them, and you can see 16 points is very much what they needed. However, Falcons 19, you don't see YALLA up there at all. Their rotation was absolutely, frankly, terrible going on towards that northwestern side around Monte Nuevo. So late into that game, I think it was phase 4, there was way more space in towards that kind of northeastern side, which they could have threaded their way into the circle, but they got absolutely blocked because it was just a poor rotation.
Oof. Safe looking to put numbers on the board. I mean, this is going to move them up quite nicely into kind of that first page very handedly in terms of the 1 through 8. But I think one thing's for sure here when we see Damar here, and again, he was our day 1 MVP, right, Max? Like, it does feel like Falcon, they are now kind of spreading that wingspan a bit more, and they're trying to catch up with YALLA Esports. And considering the YALLA Esports has not really had, you know, the explosive games of yesterday, like there is technically challenge up towards the top now.
Yeah, this is what we talked about when we were going through the games yesterday and going through the motion. The circles are not kind to Falcon, and the thing that had to change was, if you have a circle that's not coming your way, read the circles properly. And this is a prime example of them improving on that specific aspect exceptionally well in this Miramar game. The circle was not going their way, actually the complete opposite position of where Falcon were at the start of this game, and then every single circle shifting back down south, and they're reacting so well. And this gets them in a way better position to be able to frag out like that. And Falcon, especially with Damar, once again on board on this 3rd day, maybe aiming for that MVP slot here.
As you can see by the predictions, I've given up predicting anyone else. I'm just predicting Falcon every game now.
I mean, it works out.
I mean, for some reason, like, they had a great day 1. Day 2 was a bit meh, but now it seems like they're really kind of back on the road again. Brilliant stuff. Cryptics as well as SUDOR here. Not too bad in terms of our predictions. But Cryptics, I think that was pretty decent a choice from the community as well, considering what we saw from them here. Just maybe like a tightening up of things, Imperium, and it could have been a win.
It could have been. I know for a fact that, especially from listening to their kind of interview where El Chapo's talking about what the team have in terms of expectations, and they see the bigger picture of the likes of the PMGC and the upcoming championship that's going to be between the MENA teams and the South Asian teams. They wanted to come into that winning this tournament with 3 games to go. Very unlikely, but it is nice to see that kind of dogged determination and that bit of a turnaround. And I know they were probably still disappointed with not closing out that game, because they know, based on what Max brought to the table, what I brought to the table in the post analysis, that clearly they missed those opportunities. But with 2 games to go, hopefully they can see the positives and carry that forward.
And the crazy thing is, next is going to be Sandhawk. So, I mean, if we get another one of those central circles, I don't know what's going to happen, because they've been so prevalent, Max. It's been wild, considering we're so used to west circles, east circles, north circles, not much center.
I mean, just the last Sandhawk game, we saw, what was it, 5 teams at the end that fought in that one compound in the first 5 minutes of the game. We're going to have like all 16 teams in that compound at the start of the game, and whichever team wins that wins the game, because they know it's going to end around there eventually. But yeah, Sandhawk is... I don't really know what to expect, because if we go different circles, teams are just going to be like, wait, what's happening? So we'll have to adjust a little on the fly. But yeah, Sandhawk is hard to predict who's going to be able to come out on top, but the competition's high and very close towards the top team. So FalconsEsport, if they get himself another strong result, Yalla's going to be scared, because they've not been showing up here.
Getting surprisingly close, yeah. I didn't expect it to, but there we are. Yalla might be challenged at number 1. We'll be back after this. We're going to a break, and when we return, it's Sandhawk here at the Global Esports Tour.
عليكم، حياكم الله يا جماعة الخير. This is not drill. معكم فينكي أيدح من فريق يلا إيسبورت. منور أيدح.
بنورك.
عندك دقيقة واحدة عجل في الإجابات.
إن شاء الله.
لعبة ببجي موبايل، بشوف إذا أنت حافظ اللعبة زين ولا بس قاعد تلعب ببجي موبايل في الإيسبورت.
لا ما عليك ببي يظهر.
نبدأ الآن في أول دقيقة. أول شيء، ما هي طاقة استيعاب شنطة 3؟
تقريبا 210.
غلط. أوكي. ماذا يحدث إذا فعلت السلاح في الأوتو؟ سهل.
إذا فعلت السلاح أوتو يصير أوتو.
اوكي هو صح، لكن هو يطلق النار بالسماء. كم عدد سكوبات في لعبة ببجي موبايل؟
تقريبا 7.
لا 8. اوكي ما هو السلاح الإي آر الحصري لماب سانهوك؟
كيو بي زد.
اورايت صحيح. كم عدد الجزر موجودة في إيرنجل؟
4.
تقول 3. اوكي غلط. اوكي اي سلاح اس ام جي لديه اعلى ضرر من الاسلحه الاخرى في ببجي موبايل؟
تومسون.
اوكي اي سلاح تم ازالته من الانزالات الجويه؟ دروب.
دي بي اس.
غلط. ما هي اقصى سرعه هوائيه للاعب للقفز من الطائره؟
234.
صحيح. طيب شو رايك، تحسنها سهله وصعبه امانه؟
لا والله صعبه، فيها صعوبه شوي.
يعني لو جبت احد من الكلاسيك ما راح يجاوبها
ابدا.
يعطيكم العافيه يا جماعه الخير، اتمنى استمتعتوا معنا. هذه النهايه والى اللقاء.
Welcome back. We only have ourselves 2 more games remaining here at the Global Esports Tour to figure out exactly who's going to be walking away with the lion's share of $150,000. And so far, so good for YALLA. However, their castle is being breached. Falcon has already taken to the wings and will be trying to catch up here all the way up towards the top. Imperium and Maxman joining me. It's not out of the realms of possibility here, Max, that Falcon could catch up now, considering the points.
I mean, they made a cushion for YALLA Esport, and that cushion is not as comfortable as it used to be. It's kind of losing of its beauty and its comfortness, if that's a word. I think I just invented it on the fly. But regardless, that is going to be a point now contested by FalconsEsport. Rico Infinity need to get himself some really good closing 2 games if they want to catch up. But now it's all between YALLA Esport and FalconsEsport to see who will be taking home that $45,000. It's a close one, and even Demar is also racing for that MVP spot for the extra $3,000 on top of that. So FalconsEsport, they're on the trend today, and YALLA Esport has been on a downward trend. Yeah. So if it keeps going in this type of pacing, FalconsEsport might just end up being first.
And of course, we ride in off the back of SUDOR getting themselves the victory. So that bumps them up 3 spots here at Imperium. Wow. And 130 points now means, technically speaking, they could challenge the podium positions as well.
Yeah, they could. They definitely could. 130, only 21 points behind T2K and 24 points behind Rico Infinity up in third with 2 games to go. You see Sanhok and Arango. But, you know, Max, if you're counting Rico with 2 big performances required to chase up to YALLA, you also have to include T2K in there as well, right? They're only 3 points behind. And yeah, okay, you know, it hasn't been the most amazing game, but at least in Miramar, T2K did turn another good result around in their favor.
Yeah, well, it's safe to say that if you're in the top 5, they will have an opportunity to contest the podium right now. So it's close, it's down to the wire. We're going to have to wait and see how this Sanhok game pans out, and then it's all going to be down to the, as you like to call it, close, the grassy pastures to see how things are going to be wrapping up over there. But it's close, and it's getting, I did not expect it to be this close. I thought YALLA Esport were going to just run away with a lead once again today, but they've been invisible today. It's very surprising.
Yeah, it's not been easy for them, but let's take a closer look at one of the teams that is challenging for the podium here, the Ultimate. Let's talk to them.
الاسم عبد العزيز خالد النافل. اسم الفريق ذا Ultimate Team. اسمي باللعبة TOX Leader. أنا انضممت الفترة الأخيرة للفريق وإن شاء الله في هدف نقدر نحققه وقاعدين نتدرب إن شاء الله للقادم، وإن شاء الله القادم راح يكون أقوى وأقوى إن شاء الله. هذه البطولة الأمانة تعني لي شيء كثير، وإن شاء الله إن إحنا قادرين نقدم المستوى الجيد للبطولة، وإن شاء الله يعني يكون مستوى يرضينا ويرضي جماهيرنا إن شاء الله. اسلوب لعبي يعتمد على ظروف الجيم وعلى حسب معطيات الجيم ومجرياته، وهو يحدد هل هو يكون باسف او يكون على السيف زون. البطولة هذه نستعد لها صار لنا شهر، وقاعدين نحاول ان نطلع بالصورة الافضل في هذه البطولة، وان شاء الله احنا قادرين يعني ننافس قد ما نقدر في هذه البطولة ان شاء الله.
There they are, the Ultimate, and as you can see as well, very happy about being at the tournament thus far. And they've put up a great performance. I think for some people, I think they've probably even surpassed some expectations considering the lobby and the field that they're in here, Imperium.
Yeah, definitely. The Ultimate is a team that I had looked into a little bit before this, but I wasn't expecting anything massive, right? And even at the very start, we highlighted the likes of Cryptics and DRS and even Virtus Pro. Well, right now, yeah, okay, Cryptics is kind of in a running, only 9 points behind the Ultimate, but DRS and Virtus Pro, they've been left in the dust by the likes of the Ultimate, so very well played from them.
Absolutely. And you guys at home can tell us who you think might be leaving the other teams in the dust here as you vote as to who you think is going to win out on Sandhawk, and it'll be just the path's dust. Everything else is just, you know, a bit more jungly than ever. We'll see who's going to be able to take this. And I think, though, any kind of predictions as to like one of the top teams taking this isn't that bad, because I feel like Sandhawk has kind of been dominated by some of the names that are all the way up to the top here, Max, when it comes to especially these middle circles.
I mean, you see YALLA Esports, you see Rico Infinity, Ultimate, Cryptics, the SUDOR Esport even tend to be the teams that we see consistently make it towards the top in the games of Sandhawk. So we'll see if that tendency is going to be happening. It would be great for the Ultimate. We just had a little bit of a highlight about this team in that video. It's great to see the inside workings of the team. But the Ultimate, one good game and podium. It's possible. It's so close. I love these kind of finishes. I was really scared that YALLA Esport were just going to run away with the first place at the end of that second day, but it's getting so close, and now it's kind of making this a lot more interesting as we're about to close off the entirety of this third day and the entirety of the tournament too. So yeah, you're looking at Cryptic, SUDOR Esport, Ultimate, Train to Kill, Rick Infinity, FalconsEsport, YALLA Esport. There's so many teams currently aiming for not only the extra position, but the prize pool. It jumps up significantly high when you're towards those top 5 positions. So at one point could be the difference between you making 45,000 and just 10,000. So you need to make sure you get a good way to finish these 2 games.
Oof, Rico Infinity was invisible then for a second, but now they've appeared from the shadows. One thing that interests me about this Sandhawk game once again, though, is does Virtus Pro go on the hunt again? We saw it yesterday, an attempt to do it, and then we saw the big wraparound on towards boot camp here in the previous game, which didn't quite go their way, of course, Imperium, but very interesting to see that they're looking for the aggression.
Yeah, 110%. And for YALLA, if I were them, honestly, I would switch up my drop spot. Hating is pretty open. A lot of the Northwest Island actually is open, because I believe only NSE have dropped there, and Virtus Pro the odd time. So that island is more than available, and we've already seen in the first Sandhawk game of the day, despite YALLA getting 6 points, they had 3 teams pretty much crash on them. So their first place is being challenged. You can't deny what they've done up until this point. Massive first 2 days, but if you can't get the job done on the final day, on the final games, then it's not your championship to win. Simple as that. So YALLA, they need to pull something big and change their drop spot. I think will massively help them in the Sandhawk game.
Definitely, yeah. Maybe they can easily have that little bit of a change up. I still think that maybe some of these teams are having a bit of a kind of a split loot trash drop that's not quite going their way. But anyway, we're getting geared up for Sandhawk. Max, got to ask you, who you're looking at?
I said there's so many teams that do well on this map. It's actually really complicated, but seeing how things have been panning out so far, and Cryptics has been a really strong team, I would like to go with Cryptic on this one. We'll see how it's going to go. And you've been picking Cryptic too often, Kalaris. It's been working every time, so I'm going to see if the curse is real and I pick them and they lose, or we'll see if I get really unlucky here.
I've told you the meta today, man. It's Falcon. I've 3 games in a row, and it's not gone too badly at all. And I think they're going to be hot. I think they're going to be coming in and trying to catch up YALLA here, considering they can smell it. It's just on the horizon here, Imperium. I think they got the chops. What do you think?
I think they've got the chops, but I'm for YALLA, baby. Why not? I'm on the YALLA train.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's get it done then. Sandhawk is on the horizon. We're heading over to Wolf and Tarzan.
Oh, we are here, Tarzan, once more. It's only going to get a little bit spicier, but unfortunately, villainous ends here with this map, Tarzan, because it's a nicer angle for the last one. But before that, we get to play with our food a little bit. Boot camp, always going to be that drop that I'm looking at when it comes to YALLA, dropping down there once again. Imperium mentioned something, though, that was quite interesting. If it could have dropped somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? We talked about that. Like, they've been having a rough day. I mean, the next bit of hit that you don't want to have is for you to have the courage to make the change, but then really falling flat on your face. But this time around, seems like they have a little bit of space for now. We've seen this earlier in that game, but you know what? Teams came around very quickly to make sure that they added some pressure. But this circle right now will push a lot of Northwestern Island out. And to be fair, it's been a while since I don't see a finish on those, bloody high hills. They are extremely annoying, but we do have a little bit of a hot-ish shift down to the south side.
I actually think that when you come towards the south side, it's something we've not tested. Realistically, coming from these teams, yes, there's been a little bit of skirmishing coming through around the bridges, but that deep south island, really something that I think we have seen not so much. And I think generally the islands, not so much this tournament. Big surprise considering that I actually believe these teams have been let off lightly when it comes to being allowed only the main island on Sanhok pretty much 90% of the time.
Yeah. You know what I want to see? I want to see some very juicy, mathematically tight last game. So that means Falcons need to do decently well. And right now, they are that hard-hitting team. Like, that is, you know, no surprise. But I want some surprise from them. Maybe from a botation, right? To get through to the other side. We know
There
the
it
side
is.
of... Yeah, I mean, maybe... Yes, and but because it's just a little bit of change that they could really use. I mean, they have this tendency to rotate via the heart and bridge and slowly work their way down. And if I were YALLA, I would not allow them to do that because it's about, you know, asking a team to back off. Really, like, this is the thing in that segment, in their usual tendencies of early rotations, they can actually somewhat clash. I feel like if YALLA runs to hang around, and if they see those names on the kill feed, that is where that huge mentality thing kicks in, right? Can you get really hyped and get even more from there? Can you get too excited that you lose your actual fine motor control? Like, all those things are what excites me, and it is really driving the scene and all the science maybe behind how these teams are performing. But after all, it's still looting phase right now. We could see some early clashes, but I don't know yet because it's a little bit new. We haven't gone this south before.
No, we haven't, and I think now you're looking towards teams maybe not going towards YALLA this time around, which is why we don't see already the fighting start to emerge. Of course, YALLA, to be expected, they also should be adapting. They should be, I think, staying more towards that compound or boot camp. It has worked out for them better to be a little bit more defensive in these first few stages of the game, rather than going outwards. Every time they seem to go outwards, they get punished for it. It's those games that YALLA on boot camp haven't been performing well on. Whereas you look towards when YALLA are in boot camp, it's these great nays, these great flanks that you see coming out, particularly on those warehouse buildings up towards the north side of boot camp, that really take me back to yesterday's play.
Maybe, but look at the circle though. They're sitting right in the middle of that top left quadrant, right, of the circle. So what are the odds that it will go over there and they can actually get that win like before? There's still a chance though. I know this is PUBG Mobile, like we've seen some of these crazy shifts, so but that is going to be quite a few faces away, right? They can't really bet on that right now, but yeah, I don't know what to think at this point. I want to really get into the comms, you know, sit next to them if possible, buy YALLA Esports, and see every small tick on their face. Okay, yes, fine, that's creepy, right? But it's about seeing how they react to things and see whether we can have a good read to the state of the team, and maybe we can have better predictions from there. Like, that is one segment that we dearly miss, you know, being in this industry, is to see these passion, you know, in all these moments, on their faces, these high fives and all these stuff, right? So yeah,
I could be like passion. I could be like passion. I could be like their proud mum, like in the comms,
Okay.
just shouting down behind them, being like, "Yes, go Falcons, go Rico, go Twisted." That's what I want to be. If I wasn't casting, I could still cast the games that they're playing live.
You have very low standard in adopting whatever you want. Like,
Wow,
okay.
wow, Tarzan. We're gonna
just
talk
harsh.
about our friendship later.
Yeah, I mean, we're just friends, right? We don't have to have the same standard.
Really?
On that
Oh man,
front.
I thought there was something between us, Tarzan. All of these games that we're talking about.
What do you mean?
Ah.
But you know what? Like,
Can't
right
believe
here,
it.
I'll tell you why though. Like, there's some reasons behind that, and actually quite specific, because I do find the style of Falcons, or should I just say the word repertoire, is actually quite bland. Like, I want quite a few more things from them, and of course you can say that they, you know, found the way in to get a lot of points in that game previously, but that is nothing new for this team. Is that one thing that they know, and they could apply it in that game? And right now, to be fair, we do not remember anything huge coming from Falcons on this particular map. Like, I actually haven't. Like, they are this hard-hitting team. Like, even back in PMPL Arabia, give them the Northwest Island, I guarantee that they don't make, you know, some huge wins. I don't know
That's
why.
true.
Yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical, but I feel like that's just the stats. But I also like to be wrong in that case, right? Because we talk about land buff. I love that term so much. I will use it again and again. And then, yes, maybe we'll see some new potential coming from this team.
I actually think rotating around towards that southwest line is something that's really powerful when it comes to potentially positioning around those bridges. You could see teams start to put out a focus on that, particularly, of course, because there is some portion, about 35% of this first phase inside of that southwest island as a whole. You do obviously expect that is going to go towards that mainland. And around Quarry, I think Twisted Minds have this brilliant position right now where, yes, it's going to be quiet, but they've already started to secure that position. Looking at those teams like Cryptics who drop down towards the South Time Island, you look towards teams like DRS who are going to be crossing across Quarry that tend to do that. Albeit our first kill could come out. Yes, it does. Triple D punished quick, straight through shot through Madaz. And that comes through. Not a confirm though, because they do have to be careful. Not only Triple D, but also SUDOR looking at them from across. And this is in the position now of the only one. How do you go about this, knowing that you are got two different teams potentially looking down at you?
Yeah, I know that's just sad for the side of Emad, right? But I at least love the side of DDD having the Overwatch ready. You can see the second that Ezos peaked, he got sprayed down. And of course, it's not the same team there. It's SUDOR in the party as well, yes. But I love, the initiative there. Yes, you got knocked. Sometimes the surprise of a scout, you at least dealt damage. You can see they have the right ideas right there. They paid the price. It's fine. I at least really appreciate the fact of established Overwatch in that maneuver.
I actually think that it was a slight mistake staying inside of that overall scouting tower. I think that, yes, you find a knock, but you can see you're being punished from multiple angles. If there is a way to get back out of it, find that way, because you're trying to, again, make this revive happen, and now you're running the risk of two different players potentially being knocked as you've left it so long for Triple D to start to make that wrap around. It doesn't look like they're going on to the fight, so I think that actually the only ones have bit off a little bit of luck when it comes to Triple D being passive this time around, but against a much more aggressive team, you would expect those flanks to happen a lot quicker, and the only one to be punished for it.
Potentially, yeah, I agree. I think when it comes to playing an off-edge position, I'd say make the blue work for you, right? Like, you can play a little bit patient, start getting some info towards certain rotation paths, and when it pops, you'll find some way and other shapes of form to fight against the same team. I didn't have a problem with that. Like, after all, they are still to the north of Sami. Is still that type of hilly parts that they can still get options going extremely wide. So right now, I think it's interesting to see around Harden Bridge, because ABIAH was actually very far out to make sure that they punish Falcons if they come through that bridge, right? So I don't know what's the plan there. I didn't think they're paid to do that. They just want those early kills, but Falcons will rotate through from the bottom right tip of that northwestern island. And I don't know about that. I don't think it's wrong, but they need to know what it means. Because the side of Virtus.pro has been waiting. They are that team that was split three-way around Trifecta, three-way across those three islands, around those tips, and they are still holding that spot right now.
It's down to the second phase where it goes. That's what's going to decide a lot. Of course, Falcons are positioning to go any one of these three directions, even across the river. The zone, though, it doesn't give away too much. Yes, Quarry is going to be the central part of it, but there's still a little bit of South Island. I think there's still a lot of decision-making that comes around that main Sanhok point of where teams want to go. You obviously look towards making it now from Painan across those hills if you're a team like the Ultimate, because I think those hills coming into Quarry, that's somewhere that can be really powerful. And I think that staying around Painan, yes, is going to be the safer option, but if you then come over those hills, you're getting much more information. You're getting your money's worth compared to a situation where you're behind the front lines, you would be behind of where all the action is happening down in Painan, and you wouldn't have the best ideas of how to actually approach that phase 3.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at Painan. Like, right now, all the teams crowding to the west of it. And sometimes these Painan teams that we see would really take that chance to cross early, go into that hill between, Painan itself and Quarry. That is a great place to hold. Of course, don't get me wrong, it's very hard to hold, when teams are funneling themselves in, pouring themselves in from multiple directions. And right now, when the crowded situation is on the other side of the river, not on the mainland, these teams may just really slow each other down. You don't want to cross right now. They can really see you and shoot you from the back, from across, right? But right now, YALLA is slowly moving their way out to the south of Bootcamp Hill, and this might set themselves up, you know, against a very, very strong squad. I mean, historically, I mean, we had high hopes. We voted for them many times for very good reason. Like Blackwhite's incredibly strong with his experience on the global stage as well. And but you know what? I think I like what YALLA's trying to do. They are not being too greedy. They don't want to go into places where they don't have enough info. They just play it by segment by segment, I should say.
No, we didn't get to vote for the Tarzan. I cry inside when you said that. I really wanted to be able to vote every single time. Instead of the others get to do it, but we still get to watch all the action. That's even better. We get to cast all the action, Tarzan. And Bronzeberg, unfortunately for him, he's been very patient. He's been very slow to retreat here. And I think, yes, you could get such information onto YALLA, but there's 4 players at YALLA. And I don't think Bronzeberg is quite good enough to take him all.
I'm going to, you know, say this now. I feel like the side of YALLA could have really dedicated something to make sure that they can cause some damage to Falcons based on their rotation styles. They either rotate along that coastline or from northwest line. Right now, it's another team that struggled to show consistency. So South Tennessee struggling against this team. The only one that's actually not a very strong one, but you know, in the skirmish, they find some lead.
It's 3 knocks, Tarzan, from the only one in NSC NASRAT. They've been destructed. Down only to Sulim and Rio. Going to be confirmed away. Yes, he's behind a tree, but it's not good enough. And Suleiman, yes, almost, yes, does find one back. I thought they wouldn't be able to. That's the type of turn we're looking for. Daz not going to be quite quick enough on the draw either to be able to punish that over rotation from Suleiman to grab that at least first kill coming from him. But you will use it, however, to retreat. They've got a motorbike, and they will dip elsewhere. At least they're still in this game.
And that was revenge from the Miramar game yesterday. You 1v2 us, good. Now stay as one, okay? And that is what happened yesterday. And carry it over to the jungles of Sandhawk, and that was beautiful, like from one team. And that's the thing, right? Like you just need to have certain formation almost when you're rotating, whether on car or on foot, to have 360 awareness. We talk about it. It's a small map. The people can be anywhere, especially if you lose 1 or 2 players early. It really prompts you to play a bit more patient. So, you know, that's the thing. I think I almost hate this map with a passion, but to cast it is a different thing. I'm talking about playing for it.
Tarzan, don't speak those words. Don't speak those words, Tarzan.
I'll take it. I love things. Yeah, I love everything. I have the mentality to find joy in things and count my blessings. Actually, that's not a bad shout. You know what?
Especially
right now, this is... I'm looking at Falcons because they're not just that team that needs to get some points. They need to get some considerable points, and they want YALLA to get none. So the fact that they are so indecisive actually hurts me a little to watch.
Cryptics around the side of KB have not moved this entire game, though, into reset towards Fate as well. Also, who have closed further in onto Cryptics. They've been looking for his fights slowly, but I don't think they gain Fate that really in a position to do so. Look at how split they are, and I think it's his overextension again coming through from Fate that has been unfortunately a downfall. As finally does look like Edmar will confirm a rogue member, a scout coming through from the only one. It's a little bit unfortunate, but at least you lose 1 player for the exchange of information knowing that that area was not safe.
Well, DDD, of course, a team that we're always waiting to have a little bit more oomph from them, right? Like even when they got their second place at the start of the tournament, it's not quite. There's no oomph to it, right? And they went close to endgame again, once again, in another time on Erangel. Didn't really push through as well. So right now, there's got quite a few things to really show and prove, but we're still waiting. We're still waiting.
Still, it is a 1-for-1 trade, but the revive comes through, so it means Triple D are in the positive when it comes to the exchange. And looking over towards the course, again, a slight lull of action, and Falcons also rotating into the zone. I think actually when you looked to the phase 3 shift, and you look to where these teams are really in the power position for, it's a lot about this information game. Again, as we talked about it, yes, in the early stages, it's so important to gather that, but particularly here, in a hyper zone like this, this, where yes, you've got some compounds here and there, but it's not really a super OP power position. There's no boot camp, there's no real paradise resort, no mountains on Northwest Island to control. You're much more being aware of your scouts and how to get the most out of them before eventually, of course, they are likely to fall, but that information granting enough so that your entire team does not fall in this result.
Yep. Agree. And but you know what? I don't agree with myself. I actually want to take back what I said about Falcons, because if you look at, you know, how those entry points were in the previous two circles, you can arguably say this is just a smart and strategic tank coming from them. They got through Ruins areas okay. They come slightly close to Trifecta without getting punished. I think they really mark the line right there with position back into an aggressive style as they try to clear this one out. But Solomon, the solo caused damage, but the trade comes through quick, and that's important. Good to know, sweet. Yeah, get some treats, go your way. You have your strategic tank, and now I want to see them knowing when is it key to transition into game-winning crash and game-winning fights.
It's a slight shame. I think that kill was clearly a given for Bumper, but a panic, I think, coming through from NASRAT. They didn't really have the angle, so Bumper does live. I think that is also very crucial for Falcons, particularly in the way that they are coming in because of this zone and being a game so split. You don't really know where you're wanting to go. Again, you're trying to fish that information. Now phase 4 turns. It goes over to Quarry. That's a rough one, though, for so many of you in the Southwest Island, because making it across those bridges, let alone getting across the open expanse, which you have no vision of coming into Quarry, it's just so darn difficult.
Yeah, I'm trying to count in my head right now. Falcons need to go. You think about the entry point. Is that hill between Payan and Quarry? That is a supreme high ground. If you come in there late, you need to make sure that it's the right time, maybe in the middle of some chaos. But if otherwise, it's generally very unwelcoming for late comers.
What's T2K doing? They're inside Quarry? With Twisted Minds? I just noticed this. So I tell them, but why? Why are you inside the actual Quarry itself?
I feel like they went down more south than they wished, and suddenly they couldn't rotate through, you know, the cliff side. But that is also the thing. Like, so it's such a common spot to hold. Then you are forced to have this, you know, block to go further into the west, and suddenly you just feel like, okay, the only things that we can see is in the dips of Quarry. It seems empty, and we'll just go through there. I won't disagree with that. I think sometimes those are the things, the caution that you need. And Falcons finally coming in, I do wish them a huge good luck.
But you can't reset. That's the problem, right? If Falcons do make that miracle dive on through, they don't lose anyone. Actually, I think that is a miracle, quite frankly. But the only one, finally, they do punish down Demar. Is expecting at least one drop. Demar on his lonesome should be confirmed out. I don't think there's any real saving his one unless Sultan does get knocked in exchange. It is going to be one exchange, Joe, but onto his Daz. And now, Falcons, there may be some room to try save Bumper.
Yeah, you know what? It's hard. It's very hard to... What else would you do? You shot stop and try to fight against someone, or you translate into heals trap pretty early on, but that doesn't sound, you know, like a proactive way to get some points, right? So I do feel for these players. To be fair, they've, you know, paid the price of one player. Yes, probably one of their best at the MVP on Thursday, but they are close enough to maybe fight through into the circle.
I think another beautiful knock though coming through in Bumper is this core player on the opposite end, while to fight on the back front. You've got this front and keeping an eye again on information, understanding of it. Yes, you can fight all you like, but you have no information where to move next. It's kind of like, yes, we've made 2 steps out of our 8-step plan, but then where do we go? And unfortunately for it, it gets a little bit worse. Now, I hope they've got that backup plan on their books, because they've lost another player and they're down to 2.
Tricky. I mean, the revive can come through, but these 50 meters can be extremely far.
Time.
At least they are. Yes, it's about time. It's about time, but they don't have the vehicles, but they do have the cover for now, and they've got an anchor point inside on that southwestern edge. But let's talk about the other sides as well, as we have one of the most dreadful circles coming up, I believe, because we talk about landscapes, we talk about saturation of zone. Like, there's nowhere really good in this circle, I have to say. Maybe the warehouses of Quarry, but it's scary holding those as well. As we see this shift coming through, we need to look at that mini-map, but you can see only 30 seconds to go, and that is why it's so hard to play on this map, is the blue zone speed.
Yeah, the zone as well. There's only 30 seconds in the game. FalconsEsport made one slight push. They've found some time with that knock, rightly so, but the time is limited. It's very rare in this circumstance, and it's an expensive resource coming into this next phase. It's YALLA, no, all too much as well, struggling, coming in all the way from boot camp as Virtus Pro have cut them off. RAT going to cut them both off when they come into that warehouse, as you said.
Tricky. I mean, like, the first thing that you need to get sometimes is the car. I mean, you've got some around the boot camp that can really help you get out of these situations. And right now, that is just a clusterfuck. We talk about warehouses, holding them down is not too easy, especially when they can have something ready to get an opening. But DRS will try their luck.
DRS, they've at least made it inside the compound for now. Falcons wiped off, and that could be the opening for YALLA if they can survive RAT to usurp them in the second last game. 2 nades go, but not a confirmed kill onto DRS yet. Only no health bars. Energy drinks keeps them healthy, keeps them speedy boys. As now DRS, Gaelzen takes the front line. Mafia Ninjas takes a step back, and Twisted Fate also playing patient, but there's the knock, there's the angle we were looking for, and Gaelzen now down Twisted. They keep their eyes open on the prize, but Twisted Minds, they cannot stop this yet. DRS, they strike back 2, and now comes the move in for Mafia Ninja. The zone closing further forward, phase 5, ticking into 6, as you can see even the rest of ABIAH. Maybe cutting DRS off, but not before Twisted Minds going to drop 2, potentially no. T2K dead just before they don't fall. Keto alive, but now it comes a reset. You've got to stay above the rest of DRS, still moving in.
2 first aids right now, 1 point from placement points, and it seems like YALLA continues to disappoint, but you know what, it's so hard on this map as well. But the 3-way fight on the eastern side was a banger to watch, to be fair. It's about T2K, they tried to enter when people are fighting. A Twisted Mind made sure someone's watching that side, but you need to watch towards the other side as well. The tangential sweep, so important to guarantee your next rotation.
Yeah, I think a little bit of an aggression as well. Pi getting necessarily knocked. Yes, he found a knock, but we tried to go for the kill. He might still get punished back for it, on top of the fact that, yes, you are trying to make it inside of a zone that's completely empty. Phase 6 shifts against everyone. In Virtus Pro, they are also down to 1 player. They make the revives happen on the edge of the blue. They're barely alive. That blue barely keeps them from death. There's now ABIAH down to 1 player. Twisted Minds also struggling to enter further forward, but not as much as DRS, and also Virtus Pro will fall to wayside next. ABIAH falls 3rd, and they're all dropping like flies. Twisted Mind, they're down to 1-2, and now RAT Rico Infinity Team. This is their game to step up, but look at who stops them. Fate from the bottom of the leaderboard. This could be another upset win.
I mean, they've been sleeping all day, Rico Infinity, but that's so much that they still need to pull up. But that's the trade coming through. 8 kills on board, 2 players still. It's a good amount of points, I think, and that will make the top leaderboard even more tight.
2 are dead on Rico's side, Tarzan. This makes it only harder to move in because you've got 30 seconds, but Sao is still pushing the pressure onto you with those utilities, which is more makes it so difficult. The fact that they have these dips, they have their hill advantage where actually you can't really see, especially combined with a smoke where those Fate members are behind a tree line, so they can maneuver along the edge of this zone much more efficiently and much better than actually Rico Infinity Team can by moving on the lower ground.
Yeah, there's a very real chance that Rico Infinity can overtake the Santa Falcons here and then make the last game a very, very tricky one for all these teams. I mean, it can be extremely exciting. As casters, as viewers, you want it to be a very exciting one, but the pressure for the players are huge. Some of these mistakes will cost them a lot of money, as we see Fate finally trying to wake up as 14 enters this phase 7 with 8 kills on board.
They found a kill, they found a knock. This is phase time to go, Tarzan, and it's all green lights over onto Rico Infinity Team. Hero, they cannot defend. Cristigo's the only one, and from Fate from the backside comes up with a fat W. Tarzan, Fate with a victory. That's what you want to see.
There must be someone healing somewhere, right? Because I don't see the 3rd team, but they should be. And I don't know, maybe... Okay, it's definitely someone healing somewhere.
I believe it was
don't know which team.
I think it was Cryptics on the backside in Cave.
Oh my god. I mean, that's... Cave? Well, that's a very good transition into Heelstra, very good preparation, but I wouldn't expect anything less. They should have the resource to do that on that very empty southeastern side they decide to play, right? They've got Kampong, Dots, everything. They've got 50 first dates if they need, right? So that was a good game by a lot of these teams, to be fair. A lot of good thinking coming through. Execution is obviously, like I always say, a different thing. And but Rico Infinity, although they didn't get that chicken dinner, is still a good bounce compared to what we expect of them.
It's a huge win, though, for Rico Infinity team, because, yes, they now make that run possible, right? Yalla, who have been so dominant at the start of the day, their lead has collapsed around them like a big fat Jenga tower, Tarzan. The blocks have all gone, and now it's time for the rest of Falcons, the rest of our team, for Rico, to be able to step up, to be able to assert them, as we say, to take that king spot at the very top of the leaderboard. But that's still, nevertheless, you cannot take away the win coming through from Fate in these final 2 games, to have that power moment after you have been so poor, quite frankly, for so many games so far in the tournament. This is the life that what we quite frankly expected, also coming through from Fate coming into this tournament.
Yeah, you know what? Like, recently we had the pleasure and the honor to cast a lot of these final days, final games, and we always try to think what would these teams.
Of course,
do.
it's Fate. Of course, it's Fate.
But you know what? Like, but it's also the side of the LAN situation that can really switch things up when it comes to what they dare or dare not to do in these final games. Like, and you will see. I just can't wait for anymore. I mean, it's going to be a bang, and I can't wait to see the faces as well, the emotions, and even for at least a little bit the cheer from the crowd.
Oh man, it's so tight. Big stakes at risk for our final games. We head back through to the analyst desk once more. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Yeah, really important for Fate to try and push themselves up here, considering they've had a bit of a tough tournament, but a great little time towards the end here to be able to get themselves to chicken dinner. Imperium and Maxman joining me to talk about this Sandhawk. Not quite the central circle that we've become oh so used to here, Imperium, but nonetheless, an interesting little end here.
Yeah, it was great to see Fate come out on top of that game, but the story really has to be put upon Rico Infinity, right? Coming into this game third in the standings, needed at least this game to be a gigantic result, a hell of a lot of kills, a lot of control on the northern side of the circles, and although they didn't win, it was still a really good second place finish.
I mean, now you're getting back to the point where at the end of day 1, it was a 3-man race towards the top, and then we're back in that situation where really who can be taking first place is or YALLA Esport, or FalconsEsport, or Rico Infinity. One of those 3. Below that, I don't really expect the Ultimate or Cryptics to be able to really compete towards the top. So yeah, it's between those 3 mainly coming into it. And Rico Infinity, they were playing a very strong compound for most of that game towards the west of Quarry. It was a little compound position to hold on to. And they didn't really have to move for the longest time until they actually understood that some teams were actually getting taken care of very heavily downhill towards Quarry, and then when they knew there was a lot less teams present, they started pushing out. They had the man advantage, they had the utility to make those moves happen, and they actually tried to get the advantage onto Fate. Of course, Fate having that high ground advantage, and especially getting rid of that off angle held out by result was huge in closing off that game, and that's what allowed them to actually result in Fate coming off with a win at the end.
Yeah, Cryptics here celebrating the fact that they did a pretty sneaky strong heel off towards the end, getting themselves that second place. I mean, that's Sandhawk, right, Imperium? Sometimes this is a strong strategy.
Yeah, but let's be straight up. It's been a little bit too common for Cryptics in this event, and I'm kind of disappointed, and shows a element of defeated nature from Cryptics, but it is what it is. They grabbed the points needed when it comes to holding on to their top 5 spot. But 18 points for Rico Infinity, so heavily needed. Like, we just can't talk any more highly, and you don't see Falcons or YALLA up there at all. Falcons, they got 2 points in that game. YALLA, they got absolutely zero, zilch, nada, nothing in that Sandhawk game.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy the situation we're in now, Max, because honestly, we've seen what YALLA can do, but today has been an absolute dud. Despite being number 1 still, their cushion's bleeding away. There is the potential. There's a world. There's a scenario where, as you say, either Rico Infinity or Falcon get themselves a win in this next one. Maybe with some kills here or there, they could steal first place away. That would be, well, I can't call it stealing. They would take first place away.
Yeah. By the way, it's good to see Result here being the top player, get very proactive when it comes to the off angles. But I've been watching back on these games, and I take screenshots of every circle, and I've been looking and paying close attention to how YALLA is approaching these games every time. It just seems like the playstyle for them is, we are so comfortable at the start of the day. All we have to do is get some decent placement points every single game, and we should be going home with the first place. So they're taking very little risk, which I can understand. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a valid thought process to go through. But when you see teams like FalconsEsport, Rico Infinity doing so well because they are hungry for that first place, and YALLA Esport are not trying anything, that gap is continuously getting reduced time and time again, to the point where now FalconsEsport and Rico Infinity are potentially about to reach in for that first place above YALLA Esport. So YALLA, you're gonna have to try something for the last game, because if you get another 0-pointer, FalconsEsport and Rico Infinity, they are racing for that first place, and you have nothing to do against that.
Look at that. There's always one game per day that the community actually beats us on. It's kind of crazy, but, you know, good for them, Imperium. Good for them.
It's even more surprising and even crazier that the 1 point that has come from our side is being from Maxman.
True.
Like, you know, if that doesn't sum up the wild day that we've had, I don't know what does. And just to give a couple of numbers as well, YALLA, 17 points in today's 5 games. Cryptics, Falcons, they've gotten 60 points in today's 5 games so far. And Rico, they've gotten 41 points. So you can see that disparity. You can see the reason why we've gotten up to this point. And I think Maxman hit the nail on the head on YALLA. They just have allowed, they've played too comfortably, and they've allowed the two teams behind them to get closer to them coming into this final game.
By the same premise, though, we have said, I mean, even coming in from yesterday, that, like, even if they just have average middling games or whatever, they're still going to hold it because of the cushion. And that's the benefit of the cushion. But it does get a little bit closer now, a little bit too close for comfort, maybe, Max, where, you know, as I said, I mean, Falcon is having a decent kind of roundabout finish to all of this. Likewise, so is Rico. 100 kills Rico is now on. Oof.
It's just been an amazing day, and Falcon, especially, has seen Demar showing up big time. He showed up big in the first day, now in this third day. If there's one player that I have in mind to potentially be the MVP, it all would be a player of YALLA Esport, or it would just be Demar that has been continuously present when FalconsEsport has been able to get himself some good games. So, yeah, literally, I cannot even predict. I just love to see FalconsEsport and Rico Infinity making it so close towards the top, so can't wait for the last game.
Very important. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we return, it is that final game on the way, and of course, we'll be on good old Erangel to finish things off. We'll see you in a few.
السلام عليكم، معكم هنكي. اليوم جايب لكم مسابقة جديدة للاعبين سرفايفل تيست. خلونا مع بعض نشوف اللاعبين كيف راح يتنافسون، مين راح يبقى معانا عايش للنهاية. يلا خلينا نروح مع بعض للسرفايفل تيست.
What to do if you see a nuclear explosion? A. Delete your browser history. B. Run in the opposite direction. C. Hide in the basement and wait for 48 hours.
في قبو من 48 ساعة ويكون كان عازل عن الإشعاع.
اختبئ بالقبو لأنه تحت الإشعاع ما راح يجيني شيء.
What to do if you run out of gas in the middle of a desert? A. Stay with the car. B. Leave your car and walk towards the sun. C. Panic.
أبقى بالسيارة لأنه أكيد ممكن يشوفون السيارة ويجوني.
تجاه معك تجاه الشمس ممكن. هي طريقة نجيك منها.
How to protect yourself from insects? A. Wave hands and shout, "Go away!" B. Rub mud on exposed skin. C. Use a lot of perfume.
استخدم كثير من العطور. ممكن تنعج من الريحة تبعد عني.
استخدم كثير من العطور لأن الحشرات ما تجي على الزبالة.
How to survive a shark attack? A. Take a bigger boat. B. Hit it in the eyes or gills. C. Hit it in the nose.
أركب القارب لأنه ما راح يجيني فوق.
أركب قارب أكيد.
First thing to do if you are lost in the woods? A. Find a water source and shelter. B. Find food. C. Find a perfect spot for a selfie.
مياه ومأوى لأنه أساس الحياة.
لا مأوى وطعام.
How to get water in the desert? A. Squeeze any cactus. B. Squeeze only a specific type of cactus. C. Think of your ex and drink your own tears.
لا أكيد عطر صبار نباتات يعني يكون لها مصدر ماء أكيد.
أعصر أي صبار لأنه بيطلع لي مويه.
Is it safe to use moss to find direction? A. Only if it speaks. B. Yes, it always grows on the northern side. C. No, it actually grows on any side.
لا ما تنمو بأي اتجاه أصلا ما تتحرك.
لا تنمو على أي جانب.
How to communicate with your mates over a long distance? A. Start a fire and use smoke signals. B. Shout. C. Send them your thoughts on the waves of friendship.
لا صرخ أكيد. الصوت يكون مسموع.
أشعل النار وبواسطة الدخان لأنه بيشوفني بالسماء، بيشوف الدخان في السماء ويجيني.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just one more game remaining here for the Global Esports Tour, and let's take stock of where we are currently at going into this final game. I have Imperium as well as Maxman joining me here. So far, so good. Up towards the top, YALLA Esports is in #1, and unless a few challengers rise to the occasion, they will be walking away as champion. Maxman, it's not completely out of the realms of possibility, though, that they get caught up to and taken over if a few can do it.
I mean, for the start of the game, what we're going to have to do is focus on YALLA Esport. If you see YALLA Esport get taken down in the first 15 minutes of this game, then that's when the door opens for FalconsEsport and Rico Infinity. A singular win alone would potentially not be enough. They're going to have to go out with a lot of kills on top of that, and we'll have to see how it's going to work out. But man, in that speed session, they're checking how moss grows, and I always thought it grew towards the north. And I was a scout for like more than a year, and I've been wronged by the official French scout industry. So I don't know how to feel about that. I feel wrong.
You got wronged and rocked. I am so sorry for you, my friend.
And lost. Quite
apparently, yeah. If we dropped you into the woods, you're doomed. I'm sorry, mate. But two teams that are not doomed entirely just yet, indeed, are FalconsEsport as well as Rico Infinity team. I mean, considering the performances they've put up alongside YALLA here, Imperium, it is apt that these three are in the position that they're in, and it's not all decided just yet.
It's fully deserved. Let's give a lot of respect to these three teams. YALLA, first 2 days were absolutely tremendous. Day 1, 75 points. Day 2, 100 points in 6 games. But like I said before the break, In today's 5 games, 17 points. It has been disaster after disaster after disaster. Whereas Falcon, they climbed back up the standings. They came into today in 5th place. They found their form, but now it is up to them to really finish the job, right? Slay the beast that is YALLA. And then you have Rico, Infinity, not over yet. There's still life in the old dog. 20 points behind YALLA.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely. With only Erangel remaining, it is the place where everybody knows their comfort. Everybody knows and understands where they want to rotate, how they want to rotate, which compounds they want to take up. But you got to be a little bit careful about where that circle is going to end up going, of course, which we'll find out in a few moments' time. Other moves that can happen in this final game as well. It's important to note that there are steps up constantly in the prize pool. So even if you're down at the bottom here, Max, there's still quite a bit to play for if you can get yourself a big chicken dinner on the board.
Yeah, if you're able to get above 12th place, you can actually jump from, in 13th it's 3,000, then 4,000, 5,000.
Yeah.
Just one extra kill or just a few extra positioning points can get you a few extra $1,000 in your pocket. So even if you're at the bottom, you still got to fight for that prize pool. You're not going to fight for glory this time, but potentially will be happening next time around. So don't give up just yet. And also, these teams at the bottom, potentially if you're in 16th place, you're the only one, ABIAH Esport, you're struggling a little bit. It's still something to keep in mind. If you want to mess with the mental state of the teams at the top, there's still an eventuality and a possibility to do so. I hope that's not going to be the case, but there's still something to keep in mind that some teams can try and just play spoilers sometimes towards the top.
What's that? Rico Infinity team had a little bit of a pep talk given to them before they get into this game as well. And there is the potential that they can rise to the occasion. They've been able to show, I think importantly here, Imperium, that their fragging potential is extremely strong. With that 100 kills, they are technically ahead of YALLA by 2 kills in that regard. And if they came out all guns blazing, no reason they couldn't have a big chicken dinner here.
They've proven it. We saw that game where they dominated through the Stalbar Hill. They land in Severny. If that circle in any way entrenches on the northern side of the map, it could be their game to win, their game to dominate, and YALLA's get first place to lose. So there's so many variables, and I love what Maxman brought into the mix with the teams in the bottom, in the middle of the pack. Are they going to play a part? Are YALLA going to be hot dropped? Is there going to be that level of play coming into the board at the start of the game? I'm just so damn excited for this final game.
And we need to see how excited the community is as well. We need your votes to think who is going to be winning out this game, and all importantly, who's going to be taking that last chicken dinner to maybe move themselves up the ranks. There has been a lot of time to discuss these games in the last 3 days, and a lot of time to theorize where people can go, how these rotations might affect one another, who's been able to be, our top gunners, and guys like Prestige have been absolutely blasting. I think at the start of the day, Max, he was very high up in terms of that damage done, #1, I think, in fact.
Yeah.
So they've got to live up to that now once again.
Yeah, he was our MVP actually at the start of the day, and then of course that went down when we saw Damar be a lot more present. So this is just speculation, but I do believe that MVP currently would be Damar if we stop the tournament now. Of course, it's down to how this last game goes. If we have a big win from YALLA Esport with Prestige actually getting himself a lot of kills and just a lot of presence in this game, it could be a little bit up in the air as to who actually ends up being the MVP. I even know Rico Infinity's got a few players on their side that could be the MVP this time, so we'll see. But community voting, DRS always going to be up there with T2K, and we're seeing the Ultimate, the team that could try and contest for the podium here. So I'd like to see the Ultimate here. Only with 7% of the votes, but some people are behind them trying to see if they can actually make in top 3 just at the end of the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, if YALLA got 0 points and the Ultimate got a huge chicken dinner, like an 18-kill chicken dinner, they could be in first. But I mean, that's madness.
A stretch.
If that happened, oh my days, that would be the greatest thing I have seen in a long time when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports. But sorry, you want to say something, Imperium?
Don't the Ultimate have the highest point scoring individual game in this tournament?
Do they?
I think
17
so.
kills, right?
At about, I think 17 kills. So it's not outside the realms of possibility. Yes, it will require a hell of a Hail Mary, a hell of a miracle, but you brought it into the mix, and the Ultimate have proven they can do it once. Can they do it again?
I would love that. That would be absolute insanity as we continue things on here. I did see that maybe we were ready to go. However, it doesn't look like that's the case. So a remake might be on the cards once again here before we actually dive on into our last game of the tournament in its entirety. Any other teams you guys want to talk about before we get into this? Because quite honestly, I'm expended, boys. It's been we've talked a lot on the desk.
I don't know. There's so many teams that you could potentially look at here. In general, you can say that every single team that's made it into this tournament, regardless, I think they've deserved it. We've seen literally every single team, even the teams at the bottom, like ABIAH Esport, the only one, Fate Esport game stuff, some good moments from time to time. It is down to how much experience you have, and this type of experience in a LAN event especially. And I think we're getting back to the point where the world is unlocking itself. We're getting maybe a bit more LANs. You see in other esports getting LANs a lot more often. So I'm hoping we're going to have more LANs for PUBG Mobile especially. So this is experience that not a lot of pros really have nowadays in PUBG Mobile. Because if you wanted to do LANs, you had to be here 2 years ago. And that 2 years ago is quite a while back. So in the future, these are the players, these are the teams that we might see actually perform extremely well on a LAN stage next time we see them around. So yeah, it's just, I can't really spot out a singular team here. I think that all of them deserve a little bit of respect in this tournament for making it this far and playing every single one of these games.
I mean, even for the teams that, haven't exactly, found themselves on podium or found themselves even in the top 8, I think this is great experience, right, Imperium? The fact that, you get to go to this event, you get to, play against effectively your peers with your peers as well. And it puts that extra little expertise on your CV, I suppose, when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
It is amazing what you can learn competing at a live event with your teammates by your side, how much you can absorb, and it might not show straight away, right? You're not always going to process everything you learn from a live event straight away, but it's going to eke out, it's going to bleed into your mentality over the next coming months, and this is absolutely amazing. Maxman hit the nail on the head in terms of this is perfect and absolutely glorious experience for every single one of these teams, and they all should hold their head high at the fact that they've been representing their org, representing their country, making their families proud. This is every upcoming pro gamer's dream, right? To be at a live event, competing against the best of the best around them, being on national and international essentially TV, if you want to call it that. And this is amazing, and much credit goes out to every single one of these teams. So it's exciting to have that overview, despite the fact that, of course, the main focus coming into this final game is that battle for first place between YALLA, Falcon, and Rico.
I'm just sad that other teams, Max, didn't have little flags for themselves. Like, Rico really thought forwards. I like that a lot. But, where's our DRS flags? Where's our the only one flags? Where's our YALLA flags? Where they gone?
I saw some of the power flags going around. There were a few that were at the start. We just can't see them right now, but they're there in spirit. That's what we got to keep in mind. So hopefully we'll check with the PUBG Mobile Esport team at some point. But the next LAN we'll have to ask for little flags spread all over the place, and you can pick them up and support your team. That'll be good. But yeah, it's down to the wire. See who's going to be able to take this one, and I'm really intrigued to see who's going to be able to come out on top and who will be first at the end of this game.
Yeah, so far so good for YALLA. They still do sit at that #1 spot. However, that cushion has dwindled. There is jeopardy potentially in their future if they are not careful. We are almost ready now to get into our final game. It will be Erangel. It will be the battleground that we are all used to, all tried and true here as the lights have gone off. What's happening? There we go. It's the final game of the tournament. Who will become the champion? We're about to find out as we send over to Wolf and Tarzan to round things out.
Penultimate breakdown time, Tarzan. Now or never when it comes to a 3-horse race between YALLA, Falcons, and Rico Ability Team. One of the three can take that top spot, but it's all down in YALLA's hands. Can they defend, Tarzan, their lead that they've got, or will they falter like they have done already today at the final hurdle?
They're already making some changes, but you know what? This playing path, man, from Lipovka to Primos, this is the test. We will not stop testing you until this last game. And you can see, like, all these drops that some of these teams love, right? Georgia Pool Hospital, like, it's so far in a way. You need to contest somewhere, maybe around Gatka Fields. You need to go back and think about where you can find these cars. These car spawns in your thousands and thousands of games of PUBG that you played. Some of these things need to come through. YALLA actually found the Povka. You know what? I like it.
I love it.
I like it.
I love it. I think that it's great considering that that no one has been dropping down in Lipovka. And I think it's actually one of the strategies when it comes to those final games, right? You just need not an amazing game, just a good game, an average game coming through. But that is not what they wanted to see. A zone that goes out of almost every team's potential path inwards. Only now I think we're really looking at that northern side, but also the south side island rotations into this zone, because it's going to be clustered so much inside of that main belt inside.
And you know what? We got our first circle. It goes all the way to the western side. We've only got around 10 players in the circle so far. So it's about pacing, as always. We talk about maybe fighting your way in, or just find a sweet time to make some very good rotations. Very far. I'll tell you guys one, that center is over at Gatka, or the south side of Everest. That is how far this circle is. The amount of matching between this and the plane path is barely any. Right, so it's good to see how these teams are going to fight for this. You know what? It's great because Rico Infinity, they need to chase, but this is the test as well, right? They are the kings of the north. They don't always take those chicken dinners when they're up north, but they're on their way to Severny. I want to see them knowing when to leave from there and take some good spots to punish some of these teams who would definitely try to go wide on that north side for rotations.
100 kills for the side of Rico Infinity team. That's disgusting. Prestigo, I was wondering if Falcons had the highest amount of kills on an individual player, but Prestigo, if he doesn't have the highest amount of kills on one player in this tournament, I don't know who does, because that's a huge amount.
Yeah, you know what? I actually like the fact that the side of VP went over to Yasnaya to mess with DRS a little bit. Look, no one's like to drop alongside them. They were scary, but you really need to ask, though, after this tournament, do you have to be as scared? As a team like that, because I'm not saying that they are bad, but they're definitely not showing up as we wanted them to. They're now at 10th place at 117 points, and we expect so much more from them. But VP is just there, grab a little bit of those cars, you take those away, and then rotate it maybe back to the home in North Georgia pool. But that was the thing, right? They didn't get anything, but they for sure hurt the chance of DRS by taking away a key resource.
And as well, when you come down to this final game, it's not just about these top running dogs inside of the final fights. It's about all of these teams. The ones who can create these upset moments, Tarzan, who are, yes, lower on the leaderboard, but they also have that potential to completely throw one of these, albeit quote-unquote, could-be winners out of the running too. And if you were looking at the likes of the only ones, I think some of these like DRS, even on the right side of that leaderboard, who have the potential and have seen good games from them already, we know what they're capable of. And I think that this is a really scarier point rather than the top teams you are fighting against.
Yes, of course, want to see some of these things coming through. The hunting is actually been on. Like for a few games now, it's been a little bit gentle, it's not the craziest that we've seen, like hot dropping.
Ram it down their throats. That's what we want, Tarzan. We want full choke. That's what we want.
So, someone has been watching the wrong episodes. Like, I don't like that. I'm joking. It's like, what's wrong with you? But on this side, YALLA's trying to make their way through. Of course, one of the first one to touch the ground for sure, like in Lipovka early on that plane path. But that really allowed me to talk about a point, right? The direction of the plane path changes a lot of things. Who touches the grounds first, who gets to rotate first, change a lot. But that's only number one. I think number two is how these teams can really know kind of where you drop. One way, okay, I remember when I was coaching, the number of players on the plane is actually a huge part of that info game. Yes, of course, you jump out with I buttons as well, but
That's
you
true.
Look at when does that number actually drop down to give you a good view, like of the distribution of teams, right? You can literally still say there's still four players remaining, and we're all on the plane. You know, there's no one that near to you, right? If this has been the last, 20 seconds on the plane path, for example. But of course, it comes down to these physical facts of this game, and we want to see how these players make use of that. YALLA will need to make use of some some rotations, usually from west to east, and this time around, the other direction from east to west.
I really appreciate also the fact that we're probably going to have more of a quite quieter, I would hope, in a way, though, mid-game. Because of all of these teams making these early rotations, you kind of expect that these squads are going to be looting up a little bit later into this final game, like Vertus Pro, who are finally making that move over to North Georgia. We can finally get there, and now they're only starting to loot up properly. That's why I think when it comes towards the end game, we're actually going to see a much more chaotic final zones here, not just because of how stupidly ridiculous this zone is in our last game, but also because of the fact of all this delay impacts that real crush of everything that needs to happen in the final moments.
Exactly. It's about the mentality, right? We always talk about it, and of course, it's a sweet time to talk about it in that last game as well. We've got these, camera on these players, side to side just now. I saw Banda, but you know what? I might be reading it wrong, but I feel like he's a little bit uncomfortable. Whether it's because of his face being so big on the screen, or whether it's because they've been having a shaky day, that I don't know. No, I really don't know. And sometimes there's so many ways to kind of play this last game. I want to see good PUBG. Right? Of course, sometimes, let's say, as a Sandhawk last game, you can always play heal strat or whatnot.
No,
people
please.
don't like it.
No,
right?
please.
People
It's too
don't
much
like
for
it.
me. It's too much
okay,
for
we don't
me,
have
Tarzan.
that. Let's not go there. I'll try not to trigger you. Just try. But let's go back to this game as we see the son of YALLA go for that rotation. It's also very common, right? You go anti-clockwise from the outside of Yasnaya, so you go north to river and slowly work your way in. It's about the clashing of teams doing that, and sometimes how north you go really change what type of landscape you're gonna have to work with. Like that rotation part is weird. Like you go more north, sometimes you go more wide, you can avoid a few things, but is it? Sometimes it's very hard to say, especially with the rotation patterns of Rico Infinity, and right now T2K is also trailing and could clash with the later members of the side of Rico Infinity. And on this side, the Ultimate, I feel like they made a name for themselves and then they also dropped off as well. I think it's so hard, right? When it comes to circles like this, we talk about mentality, we talk about consistency, and it's tough to be always playing so well.
Yeah, I think it needs pretty much the greatest miracle ever for Imperium's idea of the ultimate to come out on top. But I think it can certainly, of course, well within the range to steal about this second, third place. And that's something that, of course, R18 and Falcon have in the back of their mind, as well as also just going up. They could also be put back down. So again, for all three of these teams is much more important, particularly Falcon and our Rico Infinity team here, to have that better game over the rest of their opponents who are also edging at the heels behind them. You're looking more, actually, I was going to mention it, around Gatka Fields here as this potential shift comes through. It's slightly central as this zone does centralize quite evenly again into the second phase. You are looking towards where Falcons are positioned for that great vantage point of seeing all of those teams coming into the open fields and being able to also push them back because it is so open around your position.
You know what? I actually love the fact the Falcons went to that spot pretty early on. They were that Pachinki team. I mean, first off, that is a good read of the whole lobby before it even started. And suddenly they became this Pachinki team, but they couldn't read the fact that no one really made use of Gatka through all these tournament games in the past 5 games of Erangel. So they have no fear going in pretty early, within 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes maybe from what I've seen earlier. So holding some key compounds of Gatka is pretty good right here. But the last time we went over this side, ladies and gentlemen, we went back to North Georgia. I will not jinx it. I'm just telling you the facts.
I feel like you're getting
right
there.
now, teams. Yeah, you know what? Like, it is. We are having the ultimate test for these teams, and it's the first time in a very long time that they get to feel the full ride of emotions and the pressure, the ultimate test in this LAN event as well. A lot of money on the line, a lot of mistakes that can cost them a lot.
I'm also thinking, though, if you wanted to go really mean, Tarzan, could you not just put it over towards the western beachfront? Because it's still there in phase 2. You still could effectively force all of those players to complete opposite end of the rank into where it is actually more open around that beachfront. Yes, there's some hills, but you haven't got the knowledge, I think, some of these players, some of these teams, as much as you would of these power positions.
I guess so. I mean, we're also already moving to a part that really tests the knowledge, right? We talk about Gatka fields other than Compound. Which is your favorite haven? But that itself is a very tricky question.
They all look the same. They're all just as beautiful as each other does.
Man, is that really the case? Okay.
Yes.
No, you know what? No,
100%.
I do not accept that. Go back and study and tell me again, right? But I do have a few that I like, and that's when I really geek over this game a lot. But you can see teams coming back into some areas where they had their experience before. Will they play it the same way? I don't know. This time, for sure, the side of Jane for T2K had decided to cross the bridge first and not stay, around too long.
Vertus Pro getting away with that when I think that Jane actually wasn't really fully positioned. They were trying to hesitantly look for that fight, but instead they only get dropped down. The first kill of the game realistically going to come through here for Vertus Pro against T2K. But look, actually, I was going to say, it just surprised me that all three of them have dropped. They've been the only ones to die so far. It feels so bad for T2K in this final game.
It's a big yikes. Well, I think they thought they've got an opening and almost forgotten about the basics of how bridge fights work, and that was just VP. It's almost like they've got nothing to lose, and they just, do it, just kill them, right? They're overthinking really just kills you here. Overloading the circuits can be really hard, but right now, Marshall, the IGL strikes for Cryptics.
Punish on punish, and now that the IGL is gone, right, you look towards Vertus Pro in this final game, in these final moments, who is your backup leader, right? Who can now lead your team, particularly on this third phase, because we don't know where it goes. It goes down towards the south side, and Quarry, I'm immediately looking towards that north side of Quarry Hills, as unfortunately Bronsberg does get dropped by Rico and Team 2, because that vision line on top of the hills all the way down towards Triple D, towards Osh-tekkWarriors, is huge for whoever can take it.
Yeah, you know what? Like, that circle popped down to the south. I loved immediate movement by Falcons. They know they are in the circle, but if they play out on that edge, they will get punished for the next shift that goes away from them, which is quite probable, right, when we look at how circles work. So the quick decision to move in just a little bit to find another part to claim and control is great. And we can see YALLA is actually still to the north of Everest. So what's the plan here? I'm not saying that it's slow. There's a way to play it slow, but hold that thought. Compound claim. We have some structures that need to hold down. This is Falcons with a little bit of the split. The comms come through. Last is alone, but the teammate support from the long range.
Feels really sucky, quite frankly, of course, to go out first in the final game. T2K had to be one of them trying to kill. It's been a great run, though, from them so far. Of course, they are still nevertheless in 6th position. They have a slight lead above 7, so there is a reality where T2K can still keep that position, but it's risky, right? Again, the fate is not in your hands. You're relying on SUDOR, you're relying on Osh-tekkWarriors to also drop too.
Yeah, you know what? I'm thinking about these players. We talk about important kill feed awareness is because you know the numbers advantage when you go into a fight having some knocks or finishes or whatnot, right? But this side, this time, in this other moment, if I'm YALLA Esports and I see Falcons getting kills, what would that make you feel? I mean, you don't have to go down the rabbit hole. Like, a lot of people do that. A lot of players that I work with do that. But you can decide to use it for motivation or whatnot. But I just want to point that out. That's a very, very real thing in these very essential skills that you need to do, like kill feed awareness. You need to make sure that you got that line there so you can still play your best game. I hopefully see them in their flow state still. We are probably only 15 minutes or so away from the finish and the finale, the end of this global esports tour.
And the line for us, Tarzan. I might cry. I might wreck it. No, Tarzan. It's like onions all around me. I can't see anymore. It's been a beautiful ride though. Quite frankly, we still got 15 minutes of it. We still got 15 minutes of action to take in part. We still got 57 players who potentially could still die before we have our victors. So it is all on the cards, and I think if any time it comes towards the upsets as well, we talked about potentially some of these players on the lower end of the leaderboard. ABIAH try and step further forward onto Vertus Pro, who have also felt that pain trying to climb up the leaderboard, have struggled, but finally they straight down ABIAH. Finally they confirm one kill, but at first was too much. Now Bandita also not. It's up to Etten, but he's way too far away to help. Bandita will give up his life.
It's a little bit weird. I know they want to control this Western main road, but as a duo, you need a little bit more trading. ability, right? That you need to be close enough to do that, but it's fine. They can still get some placement points afterwards. Like, after all, he's been great in survival. But with push back to that eastern side, this is crazy. And Falcons got one of the best compound. Yes, there's no high ground around there, but it's great for them. Good enough, especially when they see the kill feed popping and YALLA dying and losing players.
We're Phase 4, Tarzan, there's really no high ground at all. There's no big mountains, there's no Miramar-esque heights that these teams can rise to look down upon everyone else. It's going to be a flat finish of all times to have it. I think you wouldn't expect it any other way for a Wrangle to go this specific direction. Tarzan is all over this section of the hay bales. You talked about it, extremely punishable now on rotations, because the only one you can see, they're trying to make it further forward, but there is just nowhere to go across that road. They get caught out in the rock. Brilliant 2 nades also, by the way, through from YALLA, but YALLA also going to suffer this same problem. Coming up against Cryptics inside the zone, they gotta make it across that difficult point, and Cryptics, they have immense control over them right now.
Yeah. Cryptics just took the time and then just rotated around them. And right now, yes, you can say it's pretty flat. There's still a little bit of relative high ground on that western side, southwestern side. So it's about going around those, though, because it's just so hard. Like, teams have been set up around there all that time. Look at Osh-tekkWarriors. That is so golden. But you know what? Like, we've seen these shifts coming through to that eastern side. If we continue to go towards the east, it could be the tricky thing, and you don't want to lose this spot. And here comes the fall of this team.
No, you jinxed it, Tarzan! No! Fate! They're coming up strong once again from one game to the next. Yes, they've lost one Osh-tekkWarriors. They're losing even more. They're down to 1 player. As Ziz is only just joining the fight. He's leaving it. He ain't in the fight at all as we move all the way through on towards SUDOR, taking out the ultimate one after another. It feels so dire for them as well. Hope there is nowhere to run apart from back in the blue, and as SUDOR will eventually hunt him down. There is nowhere to go. I think this will be our 50 position team if Osh-tekkWarriors do not drop first.
Tricky to say. I mean, after all, there's still quite a few points the way they can hide it out a little bit, and sometimes you just want to know when you stop moving, right? I really hope these players would understand that sometimes. Right now, running away isn't too bad. Away from zone, not too bad either. Sometimes a few bandages can make the difference that you need, and YALLA's still slowly finding the way in. Cryptics don't seem to want to give them the space to breathe. I mean, of course they don't. Why would they allow them to do that? As YALLA try with a desperate wide rotation as they find another team en route.
Right, YALLA, the zone is only closing further against them, and you can see it's almost into the next shift. Yes, they're trying to buy time. They're trying to see where the next information path leads into that phase 5. But you can't give up so much time like this, because look at all of this wave of players on this northern end. You've got the likes of Fate, you've got the only ones there. You've now also got Rico Infinity's team of all teams jumping up on towards this northern edge from the west too. And they look like they are going for even more kills, up to 3 already. They strike 1 back. Yes, it's going to be a 1-0 trade. Finally, the vehicle blows up in the face of Rico Infinity's team. They lose 1 finally, but it's a solo, albeit for a Reef. He has to carry his team on his back.
Man, but that is quite a lot of damage done already. I mean, this pocket, it's about these damage done before. Teams really need to move in as well. And Fate really comes up huge to destroy dreams as well. Yes, that zone is so yes, hey Bell, I asked that question 2 phases ago. It's now quite applicable. We've got some drops as well, but it's on this side. SUDOR got their win today, first win ever, and they want to carry it over.
SUDOR, they have to hold up though against one more. Yes, they will. Fate going to be eliminated next. ABIAH will join them in the ranks of the dead as we drop down to our final 10 teams and final game of the Global Esports Tour. Tarzan, it might be NSE going next, or is there an absolute rampage coming through from DRS? 4-man unfairly taken down as they move their way inside the zone.
Important one. And you know what? Rico Infinity, knowing that they could pull away, they've really done a little bit of math, and they find the time. It's so important. Here comes the only one team that can really stop the entry points from this side, but they are missing the shots. That's not good enough, and they don't even have a plan for themselves from here.
Side note, Tarzan, I'm looking at RAT. You can see him whizzing by, but look at the kill feed. They needed these points, but I might have jinxed him. Oh no, Tarzan, I was going to say how they're doing so well. 7 kills, they were in 2nd place. SK Ton dropped as I put the words out of my lips.
And now there they go. Another series of knocks through from YALLA, no less. And another knock traded back, though. This is a crucial fight between these two teams. There's Rico, the drop first. They're gone, Tarzan, and they will have to hope that result was good enough with 7 kills.
Man, I mean, no chance of taking the top spot. But yes, and that is the other team gone as well. I can't do the math no more. This type of ending is the ultimate test. Both teams lack some patience. They full sent it and they lost their lives.
This is Falcon's chance, Tarzan, but we need to get kills. This first place is not going to be enough because YALLA struck kills in too. So, in particularly, did Rico Infinity team. Falcon, yes, have been quiet. You cannot be quiet if you want to make this statement play.
And there's still ways to come in. I mean, they've been using compound. They've got the resources. They find the other kill. 4 kills on what? 4 players alive. They are bagging at least 10 points right now. And they still can chase this. 3 kills from YALLA. I mean, they probably need to go into top 3, I would say. But from their position, from how they played the previous spots as well, there is still a good chance that they can control this. This is going to be a hype house.
2 more kills and a chicken dinner, Tarzan, and they tie YALLA. That's how close it's getting when it comes to those kills. Yes, obviously you need to account for the points that potentially YALLA did bring onto the table if they are not accumulated yet. So that is also in the back of our mind. Falcons may need more kills even further. There is an option to obviously grab these kills, but as Zone Phase 5 walks away from them. And now Falcons, they drive in further forward. They're the only ones eliminated, and this is problematic for them because you see that as players drop, the opportunities start to slip. The Falcons to pick up those crucial points.
I mean, that's a good thing right there. They got the scout, they got the knock.
That is one indeed. AJ's gone down in IDRS. The PMGC representative from South Asia, Tarzan. Falcons are trying to take them down. They're running over them. Fabian Ninja is gone, and there's another 2 for them. DRS in 4th position. Down to our final 3 teams as SUDOR meandering their way into zone as Falcons will do the same. And on the opposite side is Triple D, who live to tell another tale.
Not there yet, though. They had 17 points to chase, but YALLA got at least like 5, I think. Like if 4 or 5. So they need to almost win this one. They need to not only win, they need to get some more kills as well. 6 kills, they need more.
They do need more, and it's SUDOR who hold 10 fat big ones right now, and they look like they could take 14. Is it going to be 10 for Falcons? They can trade this one back. It's SUDOR who control the zone as we move down into the smoke field. That is Falcons. They look to push themselves further. Nade City, though. That's what's happening from SUDOR, and they are looking to make it population 0 from the Green Birds.
It's happening. We are waiting for that shift. This is the thing right now. I feel like it's time to ration and slow down. It's time to breathe just a little bit. Right, we don't have the next shift yet. You're on that ridge. You need to ration your utilities. And this is where these small things right now. The IGL need to say the good thing, and it's time to maybe third party this as well. They need every kill.
They do need to go, but how do you enter into this fight? They are trying. You can see them trying to tempt the edge of SUDOR in the fight versus, of course, Triple D. They might have found the off angle, though. They spray into the smoke, but no bullets land onto Sight. And now Sight, with help, can't slap straight back. They find 1, they find 2. This is huge for SUDOR. They're making the run happen as they strike their 11. Yes, onto Triple D, it might be 15. As Falcons broken, clipped to the wings, last desperately trying to recover. As SUDOR, no respite, continuing to move further forward. Another knock down. SUDOR are destroying them on the edge of the fight. But now, is it Neveralone's chance to step up? It is not. It is down all over to him, but it's gone. He's dead, and SUDOR 15 kills in the final game. And they have control of this next phase, but can Triple D steal it away? They've got 2 players, and the zone has made it so that both of them need to rotate in.
What a good attempt by the side of Falcons. A response come back from SUDOR. They have been sleeping and sleeping, but they wake up when they've been summoned as the Dream Breakers.
This final game for SUDOR, we wanted to see the end game potential of this squad. We knew that they could be this high kill team But now they're up against it. The final game. This is all it takes to take the final chicken dinner of the tournament. Triple D, no less than against. I think Triple D also a huge mountain that they have climbed to get to their second position, who also needed to prove that they could be consistent.
Wow, I mean, 4v2, if they take both of this one, then it will be tying the record as well. Look at this team, man. All the way from Novo coming in to control these grounds with a full team.
Triple D is down to, of course, as we say, only 2 of them remaining. The full squad of SUDOR. And we are slowing down Tarzan. The final moments as SUDOR edge slowly closer. They have made themselves aware inside the zone. Triple D may spray down. I think this is going to be their demise. Yes, it is. 1 dead. And now they move further forward. 4v1 situation. 16 kills for SUDOR. Is even more than a chicken dinner about to grab as they don't spy them out yet, but they're trying to find the spray from this final player. Problems. It is a world of difficulty. When you're the last player alive, you can't do anything about it. And SUDOR, the final game, you can see the elation on their face and what it meant to them.
Amazing. Amazing last game as well. But you know what? I loved what Falcons did. They tried to take matters in their own hand. That is the play that we want. They tried to have that one right thought, that one right thing, needed thing for them to win the game and get into circle. They do it immediately, but it was actually those angles that they really suffocated themselves just a little bit. Could have gotten a little bit even wider, I would say. But I mean, like, SUDOR just takes that one. But what a lovely game. What a lovely final game. You can see those top dogs all try to dial it up a little bit. You know what? I wouldn't ask for anything more. Wouldn't change a single bloody thing.
What a final match in amongst the flats for Wrangle Tarzan. YALLA, Rico for his team, they fell down. Falcons, they tried their best. It wasn't enough, but was it good enough to overtake Rico and Finity's team into that second place? That's what we're also eyeing ourselves up. But I think we probably have our winner, but it was so close in between these 3 teams. From day 1 to day 2 to day 3, they've been chasing each other non-stop.
Man, I mean, sometimes, you know, we have these moments where you are very, you know, happy about your results, but then you shouldn't go too far. But you know what? Here, they can finally take a little bit of a break.
Oh, they can. It's been all from myself, Alan Wolfham, for Tarzan on the casting desk. We're going to flip it over to the analyst desk one more time. Claris, Imperium, Max, man, to close it out for us.
Thank you, boys. Whoa, what an Erangel to finish things off. Falcon was trying to push on against that, and we'll wait for a moment before we see the overall standings here, but that is down to the wire now, considering how many points Falcon was able to put up here, Imperium.
I tell you what, Falcon wanted it. Falcon wanted it. They played so good in that game. They dropped, they went straight to Gatka on that phase 1, and they stayed there up until kind of phase 3, phase 4. They even had a bit of a 3-1 spread. Whereas YALLA, they were so passive, so slow. They were creeping into the circle. Every step they took, they were like in a horror movie, right? They were afraid to move an inch in case they fell into a trap. And man, I don't know if they've done it, but I tell you what, Falcon, even if they didn't, they wanted it.
Yeah, definitely so. Maxman, looking at how that final game plays out, and difficult as well. I mean, it ends in those fields. I like how YALLA was trying to play the situation, but yeah, still difficult.
It was a good idea, and we were talking about it, right, Kalash? You thought that was potentially the game-winning play, but you felt the desperation. As the day went on, they got to the last game like, wait, we don't have a cushion anymore? What's going on? This is way too close for comfort. You see the kill feed light up, they're like, okay, we need to get into the circle. We need to aim for a potential top 5. They tried to go there, and off the back of that, actually, luckily enough for them, Rico Infinity rolls up, and because they're not in a good position to take that fight, they get naded up, they pick up the kills. Those kills they got on Rico Infinity, plus the positioning points they got off killing that team, that might have been a big factor in the rankings. It's so close, I have no idea right now what's going on.
And Max, like, Rico were a team that played so well in terms of how they coordinated through these circles. They rotated down towards that western side in the circle, played on the hillside, they pushed in on the Fate, they cleared them out. To me, there was absolutely no need for them to make that desperation move into the field. They could have stuck on towards a western edge, maybe played towards the southwest a little bit. It was a very weird decision, and honestly, it was a kind of final nail for them in the coffin, because they were coming into this game with the team that needed the highest amount of points, and they fell by the wayside, unfortunately. A bit of a weird decision from them for me.
I feel like so many teams kind of saw those crates fall in the field, right? And they were like, well, okay, that's the golden goose. If we can get there and set up our car fort, that's going to be our ticket to victory. But, I mean, YALLA moved there first, and Rico Infinity, they just... I think they got close and were like, uh-oh, there's people already here. This is bad.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking back, and I'm thinking at the rankings we had before this game. Of course, the main storyline we have is which team is currently first. Is it YALLA Esport? Is it FalconsEsport? It's mainly between these two teams. Rico Infinity down a little bit too early, so they're out of the picture for me.
Yeah.
SUDOR Esport were creeping towards top 5, and I'm thinking the win they got here was the amount of kills. Making it into the top 5 right at the finish line. That's a big increase in prize pool.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god, I didn't really think about that, Max. That's such a good point. 15 kills SUDOR got with that chicken dinner. 35, 15, and 15, 15, 30
That's
points. There you go. My god, that Maxman math coming into play. 30 points. Absolutely sorry, man.
Thanks.
No problem. Love you, man. But that was a gigantic result for them. But I do have to say, like, Falcon on so many moments of that game, and it unfortunately did bite them in the end when they came up against the might of SUDOR. But that kind of, that Chinese meta, right, where they were using the Mar, driving him in the vehicle to bait DRS, that's such confidence, right? That's such kind of high. We were saying it by watching, it was like constantly like, Falcons are feeling it, Falcons are feeling it. But did they fall a little bit too short? I don't know, but man, what a game. What a game.
We'll find out. Obviously, at the moment, the people all around the stage are preparing for the prize ceremony as well. So we're just waiting for the full confirmation as to, the final points. We'll know them when you know them effectively in terms of who's been able to win this out. But it will be close. Falcon, as you said, they were feeling it. They were very much so on the warpath towards the end there. I think they knew, Max, that it was still reasonable, still within their grasp. And suffice to say, it's almost a guarantee that either way it's gone, the cushion will be gone. But we can now head over to the stage and figure out exactly what's going on here. As a prize is being handed to third place. Rico Infinity team will be taking the third by the looks of things. So congratulations to them. However, I think overall, despite getting the third place, Max, I think they were probably aiming for a little bit more, considering the form they were in looked fantastic.
I mean, especially considering how aggressive this team is when they have a strong position. 108 kills, kill leader of the entirety of these 16 teams, totaling 181 points total. Rico Infinity surprised me by how consistent they were, and this is a team, if they could try and close off games a little bit more, this is a team that could be first in this tournament, so they know what they need to improve upon, and I think that if you have more tournaments like this with Rico Infinity, a first place is definitely a possibility for them.
Yeah, definitely. It was cool to watch Rico Infinity's team for sure. It looks like we're presenting second place. Oh, and second place will be FalconsEsport. They finished with 191 points. And thinking about it, before we went into this game, it was 192 points to YALLA. They did get a few kills alongside in this game as well, Imperium. But let's quickly talk about FalconsEsport, because they have had a blinder of a tournament.
They came into day one, they swept through the lobbies, they were in first place after first day, but they dropped down to fifth after day two. But in this final day, they had their wits about them, they forced those results, they dominated Miramar time and time again. Just unfortunately, they stayed a little bit too heavy on the kills in the final game and only finished second.
And of course, now we find out, and a guaranteed first place will of course now be going to the team that was able to dominate days number 1 and day 2 especially here at the Global Esport Tour, as Mr. Turkey himself is going to be introducing this final team. I mean, Max, what a tournament this team has had.
It's just been fantastic. The first 2 days have been good. You really felt the desperation towards the end. But there we go, a $25,000 game at the end against a $45,000 to close it off. It's none other than YALLA Esports here.
People are rushing the stage as well here. YALLA Esports is the champion here of the Global Esports Tour. Look at them jumping up and down. They are absolutely elated with that as they take away, as you say, $45,000 as well as the trophy. They're going to make their way down to the stage here and take it firmly with all hands. It's been an up and down for the Imperium. We've watched as, you know, they've had themselves wins. They've even had themselves a disagreement during all of this. What a journey it's been for YALLA Esports.
It's been full of emotions. They've been riding the waves. They came into day 3 with a massive cushion, and it wasn't the prettiest of finishes. But at the end of the day, they got the job done. YALLA are an org built on live events, built on success. Across the years they've competed in PUBG Mobile, and it's culminated to this fantastic first place in the first PUBG Mobile LAN in quite some time. Very much a deserved victory.
That's right. And of course here, as we continue things on, YALLA becoming the champions. They will be presented the trophy by Prince Faisal, the chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation. And also, that is absolutely fantastic what they've been able to put up throughout these days. It was looking shaky, admittedly, in this day here, Max. But there is the trophy for them to take away as they are the champions of the Global Esports Tour, Max.
Powerful Ida, Bandar, Youssef, and Kevin. Absolutely amazing. These are named, if you've been watching this region in PUBG Mobile Esports, they have just become an intricate part of the region, and they are continuously improving time and time and time again. Doesn't matter what event they play on, if it's PMPL, if it's events like this, the Global Esports Tour, they will perform every single time. These are names now that are just linked with PUBG Mobile for the rest of the esports scene while it's still live, and things are just looking amazing for them, and I cannot wait to see how their future is going to be looking like in the horizon in the future. A year by now, 2 years by now, this team could go so far, and I hope to see them make it good in the PMGC later on in the future.
Definitely so. You can also see there as well Paul J. Foster, the CEO of Global Esports, as we continue to round things out here for the post-tournament show. YALLA, fantastic victory by them. Yesterday was just absolute strength from this roster. Multiple chicken dinners. They got themselves the most chicken dinners in this tournament here, Imperium, really showing their dominance on the presence of the scene.
Led by Bandar, the IGL, you have Youssef, a powerhouse. Ida, no better man to help lead his team to victory. And as you saw as well, powerful, the name speaks for itself, right? A powerful player, part of a powerful team. And then Kevin, a veteran in himself of the esports scene. I can only imagine how this team are feeling right now, and it probably won't hit them until later on, but look at that, the moment, the trophy, the glory, their name etched in PUBG Mobile history.
Yeah, they look extremely pleased with this result. It's got to feel a little bit scary coming into this last day, of course, considering that the pursuit was definitely on. But the cushion that they created themselves was just fantastic, especially in this last game. There's that kind of moment in this last game where you're in those fields, you kind of you die off to some of the moments that's going on there. It's like, did we do enough, Max? Did we do enough to round this out?
I just hope that YALLA Esports are going to look back on this and think to themselves, okay, you know what? Let's not rest on our laurels next time. But there's always a chance you're going to be contested at this top. FalconsEsport, Rec Infinity team almost made it happen right at the end, right on that last game. But at least they made it happen just fine. And this is an experience that YALLA Esports are going to be holding dear to their heart for the rest of their lives, I'm sure. So future tournaments, if they're doing good, they're like, let's continue performing and try and get an even better lead to try and make sure we confirm these games every single time. But they've just been so impressive. They've been able to close off games so consistently. If they get to the late game, the odds are YALLA Esports are going to be taking those chicken dinners, and man, they have been just so impressive. I cannot wait to see once again what they're going to do in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Even passing the trophy around, give it a good old kiss there, as is tradition when it comes to winning yourself a big old trophy like that. Very, very good stuff here. So a very cool tournament to say the least, I think, as we continue things on, and everyone is ecstatic apparently here.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, definitely. Fantastic hair as well. Look at that. Bloody hell. But yes,
So, gentlemen, that has been the Global Esports Tour. I think we have a few more other things to be discussing. We have things like the MVP of the tournament to talk about a little later on as well down the line. But it's been a great tournament. I mean, aside from, you know, some tech issues here and there, I think the people out there have seen more of us than they've seen of the game. But, you know, we've been here to kind of keep you entertained and talk about a lot of scenarios, I think is fair to say here in Imperium. We've talked about every odds and ends when it comes to what people are doing on each battleground and how these teams are going to kind of incorporate it.
We've had an off-the-cuff podcast between me and you and Lethal. We had the legend that is Maxon joining in, help smoothing things out and support the community in the vote across the way. But all of the teams have put their heart and soul into this tournament, into these 3 days. And like you said, you know, you battle through the connection issues. You stay within the game. You stay focused, and that's the thing. Every team was in the same position. It was all about how you adapted in the moment, and to say the least, YALLA in day one, day two, they adapted big time to make it a little bit easier in the final day.
Here's the overall standings. YALLA, with the few kills that they got themselves at the end, I don't think they needed it, but still, considering how close it would have come down. I mean, if they didn't get those kills, it effectively would have been like, what, a 1 point lead, Max Man, for them to take the tournament? That would have been a little bit too close.
I mean, those 4 kills, you got to also keep in mind that unlocks some extra positioning points picked up by YALLA. So if they didn't get those kills, it could have been maybe an extra placement point or 2 lost. So that fight versus Rico Infinity actually was an intricate part of how that game was going to eventually close off. So it got really too close to the wire, but YALLA Esport, you saw that desperation towards the end. The fact that they went for that rotation before Rico Infinity rewards them with the first place with just enough points to get himself in the top position of this tournament. It's been fantastic to see from YALLA Esport. But man, hey, FalconsEsport, Rico Infinity team, these are especially some players that we've seen quite a bit, so I hope they're not feeling too disappointed not making it in first place. Being on a podium is still very impressive and still a big portion of the prize pool. You're looking at that. FalconsEsport will be taking home a total of $20,000, and third place for Rico Infinity is still $15,000. Like, well, you can do some things with that.
Important to note, as Max alluded to earlier here, Imperium, SUDOR jumped up to 4th place from the previous 7th place just before this, so that is a huge jump up in terms of the prize pool. They're able to get 7th was 6,000. Now they've just jumped up to 10,000.
An extra 4K in the pocket off the back of some fantastic results and closing the tournament out with the chicken dinner. They can hold their heads high, and that's why I will absolutely always say kills matter more than placing points. An aggressive team will come out just a little bit more brighter than a team that plays more for positional points, because SUDOR 101 kills, joint 2nd with YALLA in the kill count, 70 placement points. That's not to be sniffed at. And Cryptics behind them, they still had a good performance, but look at that, 104 placement points and only 56 kill points. Out of the 104 placement points, I'd love to calculate in due time how many of those came from a healing strat in the hands of El Chapo in the Sandhawk games, because it must have been quite a good few. Again, still a good performance from Cryptics, but SUDOR impressed me big time in this tournament.
I mean, interesting thing, if Cryptics locks down like their fragging potential as well in a tournament like this, I mean, arguably they could be 2nd or even 1st, Max, when you look at how well they're able to do in terms of those placements.
Yeah, they could very easily be in top 3, I think, but that's still room to improve, and we'll have to see how they're going to go out, and we're going to see the MVP. And it's K-Ton from Rico Infinity team. I thought it was going to be Damar potentially. What a surprise. But I mean, talk about consistency. Wow. This guy's been getting some kills every game when you really think about it.
Well, the interesting thing is, coming into today, it really looked like Prestige was going to be the guy. But yeah, SK-Ton is able to take it from Rico Infinity team. Brilliant stuff by him, Imperium, to be able to step up. And just constantly, this roster was visible throughout this tournament. And SK-Ton apparently was blasting.
Yeah, look at it. The highlights absolutely on point. His positioning, I think, was what made him stand out that little bit more across this lobby. He was always in that extra proactive position, always there to help support his team at the right moment. And even looking at his stats, 31 knocks, 30 kills. That, that conversion rate is absolutely insatiable. It's the best you can ask for within a player, within a team. So incredible play, and he grabs himself an extra 3K as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been a fun tournament. It has been a bit of a long one across these 3 days, but I think one thing's for sure is that we've seen some bizarre circle tendencies, which I think has been very interesting to say the least, Maxman, considering the centering up on Sandhawk. That's very unusual. How much we saw a lot of centering on Miramar as well compared to the usual kind of wild shifts that we get there. Sandhawk especially, I was a bit blown away by, because normally I don't say that about Sandhawk.
Yeah, I mean, you're very into Pokemon cards, so centering is very important to you. I can definitely understand. But yeah, we have some weird tendencies coming into this. I might just take the circle shifts that's been coming out and just put them in the side of a room and just forget about them a little bit. And hopefully they will not happen in the future, because that's been some weird fights, especially in Sandhawk. It was always towards the center of the map. It's been all over the place. But teams have been reacting really well, and I would say the level of improvement we've seen from some teams from the first day into the third day has been very impressive. One team that comes to mind right away that's improved drastically is SUDOR, of course, taking himself up that top 5 position at the end. They get himself in 4th.
Yeah,
they've been slowly but surely getting better every single game, and I think that when a team's able to improve so much over the course of a 3-day tournament, the Salan event at that, it just shows the potential of this team. And I think that in future events, SUDOR could be a runner-up for first place next time.
I think the Ultimate and Train to Kill as well are two teams, Imperium,
there you
can
go.
look at who stepped up from day to day to day.
Definitely, Train to Kill to me would be the most improved team across the 3 days without looking super heavily into it.
Yeah,
this is their first LAN event, their first big live experience. They brought in Killer, a player from another South Asian team, Vibes. They are playing in the upcoming PNPL South Asia MENA event, so this was a big chance for them to, you know, set their name in terms of the scene and the standings. And I really think they proved a lot across this lobby, and thank you to them for representing Nepal. Big plus.
But the team that proved the most, of course, is our champions, YALLA Esports. Congratulations to them. They walk away with not only the championship, but $45,000 to boot as well. A huge thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world here for the Global Esports Tour for PUBG Mobile. We've been in Riyadh for 2021, and that will do it for now. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time for more PUBG Mobile action.